Chapter 141 Harvest. Disguise. Chen-Ning stepped forward quickly. Picked up the psychic wave generator equipped with the Whispering Stone. Although this thing is somewhat damaged on the outside. As long as it is still a mechanical device, it can be repaired. So there is no big problem. But Chen-Ning found that there seemed to be something wrong with the Whispering Stone inside. Only the appearance of the Whispering Stone remains intact. But in fact, just as Chen-Ning wanted to take out the Whispering Stone, the entire stone shattered instantly, leaving dust on his hands. And a little bit of a special substance that was neither gas nor liquid, emitting spiritual energy fluctuations, suddenly seeped into Chen-Ning's palm. This seems to be something called spiritual energy. Chen-Ning began to recall in his mind. When he first got the Whispering Stone, it was almost the time when his psychic powers had increased, and he had mastered the ability to dismantle. So Chen-Ning took a look at the disassembly confirmation panel of the Whispering Stone. That shows what can ultimately be obtained after disassembly. In addition to the most common stone materials that the Whispering Stone can dismantle, the only thing it can dismantle is this spiritual energy. Chen-Ning originally thought that spiritual energy would be something more substantial, but he did not expect it to exist like this. What he didn't even expect was that it was absorbed directly into his skin. Chen-Ning shook his hand a few times, but felt nothing special. His psychic and spiritual powers had not increased, and he had no strange feelings. His psychic powers also did not give him any sense of danger. It was as if what just happened had never happened, and I didn't know what was going on. Chen-Ning didn't pay too much attention. Anyway, he didn't feel any danger, and his life was not in danger. If it doesn't work, he can just go back and ask his boss. Until now, the loss of the Whispering Stone only made him a little heartbroken. But fortunately, the Liar Stone next to it doesn't look like there's anything wrong with it. The strength of the Ectoplasm Stone itself is still online. Especially the Liar Stone, which is essentially a resonance ectoplasm stone. That is to say, because the Whispering Stone is relatively small, the intensity of the psychic energy fluctuations is relatively weak, and its nature is relatively fragile. It was destroyed at the moment when the distorted flesh and blood struggled to absorb the spiritual stone to extend its life. But there is no point in worrying about it now. At least one stone is saved, and the core appearance of the G3 next to it looks pretty good. It's equivalent to exchanging Whispering Stone for Alpha Core, and you don't know whether you're losing money or making money. In addition, Chen-Ning is actually very curious now. Did G3 influence the Aberrant Flesh to say the last curse word just now? Or was it said by the Aberrant Flesh himself? So his hand that was originally reaching for the Liar Stone turned around, turned to the core of G3, and acted to control it. Chen-Ning directly opened the Alpha level core panel, but looking at the data on the panel, he suddenly frowned. Afterglow Alpha level AI core. Manufacturer, Afterglow BP55 Colonial Far North Industrialized Production Center. Self-awareness, none. Computing power, none. Executable action, retrofit. The name of the individual within the core, which is the word G3, is not displayed on the core panel. At the same time, Chen-Ning was completely unexpected by the big no behind the self-awareness column. Chen-Ning is certain that this must be the core of G3. Otherwise the distorted flesh and blood would have no reason to stuff this core into its body after being full. Even after it was cut into pieces and sent to the flesh and blood wall of the Institute, it was still carried around. And Yui's side probably won't have anything to do. Arrange 2 Alpha Class Yui near him. 1 G3 is definitely enough. One more Afterglow individual brings one more risk of being exposed to Chen-Ning. Even if it is said to be a backup core reason, it is not very sufficient. After all, if G3 is really touched by Chen-Ning, what's the point of replacing it with a new core? Which individual dares to truly believe in G3? So this core is definitely from G3. There is nothing wrong with it. But it is clear that the appearance of the core is not damaged. And there is no damage shown on the panel. But what about G3? Chen-Ning's mind was full of doubts. He was wondering, is it possible that G3 was transferred from this core and hidden in a device in the Research Institute? Chen-Ning quickly shared his situation with Hui through his consciousness. However, Hui Wang gave a negative answer to Chen-Ning's speculation. Our alpha-level individuals are very large at the data level, and it is very difficult to transfer between different cores. If the core is physically damaged, it will take at least a week to transfer between different cores, and this time will be extended as the individual's own ability strength increases. Brilliant's answer further confirmed Chen-Ning's thoughts. Alpha-level Afterglow individuals need a week to transfer, and it is even more impossible for Afterglow to prepare a second core. However, He still had to ask some things clearly. Is there any fixed device that can temporarily store Afterglow individuals? No. All of us individuals can only exist in cores of different levels since the birth of Kletka. Our consciousness cannot survive in any device environment except the core. If there is no G3 in the core, it really doesn't exist. Hui Wang said it very clearly, but Qinming always felt that the meaning of Hui Wang's words seemed wrong. Only the core can support the existence of consciousness, and no other equipment can. Explaining the existence and core of Yuhui's consciousness requires that their carriers themselves have been designed with this function. But Qinming remembered that Yuhui, an existence recorded in history books, was originally designed to be used as a combat AI for spaceships, rather than a purely artificial intelligence used to communicate with humans. Consciousness should not exist. It should not even have a basis for existence. Does this mean that Yuhui's design has been moving in the direction of giving birth to consciousness from the earliest days? However, the details of how Afterglow was born are not detailed in the history books. Qinming felt that there seemed to be some secrets hidden in it, but it has nothing to do with him now. This matter is still too big and too far away. Anyway, G3 can be said to have been confirmed dead. It's a pity that Qinming originally wanted to try to see if he could erase G3's personality. But now it seems he has to find another opportunity. But at least this thing is not a purely bad thing. At least, he doesn't have to worry about G3 problems. There is no need to worry about the core issues when the several Afterglows he personally controls that are now at beta level are upgraded to alpha level. Qinming has controlled the Afterglow of 3 multiple galaxies so far. However, no clues have been found about the location of the Afterglow BP-55 colony far north industrial production center, where the Afterglow core is produced. We don't even know where the BP-55 colony is. Although Qinming has already made some guesses, he feels that this place will most likely be the galaxy where the Kletka supercomputer is located in the Afterglow. Or it may even be on the planet where the Kletka is installed. But now, Qinming still has no substantial evidence to prove this. The Afterglow that has spread under his control has still not penetrated into Kletka's galaxy. Therefore, one more blank core is considered acceptable. But Qinming always felt that this was a bit of a disadvantage. Although he has the Whispering Stone in his hand to replace the Whispering Stone. An ectoplasmic stone is very precious no matter how you look at it. Change to an alpha core without an alpha individual in it. Tisk! Qinming felt a little regretful. But he had no choice but to put away the alpha level core without G3. At the same time, he picked up the intact Lyre Stone next to him. But when Qinming picked up the Lyre Stone, he discovered that there seemed to be some changes on the Lyre Stone. Its pattern became more complex and denser. Originally, the patterns on the surface of the Lyre Stone were a little sparse. But now the entire stone is covered with twisted patterns. Even the feel was a little different from before, as if the pressure on him was slightly greater. Qinming immediately felt a little worried and immediately opened the panel of the Lyre Stone. Found its name changed again. From Resonance Ectoplasm Stone, false words, to Resonance Ectoplasm Stone, French words. Obviously, there was no such change just when he activated the Lyre Stone in the distorted flesh body. It seemed that the distorted flesh and blood had finally absorbed the spiritual energy fluctuations of the ectoplasmic stone crazily. But it failed to absorb it. The psychic energy fluctuations that were taken away returned to the Lyre Stone. And finally this thing was formed. But apart from this change, there are no other changes to the Lyre Stone. Qinming still controls this crazy language stone through the resonance he once achieved. And he does not feel any sense of danger from it. This seems like a good thing. So Qinming tried the effect of the words of madness on the spot. In less than half a second, Qinming made the stone stop spreading psychic energy fluctuations, with a look of pain on his face. After about half a minute of relief, Qinming still felt a little uncomfortable in a physical sense, but at least he was in a good mood. Even he who has been exposed to the Whispering Stone for a long time can have this level of top-notch effects from the wild Whispering Stone. The loss of a Whispering Stone is not a loss at all. Just think that the Whispering Stone was absorbed by the Lying Stone and turned into this thing. The Whispering Stone has evolved again and is much better than a low-level Whispering Stone. Qinming quickly stuffed the stone into his arms. And just when he had just put away the Lyre Stone, he suddenly saw with sharp eyes a blood-colored and transparent amber-like thing under the ashes of the distorted flesh and blood. In this amber, there is a miniature version of the deformed heart. Qinming felt that the boat spirit, who was still a little tired in his mind, suddenly became excited. So he picked up the amber, which was about the size of his little finger. He held it in front of his eyes and observed it carefully. But at this moment, Ming suddenly saw that there seemed to be a slight crack in the little heart in amber. Under the gap is not the deeper myocardial tissue, but a dark and long crack. This familiar scene made Ming almost throw away the things he was holding. However, he restrained himself, because now that he had seen the crack, it did not drag him into the conscious space, which meant that at least for the time being, this thing did not pose a threat to him. Moreover, the ship spirit, who was a little excited at the beginning, suddenly appeared on his own and got into the amber, completely shrouding amber with a shadow. Ming could see through the phantom that the heart in the amber was being affected by the phantom of the ship spirit. It gradually lost its original lifelike appearance full of biological matter and became like a poor handicraft. The faint blood color that amber originally brought was also erased by the ship spirit. The entire amber gradually became transparent and clear, mixed with some sparkles. And at the end, the micro-deformed heart that had become rigid suddenly melted. The melted blood seeped out of the amber, and within a few seconds of falling on the ground, it turned into jet black, completely rotted, and merged with the ashes. And in that melting heart, a mini iron or ship actually appeared. Although it was small, Ming made a magnifying glass and took a closer look, and found that the mini iron ore inside the amber restored the appearance of the iron ore in all details before it was finally destroyed. Exquisite could not be more exquisite. However, the crack was left on the top armor of the iron ore, but it is no longer pitch black inside, but instead flows a metallic liquid with a gorgeous color like the starry sky. Ming suddenly felt something in his heart, and his consciousness focused on the amber, letting his mental power touch it. Next moment, Ming returned to the steel jungle. The surrounding starry sky environment seemed to have undergone some slight changes, and the stars were no longer at the position where Ming came in last time. In other words, those things in the starry sky can no longer find him. Ming felt a little relieved. At least, he didn't have to worry about getting into trouble next time he came in. He gradually relaxed his concentrated consciousness and escaped from the steel jungle. Ming looked at the amber in his hand like a boat in a bottle again, feeling extremely surprised and satisfied. This is good stuff. Although at present he only uses it to check his mental power and psychic status in a more concrete way. However, the hill formed by the wreckage of the spaceship in his consciousness space is very special no matter how you look at it, and it will definitely be of special use in the future. Being able to check at any time is definitely beneficial. Ming couldn't check the specific name of this amber at will. He had to get it to the spacecraft to see it. When Ming left the spacecraft, his abilities were still limited to mechanical equipment. There is still no way to know the names of such separate objects and various creatures directly through the panel, unless there is contact in advance. For example, Ming had touched the Liar Stone, which has now become the Word of Madness, on the spaceship before. Even if there are new changes now, he can still check the panel. For those who have never been exposed to it, they can only be okay after being exposed to it once. Ming put away his things. Then he glanced at the boss, who had been temporarily let go. At this time, the boss was still studying the photos that Ming had been taking regularly, and the photos he had taken time to send from time to time. And he also left several voice messages for Ming. It's about the photo that Ming first took for his boss. A photo of a human body's distorted flesh and blood scan. Your gadget over there puts the core of Afterglow inside your own body? This situation has happened before. In the early stages of their lives, the consciousness of these biological tissues affected by dimensional infection existed, but it was as weak as the vegetative state you mentioned before. Then they will try to find something else to fill this aspect. But everything alive will be affected by their own existence, and basically no one will survive. So, their targets have been changed to something that will not be affected by them, such as Afterglow. Even life forms like Yue are almost the same as ordinary life forms to them. I can't tell you the specific details. Just understand what I mean. In places where disasters broke out before, that is, in specialized research institutes like this, there must be a few gamma-level Afterglow cores. The core of these Afterglows is occupied by them. The core consciousness you just saw should be the same. The consciousness has been washed away by the deformed heart, leaving only the remaining computing power. In addition, there is a layer of flesh and blood that has not completely mastered this computing power. The boss had anticipated the death of G3 in advance. Although Ming found out a little late, it still made Ming understand how G3 died. And just now, as Ming entered the battle, the boss continued to tell Ming something. Basically, it's against distorted flesh and blood tissue, including speculation. Summary and analysis of its demonstrated abilities. At present, it seems that the aberrant flesh has at least 4 psychic abilities: electromagnetic interference, arc, flame protection, and physical protection. Other bosses such as corrosive blood and high-speed regeneration are not sure, so I have put a question mark on them for now. But Chen Ning couldn't be sure, because the abilities of distorted flesh and blood were mixed together, and its body was entangled with psychic energy fluctuations at all times. But even if you don't regard the latter 2 as abilities, and only look at the first 4, it is already very outrageous. Obviously, these psychic powers are not coming from a deformed flesh and blood individual. Instead, many clones were transformed by the influence of the spread of the first deformed flesh and blood individual, and after showing psychic potential, they were gathered together to form. This is because there are no ordinary people in Yuhui's Cloning Research Institute. The number of clones is small, and the number of mutant flesh and blood individuals with psychic powers that can eventually appear is also small. That's why the deformed flesh and blood Chen Ning encountered only had these abilities. But if the number of clones or other people increases, then Chen Ning will definitely have to face more than just deformed flesh and blood with these abilities. But there is no if for the development of things. Chen Ning continued to look through the voice messages that his boss had just left on the terminal. The above message continued until he had just gained the upper hand in the battle with the aberrant flesh and blood. Chop the aberrant flesh and blood into pieces, causing it to be dragged into the high wall inside the institute. At this time, the boss suddenly stopped for a while and sent the last message. And this message was sent exactly at the moment when cracks appeared in the deformed heart. Don't look at that crack! Chen Ning could hear the boss's urgency in this last voice message. But it was a pity that Chen Ning only saw this message now. But at least the end result is the same. The aberrant flesh died. But he is still alive now. There will be no follow-up. Chen Ning's consciousness was dragged into the conscious space, and he was unable to continue sending messages to his boss. The boss didn't know whether Chen Ning was dead or alive, so he could only wait for Chen Ning's subsequent actions. After Chen Ning came out of the consciousness space, he forgot to contact his boss for a while. It's better to report that you're safe first. Chen Ning was preparing to continue contacting his boss. Suddenly, he noticed that the surrounding spiritual energy fluctuations were dissipating, and the situation here would soon be exposed to the Afterglow's sight. The ectoplasm stone and everything else have been returned to Chen Ning's hands, and it is impossible for Yuhui to snatch it back now. But if G3's core is seen, Yuhui's side may explode, and he will most likely not be able to keep this core. So in order to prevent something from happening, Chen Ning quickly used psychic energy to send away the alpha-level core left by G3. However, what he is doing now is actually a special situation, because Chen Ning still cannot modify the normal conscious Afterglow core. He cannot use this ability to transmit the Afterglow individuals over long distances. It's just because the core of G3 has lost the consciousness of the Afterglow individual inside. Therefore, Chen Ning could send this core away as a purely mechanical item. Chen Ning quickly cleaned up the scene, dismantled and transformed all the remaining materials after the battle, and sent them away. I put away all the other things, and confirmed that all the trophies were okay. I also reported to the boss that he was safe, saying that he was a little busy now. Afterwards, Chen Ning walked straight into the interior of the Research Institute, where the ground was covered with withered flesh and blood. He pretended not to know anything and groped towards the chilling nerve extraction device, which was still not destroyed in his perception. He needs to behave as he should in front of Yuhui, so as to cover up his previous sudden actions and prevent Yuhui from discovering his true purpose. The chilling nerve extraction device is the best way to blind people. Chen Ning pretended to use tools to force open the doors of several rooms on the road inside the institute. By the way, I also found a box made of silent alloy that Chen Ning had used to store the Whispering Stone that he couldn't control carefully, which was randomly discarded on the ground in one of the rooms. Chen Ning put in the amber he just got. This box not only prevents psychic energy fluctuations from escaping from within, it also prevents many detections from the outside world. Although Yuhui might not grab the amber he has on hand even if he sees it, it is always good to have an extra layer of defense. Then Chen Ning came to the door of chilling nerve extraction device. At exactly this moment, the psychic fluctuations completely dissipated, and the signal interference ceased. The originally dark laboratory suddenly turned on several emergency lights intermittently, barely illuminating the environment inside the laboratory. The few remaining cameras that were not damaged by the flesh and blood tissue spreading everywhere were all pointed at Chen Ning, as if they wanted to slap him in the face. And the brilliant voice also reached Chen Ning's ears through the communication device that was not destroyed inside the Cloning Research Institute. Mr. Chen Ning, What are you doing? Chapter 142 Emergencies at the Pirate Space Station. Tisk! With a brilliant voice, the remaining communication device in the Cloning Research Institute reached Qinming's ears. Qinming seemed forced to put down the tool he was holding against the door in front of him, and said, "Nothing." Then he turned around and walked away, his eyes scanning the extremely harsh environment around him. And he opened his mouth, but said nothing. Hui Wang didn't ask further questions. Obviously, the senior management of Yue behind it also knew that there would be no answer just by asking. So they allowed Qinming to leave the research institute, where the ground was covered with withered flesh and blood. Qinming quickly arrived at the exit of the passage. At this time, the passage was completely surrounded by Yuhui's fleet and a large number of robots. However, these robots, and the spaceships hovering in the sky and landing on the ground, did not have any special reaction to Qinming's arrival, until Qinming returned to the buffalo level parked at the exit of the Cloning Research Institute. Those robots entered the Cloning Research Institute in batches, and they seemed to have no intention of pursuing Qinming's previous actions to stop them. Qinming Zheng was going to ask what Brilliant Afterglow thought. Hui Wang explained to him directly. Our senior management has unanimously agreed that we should not create extraneous matters. Anything that can't interfere with the normal operation of the Qiling nerve extraction device can be ignored. We just wait for the day when the Qiling nerve extraction device is finally activated. And you didn't question us just now about the birth of such psychic creatures underground. So our senior officials think it's best for them to cooperate with you. You don't care about clones and the psychic creatures born from clones. And we don't care about you suddenly entering the Research Institute to stop our rescue. There is a high probability that there will be no follow-up after this incident. Okay. Yu Hui saw his hint and successfully maintained the delicate situation that the two parties had maintained. I just don't know whether this is good news or bad news for Qinming. It should be both. Qinming thought about it and realized that Yu Hui's current attitude and performance were indeed mixed. The good thing is that Qinming doesn't have to waste words or energy with Yu Hui, and can concentrate on what he wants to do next. But the bad thing is that Yu Hui's cultivation of their new spiritual nerve must have reached the final stage. Otherwise, there is no need for them to completely eliminate the interference of anything else and just wait for that day to come. So, he had to be faster. Qinming controlled the Buffalo class to take off, avoiding those engineering ships of different models. But when it came to where he should go from now on, Qinming was suddenly a little unsure. Although the aberrant flesh is dead, and there are no strange things in the Cloning Research Institute, the Research Institute on the surface should be safe. But he's not sure whether the Afterglow's work underground will affect it above ground. So Qinming directly asked Hui Hui, who had accessed the Buffalo-level communication channel after he just walked out of the Institute. So where should I go next? Hui Wang replied to Qinming with a slight delay. Mr. Qinming, please go back to the Research Institute directly. Qinming immediately turned the bow of the Buffalo-class ship, and at the same time pretended to be confused and asked, Huh? Will the Underground Research Institute have no impact on the Research Institute on the surface? No. You have already dealt with the biggest trouble. But I mean you. Hui Hui was choked by Qinming, but still said patiently, We will not damage the underground structure. Please don't worry. That's good. Qinming drove the Buffalo back to the Research Institute. At this time, there happened to be an engineering ship taking off next to the Research Institute. Only the dome, which has been restored for the second time, remains. Qinming quickly stepped off the spacecraft, walked into the Research Institute, found a chair in the living area and sat down, took out the terminal and clicked on a document. During this process, he had actually been checking the situation of the Cloning Research Institute through underground surveillance. Qinming took advantage of the time when the last psychic fluctuations had not completely dissipated and the signal was still blocked. In addition to demolishing a few doors, he also took control of the remaining systems of the Clone Research Institute. Although most of the equipment in the entire Cloning Institute has been damaged, there is always a little monitoring that is still running. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Qinming to happen to be within the field of vision of the few remaining monitors just now, and to be standing at the door of the room where the Qiling nerve extraction device was installed just when they were started. As long as Hui chooses to repair the entire system instead of completely replacing it, Qinming can continue to control the equipment of the Cloning Research Institute. Of course, this requires Qinming's mental strength to maintain it. He can choose to disconnect it at any time, and it will not have a big impact on his usual control of the spacecraft. Because after Qinming ended his coma caused by Yue extracting the spiritual enlightenment nerve from him, the number of controllable spaceships increased from 4 to 10. being able to control the mental power of 10 destroyers, and the remaining equipment of a research institute. I feel no pressure at all. Moreover, Chen Ning had not adapted to the enhanced spiritual power due to swallowing a spiritual nerve. Now, Chen Ning has adapted. So the number of spaceships he can currently control is 3. Although the number has become smaller, the meaning of this number is different. According to Chen Ming's research, this number is calculated based on the maximum amount of mental power he can control. In other words, this 3 means that Chen Ming can now control 3 cruisers. The total amount of mental power that can control 3 cruisers can control at least 30 destroyers. The difference between destroyers and frigates is not big. So there was no such obvious change when Chen Ming was able to control the destroyer for the first time. But compared to destroyers, cruisers are a qualitative change. From being able to control expulsions to being able to control cruising. Chen Ming also experienced a qualitative change in his mental strength. So now his panel has new changes. In short, Chen Ming now has quite a lot of mental energy that can be used on other things. For example, controlling the Qiling neural extraction device, controlling various equipment in the Research Institute, and controlling the equipment in the Cloning Research Institute. Monitor what Afterglow is doing without being noticed by any Afterglow. Yu Hui has now moved the Qiling nerve extraction device, and it should be sent to another place for maintenance or something. Then the remaining robots were dealing with the ruins of the Research Institute and sending away all the dried flesh and blood inside. Maybe it's for research. Or maybe it's just for processing. The specific method depends on whether Yu Hui is brave enough. At present, except for the Qiling nerve extraction device, Chen Ming can't see anything else that needs his special attention. So he chose to put the surveillance picture in the corner of his field of vision and left it there. He now plans to contact his boss again. One is to continue the previous conversation, and the other is that Chen Ming wants to ask the boss about the piece of amber. Chen Ming saw Amber's name the first time he got on the spacecraft. Condensing the source of spiritual energy, Chen Ming. This was something he didn't expect at all. His name appearing on something like this. However, Chen Ming was a little surprised. After all, this thing was influenced by the ship spirit, and the ship spirit was born from him. It is not unreasonable to have his name. And following this idea of naming the source of condensed psychic energy, then the original name should be condensed psionic source, distorted flesh and blood, or some other similar name. Just looking at the name, this thing seems to reflect the root of a person's psychic ability. The fact that it can help Chen Ming enter the consciousness space does prove its effect to a certain extent. But after all, it was not made by Chen Ming himself, but something transformed by the ship spirit condensed from the corpse of distorted flesh and blood. It was said to be the origin of his psychic energy, but he always felt it was a bit strange. Anyway, Chen Ming couldn't figure it out. At this time, he didn't have the knowledge that naturally grew out of his brain when he sensed the appearance of the ship spirit before. In addition, although amber is a good thing, the source is still distorted flesh and blood anyway, so it is best for him to ask the boss. Soon the boss suddenly noticed that the terminal he placed next to him suddenly vibrated. He picked up the terminal, took a look at it and said, "Xiao Ming, are you still alive?" Chen Ming suddenly recalled it and said, "I feel like I have heard this question many times." The boss said casually, "Who told you to always encounter dangerous things? So what happened? That thing just now. It's okay. If I didn't need to take the ship spirit there in person, it might actually be easier to handle. In other words, this is not something I should deal with in the first place. Let's try our best to meet the needs of the ship spirit. It may save lives in the future." The boss helped Chen Ming find an excuse, and then asked, "You should have seen the thing in the crack just now." Right. What happened? Question mark. Chen Ming asked with some confusion. "Didn't you tell me not to look before? Don't you know?" The boss explained. "I know what it is, but I want to know what you encountered. This is important. Okay. I seem to have entered my conscious space." Conscious space? The boss thought for a moment and said, "Oh, I probably understand. If the battle between psychers is forcibly dragged into a place like this, it means that the heart seems to be a little afraid of your ability, and uses this method to bet on you. But it looks like it lost. I won't ask you about the specific image of your consciousness space. And you don't want to go out. This is very important for a psyker. I'm not stupid. I know you're not stupid. But you still have to give an explanation. Anyway, when you finally won, you were suddenly kicked out of your conscious space. Right?" Chen Ming affirmed. "Yes. I will completely kill the Heartbreaker after I come out." "Not bad. An auxiliary psyker can defeat a thing that obviously has multiple abilities. You have already started to become a psyker. Chen-Ming heard the key words in the boss's words and immediately asked, "Getting started? How do you count yourself as a beginner? Don't tell me that you have to play this kind of thing to be considered a beginner. How is it possible? As long as you know that auxiliary-type psykers and protective-type psykers are not without combat effectiveness, you can get started. I won't go into details about psychic abilities, so as not to affect your development, but I can mention something to you. The direction of your development in the next period of time can be to enter this consciousness space again. When you can really go in, I will be able to tell you almost everything about psychic energy and various systematic regulations." Chen-Ming reached out and touched the box in his arms, hesitated and said, "Actually, I can already go in." "Impossible." The boss subconsciously refuted Chen-Ming and said, "If a psychic can enter the consciousness space you mentioned on his own, he must have a comprehensive understanding of his own psychic abilities. That is to say, when the potential has been fully explored, all that is left is to continue training, and you can see the limits of your abilities. But your psychic development has reached its limit, shouldn't it?" Chen-Ming's spiritual power must not have been developed to its upper limit. "It's just that I used a little help." "What external force?" "After I killed the heart, I got something on its body." Chen-Ming sent the footage that was automatically captured by the Power Armor's video equipment after the previous battle to his boss. From when he picks up Amber with a miniature heart inside to when Amber is possessed by the ship spirit, and finally, when the heart in Amber is replaced with a mini ship. The whole process is clearly visible. The boss finished reading in silence and said, "I have never heard of such a thing. I have to ask to be sure." "Good." Chen-Ming responded and said to his boss, "Actually, just now, when I was dragged into the conscious space by the crack in my heart, I felt a sense of danger in the conscious space. It's somewhere around my conscious space, and it could find me at any time. Tell me more about it. I can't go into details about this. When I felt the danger, I just beat my heart with all my strength. When I was kicked out of the conscious space, the sense of danger disappeared. Then I will use this thing to return to the conscious space later. The environment around the conscious space is completely different from before, and the thing will not be able to find me." The boss thought for a while based on Chen-Ming's statement and said, "It should be that the conscious space amplifies your perception, allowing you to perceive many additional things. I'm afraid what you sensed is similar to the thing that once located the approximate location of our empire. But I can't tell you the details. I'll have to meet the president. The president has personally experienced the last dimensional infection. Only he knows many things. Please come back as soon as possible." "Good." Chen-Ming agreed and continued, "There is one more thing. It's just that I had a total of 2 ectoplasm stones in my hand before, and just now one of them was broken due to the heart. When the spiritual energy stone was broken, it seemed that a little spiritual energy seeped into my body." The boss could tell at a glance that Chen-Ming was really worried about the impact of spiritual energy on the human body. He immediately explained, "The spiritual energy itself is neutral. It is the basis for the existence of ectoplasm stone, and it is also one of the manufacturing materials for psionic weapons. Of course, the manufacturing of psychic weapons is only about collecting scattered psychic energy, not directly dismantling psychic stones to make them. But you can also embed an ectoplasmic stone on it yourself, and wait until the weapons Baikuan gives you arrive to see for yourself." "Ahem. That's too far off topic. If you ask about the dangers of absorbing spiritual energy into the human body, it seems that there are none at present. But there are also no benefits. The spiritual energy absorbed by the human body is as if it has disappeared, and no trace can be found anymore. Currently, there is no research that can discover where the spiritual energy absorbed by the human body goes. In short, it has no effect on the human body. So don't worry." Chen-Ming's initial enthusiasm for mentioning it completely dropped. "Oh, by the way, one more thing. Because I have to meet with the president, my original plan has to be slightly changed. I have to discuss this with you." Originally, in Chen-Ming's original plan, he could run away directly after taking over the highest point set by his boss. But now he has to go around one more circle, go back to the pirate space station, and maybe go to another galaxy to meet the president. Although it is said that Chen-Ming wants to meet the president of the Psychic Association, he is protected by his boss. But he may still encounter people in the war zone or left path. No, Zhuo Jing probably doesn't know that he is still alive. So he just needs to pay attention to the war zone. That's it. You still have to be prepared when the time comes. After Chen-Ming stopped explaining, The boss expressed his understanding and said, "Okay, the president and I have made an appointment, and I will send you the route we will take then. Is everything else okay? You tell me first, so that I don't delay the matter for a long time when I talk to you in detail." Qinming thought for a moment and said, "It should be gone." The troublesome things he encountered recently were only things under the Cloning Research Institute, and they have been solved. Yu Hui will definitely not dare to continue any cloning experiments in the short term. After verifying that the Qilin nerve extraction device is fine, they will definitely be more stable. They will wait until their Qilin nerve preparations are completed, and then give Qinming a hard blow. Therefore, Qinming's affairs have almost been dealt with, and there is no need to trouble the boss with more things. It was also time for him to start the final stage of preparations. In fact, talking about the trip after talking to the boss should be the last thing he wants to do. After all, there is a more important prerequisite for this matter. That is, he must first leave the Afterglow Galaxy, and the problems he needs to face in the process of leaving obviously require him to consider them more thoroughly. It seems that if Qinming wants to leave the Afterglow Star territory in the future, he can only know his exact coordinates and be able to reach the glory quickly through the jump. Once the glorious situation is exposed, there will definitely be some crazy behavior within Yu Hui. It may be directed at him, or it may be directed at the afterglows he controls. Therefore, Qinming needs to eliminate the interference of Yu Hui at that time and take away everything he needs. Of course, it is definitely not realistic to move all the colonies controlled by him, and he can only choose a part of them. Qinming has already thought out most of his plans before, and the rest is to modify the details and the final stage to make the afterglow individuals he controls move. This requires talking to people like Brilliant Gamma Z, who have relatively strong management capabilities. However, it was impossible for Qinming to let his boss go now, so he still spent about an hour discussing the future arrangements with his boss. By the way, the boss also told Qinming that even the president didn't know much about the amber he picked up, and he would need to meet in person later to discuss it in detail. After confirming that nothing else happened, Qinming hung up the communication with his boss, ready to start his own work. However, Qinming had not had time to start. The factory director suddenly took the initiative to touch the terminal that Qinming gave him and contacted him. Although the news that Qinming was not dead has been known to Baiquan and people in the war zone, but Baiquan will definitely not tell it, and neither will the war zone, because it was Qinming who caused the war zone to lose Sky Steel and some trust with their partners. They must give an explanation to others, and Qinming's death is the best explanation. But if they had made the news public that Qinming was dead, but found out that Qinming was not dead, they would be in trouble. So now, they helped Baiquan to block the news that Qinming was alive, hoping to take the opportunity to kill Qinming and pretend that nothing happened. This is the conclusion Qinming came to based on what Baiquan said and the information Lao Wu helped summarize. So now, at least within a larger scope, such as the pirate space station, he is still dead. Therefore, the factory director has not taken the initiative to contact Qinming recently just to be safe. If I get contacted suddenly now, it must be something urgent. Qinming picked up the communication with the factory director. The director first said hello to Qinming and gave him a general introduction to the situation at the pirate space station. To sum it up, after Qinming was nominally dead, the things he left at the pirate space station, including supplies and spaceships, became ownerless. In fact, according to normal logic, it is completely fine for the factory director to hack this batch of things and then distribute some to others as hush money. But the factory director didn't do this. So the goods have always been there. Qinming did not touch these things before because he was pretending to be dead, but because Qinming was about to start the next phase of his plan. He asked Lao Wu to cooperate with his boss and get access to this batch of supplies. So someone from a company in the pirate space station also focused on this batch of supplies. And by the way, they also focused on the spacecraft that Qinming placed there. After listening to the factory director's story, Qinming asked him, "So who is it? Director? Director? Director of the Space Station Administration?" Qinming's mind flashed back to the tall figure wearing combat power armor who swept the entire administration building when the military invaded the pirate space station some time ago. The director had protected him before. I didn't expect that. Qinming suddenly felt a little regretful. But if the director really wants to touch his interests, it's best to be mentally prepared. Otherwise, the factory director suddenly realized that there was an ambiguity in his words, causing Qinming to misunderstand something, and quickly said, "Wait a minute. It's not the previous director. The previous director was demoted by half a rank due to poor management due to problems with the management's internal staff. He is now the deputy director. The current director of the space station was parachuted in from somewhere else. Chen Ming immediately put away the regret in his heart and said, "Oh, it's okay then." Chapter 143 prepared. After knowing that it was not the director who had helped him before who wanted to steal his things, Chen Ming no longer had so many strange thoughts. He went straight to the core of the problem and asked the factory director, "What is the origin of this new director?" The factory director said, as if he had wanted to say it for a long time, "This is a bit convoluted, but it should be easy to understand. The Sky Steel incident has already come to an end, so the 14th Legion has reopened the galaxy to us. We are resurveying and inventorying the numbers and growth of the Alturan hollow eels, and then determining how much Sky Steel or these hollows can produce on a regular basis. Although what was lost in the past will never be recovered, the company must make it clear in the future. Now that Sky Steel's interests are already in the company's belly, it must be digested. The vast majority of Sky Steel will definitely belong to the entire company, and will be used to reduce spacecraft manufacturing costs in the future. It will no longer need to be purchased at high prices elsewhere, or it can be used in research and development of spacecraft. Sky Steel is one of the top types of advanced materials. With mass production, it should be used in many places. However, it is impossible for all of these materials to be used in the company. Some of them must be used. Therefore, different departments within the company need to distribute these interests. And by the way, they also need to find ways to drive away other forces that are eyeing this piece of meat." The factory director explained the company's current situation to Chen Ming and began to talk about more detailed matters. "We got the Sky Steel back because it was you. I was the first to come into contact with you, and I was the first to know about your situation. It was me who informed you about you. So the company's ability to take back Sky Steel has something to do with me. That is, the departments behind me can get the largest share. As for the remaining things, whoever contributes more in this matter will get more points in the end. But it's definitely not as simple as what I said. But it's too complicated, so I won't waste time by going into details with you. You know that the director in charge of the pirate space station gave in the end. Just let it go here." The director paused for a moment, then continued, "You know there is Lao Wu on the space station, so the value of a position here is quite high, especially the position of director. By the way, Lao Wu and I are personal friends. I won't use my relationship with Lao Wu to deal with such company matters. Anyway, I made it clear to the company that no one can force me. Not even the chairman." The factory director suddenly said jokingly, "It will be the same when you get rich in the future." However, Chen Ming said seriously, "If such a day comes, I actually don't mind." The factory director was not surprised at all. He said something vaguely and continued talking about the company. Although the real power of the space station is still in the hands of the deputy director, the new director will always have some power. He is interested in your things, and he is indeed capable of taking them. Anyway, the current director has nothing to do with me, nor does he have anything to do with the current deputy director. It would be better to say that the relationship is quite bad. After all, who can show a good look to a top leader who has descended from the air? What's more, he himself isn't very good at it." The factory director suddenly sounded unhappy. "You know that although our maintenance factory has a small number of people, there are many places to make money." Then he arranged for several people who did nothing to come in and get paid for nothing. It's okay for the arranger to get paid for free. Damn it. He keeps changing the purchase orders arranged by me. The buyers I choose come from nowhere. The quality of the goods that come in is at least 2 levels lower. He rebates me so much that I really have a headache. How many people are there in the repair shop? So many people died some time ago. I finally recruited 3 new people. But 1 died. 1 spy. And only 1 is still alive. With such a small number of people, some people just get paid every day and don't work. This makes Lao Wu want to skip work. The bald man is also very unhappy. He keeps yelling at me that he will retire after making enough money. The newcomer who was the only one to survive is now considered an old man. He is younger than you, and his personality is actually very aggressive. He is a good boy in front of seniors like you and Lao Wu. But he will quarrel with those idiots arranged by the director when they meet. And they will fight whenever they quarrel. Then I have to stop him. If I can't stop him, I still have to help him deal with it. If he lets him go again, I'll really have no one to work with. There are also a few newcomers I have recruited recently. They haven't said anything. They are still learning skills. But if they continue to meet those bastards more often, Problems will arise sooner or later. I really have a headache. The factory director took a long breath and said all his complaints at once. It was obvious that he was really stressed and needed to vent. Moreover, Chen Ming had the impression that the factory director actually liked money. I made a lot of money by refurbishing second-hand goods with him in private. But when I couldn't continue doing it, I felt quite sad. Suddenly, someone came directly to grab the business of the repair shop. And it could even be said that they were trying to make the repair shop go bankrupt. It's strange that the factory director isn't angry. So Chen Ming asked very thoughtfully, I happen to be going back in the next few days. So I can kill all these people? The factory director was stunned and said quickly, Don't. You are wronged and your debt is owned. If someone robs your supplies and spaceship, the most you can do is kill the boss. If the director dies, I can easily take care of the other trash. You don't need to do it yourself. Wait a minute. The factory director suddenly paused and realized what Chen Ming had just said. He asked with some uncertainty, You just said you were coming back? Come back to me? Chen Ming responded and said, It's almost time to come back. But I stopped not long ago, and I should be leaving again soon. Going out again. Where are you going? I should meet with the boss first. And then I will fly out along the area between the Afterglow and the mechanical tribe outside. How far I want to go depends on how long it takes me to find a good galaxy. Going on an adventure? No. It's to explore. Colony? Did Lao Wu help you? That would be the case if the previous factory director asked. But now, Chen Ming can be self-reliant and build a colony. Of course, the boss did help. There is no problem in saying it was the boss. So Chen Ming simply responded to the factory director's question. Yes. That will take a long time. Are you ready? It started a long time ago. The factory director said with emotion. It's good to be young, and you can run anywhere. But I don't know how often we can see him again in the future. Chen Ming corrected him and said, Then I'm not talking to you right now. I'm talking about meeting in person. Well, there is a chance. Chen Ming's abilities are still limited. All abilities except for name detection are limited to non-living things. And his control ability is limited to mechanical equipment after leaving the spacecraft. Therefore, in the early and middle stages of colonial construction, Chen Ming was definitely unable to completely get rid of the help of the human world. And in the future, there will always be places where organisms need to be used in colonies, such as environmental modification, crop cultivation, etc. At that time, he would definitely need spaceships to transport these types of things over long distances. Then this is your chance to go back. However, even though Chen Ming said this, the factory director still said with some disbelief, I hope so. After the factory director finished talking about the new director, he quickly adjusted his mood and said to Chen Ming, By the way, Lao Wu told me in the past 2 days that he discovered that someone was following and investigating him. He said that besides drinking at the bar every day, he also went to Lao Wu's place to chat. And he didn't mess with anyone. I asked you if you have any clues. Chen Ming immediately remembered the previous exploration of Psychers by people from the war zone. This may be related to the first time the 14th Legion rescued me. Do you know the details? If you don't know, I will explain it to you. Need not. The factory director casually refused and said, I basically know what happened that time. Lao Wu told me that the source was that some high-level officials in the war zone where our star field is located decided to retaliate against you because you brought Sky Steel back to the company. Obu almost told me something similar, but he didn't mess with them. Does it have anything to do with them? Chen Ming explained. I guess it's because they know that I'm still alive. But they can't find me. So they can only come to you who know me. You have a company behind you. And the boss himself is not easy to deal with. So you can only go to Lao Wu. The factory director frowned and asked, Is there such a thing? How do they know you are still alive? Psychic. The factory director shook his head and imitated Chen Ming's previous tone and said, That's okay. Chen Ming had nothing to do about this for the time being. He could only say, I can only ask Obu to pay attention first. Those who want to deal with me are just a few high-level officials in the war zone. Not the entire war zone. It is impossible for them to mobilize the resources of the entire war zone. Targeting Lao Wu. If it doesn't work, wait until I turn around and ask Old Wu to go out and hide with me. Wait. Something doesn't seem right. If I go back, the war zone will definitely focus on me. Who cares about Lao Wu? Let Lao Wu hold on for a few days. I'm already speeding up. However, when the factory director mentioned this matter to Chen Ming, He just asked about it in passing. With advanced precautions, he could handle many things on the pirate space station. So the factory director casually agreed. Even if Chen Ming didn't come back, he was confident that Lao Wu would continue to be active. He even had the leisure to say jokingly, "Actually, I don't think he would want to go out with you even if you ask him. You don't have what he wants. Wine and pretty sister. Right? Hey." The factory director suddenly laughed like old Wu and said, "As long as you understand, Lao Wu, and I will take care of it. There will be no problem. You can just do your thing with peace of mind. There is no need to worry because of us. Well, okay. If you have any questions, contact me immediately. I'm capable of doing some things now." The factory director accepted Chen Ming's love and said, "Look, don't I just wait for you to help me kill the new director? By the way, speaking of which, I feel like someone in the company may know that you are still alive. How to say? The company recently sent over a batch of new spaceships, which are parked at the dock. I bought them in name, but I remember clearly that I never bought them. These ships are the ones that were still in their original condition and could be repaired when the last battle between our company and the military ended, as well as the armor-piercing ship." Chen Ming suddenly remembered after hearing the factory director's words. Before, he had just gone with Yu Hui and had closer contact with Lao Wu. The company had direct contact with Lao Wu and asked Lao Wu to help pass on a message. It was said that as long as Chen Ming could go back, the company would repair all the ships he had controlled during the battle, including armor-piercing ones, and give them to him. But after the company decided to give up on Chen Ming and took the initiative to express this intention to Chen Ming, Chen Ming basically paid no attention to this matter and almost forgot about it. I didn't expect that the company would send it over at such a strange time. But since the company clearly wanted to give him the ship, there was no way Chen Ming would not want it. So he asked, "Which ships?" "Not many. Apart from the armor-piercing ship, there are only 5 hammerheads." "Hammerhead? It's okay." Chen Ming was not surprised by this result. When the battle with the military broke out before, the company's fleet was weak. In the end, both sides were desperate, and there were not many remaining spaceships. Moreover, Chen Ming's mental power at that time was not as strong as it is now after absorbing the spiritual nerves, and he could only control a part of the destroyer. Although there was additional support from the space station before, all the destroyer-class ships that came to support were blown up, and there were no other models left at all. In other words, only a few of the fleet's original ships survived, and those were the hammerheads. This result is acceptable to Chen Ming, because Chen Ming still doesn't regard the Yu Hui spaceship he controls as his own. After all, he has not yet left the Afterglow star territory, and the ships belonging to Afterglow have not yet completely belonged to him. Also, it is because Chen Ming does not want these spaceships and Yu Hui individuals to belong to him. Because in that case, it would make him feel very uncomfortable when these ships and individuals were lost. What he was going to do next could not be without losses. So Chen Ming maintained this state for now. Then, these 6 spaceships should be regarded as Sindar Company's final compensation to him. It seems that the company is indeed planning to completely sever ties with him, even if they knew that Chen Ming was still alive. There was no contact, and they just sent the spaceship over. Chen Ming definitely chose to accept it. The pure interest relationship between him and the company is over, so long as his relationship with the factory director, Lao Wu, and Baldhead remains intact. The factory director had expected this result before, and he had no intention of stopping it. "Okay, I don't have anything else to do. I'll help you delay it for a few days. I should be able to protect your supplies and spaceship until the day you come back. You can take care of the rest, as long as you can return to our society ruled by law. You, a psychic, have special privileges." Chen Ming ended his communication with the factory director and returned to the present. Sure enough, his previous considerations were correct. The war zone was still eyeing him, and he had to pay more attention to it. If Chen Ming wants to deal with the war zone, Bai Quan, who has conflicts with the war zone, is the best partner. Just in time, Chen Ming's plan was about to start, and it was time for him to contact Bai Quan again. Chen Ming sent a terminal to Bai Quan through his boss a few days ago. Contacting Bai Quan can be done at any time. Bai Quan quickly noticed the movement in the terminal, and he also knew what Chen Ming was here to ask. So he said simply, "I am ready. I have confirmed that the target is the new class unmanned battlecruiser that has entered the final stage of construction and is ready to go at any time." Chen Ming was very satisfied with Bai Quan's reply efficiency, and decided the time very decisively. then it will start in 2 days. Around this time, I will keep in touch with you from tomorrow on. Understood. Bai Quan agreed quickly. But Qinming always felt that the time was a bit tight. But there was nothing that could be done. Because now, there are only 4 days left before the estimated deadline for the completion of the second spiritual enlightenment nerve in the afterglow that was previously estimated. 2 days in advance is already a bit of a limit. And if Yu Wei finishes it earlier, something may happen. To be honest, this time was a bit contrary to his original idea of leaving some margin. But there are so many things that Qinming needs to prepare for. Even if the final execution plan does not require him to think about it personally. After all, Brilliant Gamma Z all knew about Qinming's abilities, and how to make good use of his psychic powers. But even so, even with Qinming, these things have been discussed before. And it is only now that we have a rough overall plan. But there are still some details that have not been finalized. Bai Quan's previous preparations also took time. And they were completed around this time. Otherwise Bai Quan would have found a way to contact him long ago. So there is nothing we can do about delaying the time so far. Fortunately, in the end, Qinming almost completed the preparations before the deadline. At that time, it should actually start with himself. Of course not to start running away, but to start other things. Qinming couldn't be the first to evacuate. He had to stay here in Yu Wei to stall for time. If he ran away, Yu Hui would react immediately and interfere with Qinming's subsequent plans. But as long as he doesn't run away, it will take time for Yu Wei to investigate and understand what happened to some galaxies and finally react. Then he still has room to pull. Qinming not only wanted to leave, he also wanted to take away some other things. Therefore, as long as Qinming, the point that Yu Hui has been paying attention to, does not move first, then he will have a period of time to make the things he wants to take away move first. That is, those afterglow individuals, industrial facilities and basic materials. He needs to gather them all together and finally transport them away together through the resonance of the cruiser's jump engine. Cruiser Qinming is ready. He currently has control of 3 cruisers. No, it cannot be said to be 3 cruisers. It should be said that it is 3 alpha individuals who can control the cruisers. 3 afterglow individuals each control a cruiser. The Brilliant class unmanned cruiser. The Alpha class afterglow controlled Flicker class unmanned cruiser mothership that Yu Hui guards in the border galaxy. And Hui Yao, who was tricked by Gamma A 2 days ago and was also controlled by Qinming, controlled the Hui Yao class unmanned cruiser. However, because Hui Yao usually wanders around various star fields. As a team leader, he leads different Yu Hui individuals to perform various tasks. So it is the most normal thing for it to occasionally disappear in the eyes of other afterglows. Therefore, it has now boarded a cruiser-level Colossus-class heavy cargo ship with the help of Glory. This will be the core of transportation after Qinming. It can use its jump engine to resonate with a large number of other cargo ships at any time and take away what Qinming wants to take away. Therefore, all Qinming's mental power in the future needs to be used to support the maintenance of the cruiser, so that the jump system can be quickly cooled and activated multiple times in a short period of time. This is a serious test for Qinming's mental strength, because once the plan started, he couldn't stop until he was safely evacuated. Stopping means failure. Yu Hui will not give Qinming much time and a second chance. The longer he holds on, the greater the ultimate reward will be. When the things in his hands were almost gone, Yu Hui realized something was wrong. Then it was time for the 14th Legion to take action. They can help Qinming distract Yu Hui's attention. But it can't be too early. Otherwise, if the afterglow shakes people in the entire star field like last time, and shakes several of Qinming's alpha-level afterglows, and discovers their anomalies in advance, then Qinming will suffer a loss. So it would be best if the 14th Legion suddenly sprang out just when Yu Hui discovered something was wrong. Qinming and the 14th Army Corps launching an attack together will definitely give Yu Hui a headache. However, it is more difficult to accurately grasp this time point. So Qinming didn't expect it. He just hoped that Bai Quan could attract Yu Hui's attention at about the same time and share some of his pressure. Buy him some more time. Then it was time for Qinming to retreat. This time can be appropriately advanced to prevent unexpected situations from happening. Anyway, by that time, the things Qinming transported in advance were all based on value. The high-value afterglow cores and industrial equipment must have been shipped long ago. It's nothing more than the loss of some ordinary basic supplies. Qinming also has his boss, who can help in this regard. If it is lost, it is lost. And it doesn't hurt at all. His life is obviously more important. At this time, it was the most difficult moment for Qinming. He needs to have enough mental energy to support the glorious jump to reach him after spending a lot of mental energy repairing the cruiser. And then jump again to take him away after the repairs. He needs to have the energy to get out. He is ready. Chapter 144 Secret Action. Half a day later. Baichuan's 14th Army Corps is ready. The fleet can make what must be an extremely dangerous jump at any time. Directly into the hinterland of Afterglow. And they have also left the giant shipyard that can maintain and overhaul the capital ships. And left the station. In other words, since the end of the last mission, the fleet of the 14th Legion that failed the mission has left the dock after returning to the station to repair the damage to the ship. The fleet has always been hidden in other places, and will only return to the dock when it needs supplies and maintenance at fixed times. As for the reason why Baichuan did this specifically, it's because since the last time humans launched a surprise attack on Afterglow, various Afterglows suddenly began to appear frequently at the edge of the Gallows Star territory. It has become common for Yuhui's fleet to attack fleets traveling between galaxies, invade human galaxies, attack colonies, and plunder resources, even around the galaxy where the 14th Legion is located, which is a military station near the edge of the star field. There are often Afterglow fleets of different sizes coming to harass them. Although the small-scale Afterglow fleet that came over every time was no different from dying, their frequent doings confirmed that they had some impact on the 14th Legion. The troops stationed in the area need to be dispatched frequently for cleaning. Otherwise, it will easily lead to the interception of materials transported by the government. Fortunately, Baichuan has already taken over the former Star District military station for some time, instead of just taking over. And there is a dedicated person in charge of logistics. And the ability is also good. Otherwise, he will definitely have a huge headache. But the problem doesn't stop there. While Yuhui is dying, he must also be constantly feeding back the situation inside the galaxy. Such behavior led Baichuan Lai to conclude that Yuhui would counterattack at some point in the future. Otherwise, they would have no reason to come and die. Since Yuhui is trying to find ways to obtain information about the galaxy, the situation of the fleet stationed in the galaxy will definitely be investigated. With a little bit of attention, you can analyze the situation where he is arranging the fleet and preparing for follow-up actions, and respond accordingly. Therefore, after Baichuan received a reply from Chen Ming that he agreed to help him, he deliberately asked the fleet to leave the giant shipyard very early in order to hide the existence of the fleet. I found a hidden corner and kept squatting. And after receiving the notice from Chen Ming today, Baichuan began to lead the fleet and circled the Afterglow Star territory, approaching Yuhui Star territory from the buffer zone between Yuhui and the Machine Tribe. This is a good position to be on standby, as Chen Ming told Baichuan, since the frontline planet on the edge and the entire galaxy have been controlled by Chen Ming. The Alpha-level Afterglow headed by him is also under Chen Ming's command. Therefore, the fleet of the 14th Legion has little need to worry about being discovered when it stays there. These Afterglows can completely ignore the existence of Baichuan. Even though this is the border of the Afterglow Star territory, there are often individuals from within the Star territory who want to get exercise in small-scale conflicts. As long as they come over, they will be controlled by him during the supply time. Even if Chen Ming didn't have time to control the newly arrived Yuhui individual, let it spread the news. The news that was sent out could only be sent back to the galaxy controlled by Chen Ming, where there was a communication anchor point between galaxies in the first place. Any outside Afterglow individual who dares to come here is no different from a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. Not even a sound can be heard. Baichuan's fleet can stay here safely and wait for the right time. If not for safety and preventing some accidents. Chen Ming even wanted Baichuan to prepare directly in the galaxy or closer to the interior of the star field, so that the transition cost would be less. However, Baichuan actively rejected this proposal. He said that as long as the distance of the jump is not more than half a star field, the impact is not too big. It is not profitable to exchange the possibility of being discovered for better combat conditions in the future. So in the end, we chose an area outside the star field that was close to the galaxy controlled by Chen Ming, but where there were relatively few valuable galaxies nearby. When Baichuan led the fleet to arrive here, he used the terminal given to him by Chen Ming for the first time and took the initiative to contact Chen Ming. I am already in place and can act at any time. After about a minute, Chen Ming replied, Is it okay now? Okay. Do you want to start? No. I'm just asking. Although Baichuan can act in advance, there is no need to do so. Good steel should be used on the blade. Just wait there for now. Wait for my notification. Wait for me to find a suitable time. Chen Ming should be able to get the news about Yuhui faster than Baichuan, and he should also be able to get them to take action at a more appropriate time. At the same time that the news from Baichuan was sent, Chen Ming had almost finished discussing the specific action arrangements with Hui Wang and Gamma Z. Then Chen Ming didn't waste time and started his plan directly. Chen Ming currently has complete control over only 3 galaxies. A galaxy that Chen Ming first stayed in. The first time Gamma Z came back, he went to a galaxy with a crystal crab planet, and a frontline galaxy located on the border between Afterglow and the Machine Tribe. The degree of control of the remaining galaxies varies, but 2 galaxies have a control level of close to 80%, and 3 galaxies have a control level of more than half. But because these galaxies are not completely controlled by him, there is a risk of information leakage. So Chen Ming set his goal this time on these galaxies. Instead, it focuses on the 3 galaxies he completely controls. Be the first to start planning. Starting from the galaxy of the industrial colony, where the factory where Chen Ming first stayed was located. This is an industrial galaxy relatively close to the edge of the star field. The 4 colonies in the galaxy can provide Chen Ming with the basis for establishing a colony. At the same time, there are also quite a number of Afterglow individuals that can support the development of the colony. And most importantly, the Glory, as the Afterglow of the Alpha level, has always been here. It is for this reason that the galaxy Gamma Z went to first, when he came back was temporarily excluded from being the first choice. In fact, that galaxy originally had an Alpha level Afterglow, but it was bombed by the 14th Legion when Chen Ming tried to run away last time, and no new ones have been assigned to it until now. Chen Ming had specifically asked about Hui before. After all, the galaxy has been completely controlled by him. If the new Alpha level Afterglow comes, it will be no different from giving it to him for free. But what brilliance means is that this galaxy will be taken over by a newly promoted Alpha level individual in the future. However, the new individual is still changing from a Beta level core to an Alpha level core, which will still take some time. Then it didn't come until today. It was impossible for Chen Ming to wait any longer. It can only be said to be a pity. But fortunately, he has other preparations that can be used in this galaxy. But that will have to wait for a while. For now, we should focus on the glorious place. Chen Ming contacted Hui Wang through spiritual energy and said, "The time has come. Let's get started. Receive." After receiving instructions from Chen Ming, Hui Wang confirmed that there were no Afterglow individuals inside the galaxy that were not controlled by Chen Ming. Directly rely on the communication device inside the galaxy to start broadcasting to the entire galaxy. Countless complete task documents planned by it personally will be delivered to every Yue individual controlled by Chen Ming accurately 1-to-1. There are a total of 4 colonies located on different planets in the galaxy. 3 colonies covered with industrial facilities on the surface of ordinary planets, and a suspended industrial base floating in the atmosphere of a gas giant planet. All the Afterglow individuals above took action after receiving Brilliant's order. The production lines of countless factories gradually began to cease operations, and countless Afterglow individuals moved out of the original industrial facilities. They were installed on spaceships, robots, or according to glorious requirements. A core was directly transported to the cargo hold of a certain cargo ship. The robots controlled by Yue began to cooperate with the low-flying engineering ships to dismantle valuable industrial equipment, or help the cargo fleets that have spread across the colonies to transport disassembled equipment and supplies stored in warehouses. Countless spaceships flew over the surface of the colony. Different types of spacecraft have different missions, but from any angle, these spacecraft are neat and orderly when performing their missions, and there is no trace of chaos at all. They are all working towards the same goal. Only a small number of Afterglow individuals who have received special orders are organizing materials according to the industrial production tasks that Yue previously assigned to the glorious galaxy, and preparing the last 1 or 2 batches of external materials for transportation. Although the colony has stopped production, the output of the previous batch is already there. Some of these outputs will be retained by the galaxy itself, but more of the industrial output needs to be provided to other galaxies on a regular basis. Otherwise, other galaxies will find that there is a shortage of industrial supplies, and will immediately realize that there is a problem here. Once Yue came to investigate deliberately, it would be extremely difficult, or even impossible, to conceal such a big move as Chen Ming. So leaving these individuals now to continue completing the previous tasks can be regarded as Chen Ming's early preparation. A galaxy can function normally, at least on the surface, if there is no news that anything is amiss. Receiving foreign supplies and exporting industrial products are all normal. Then no Afterglow could have any reason to doubt it. Just as Chen Ming thought, everything is going smoothly. 5 hours later, the time has just reached midnight on Earth time. Chen Ming usually has a very regular schedule, but starting from today, he obviously doesn't have any time to rest. So now he is just lying on the bed with his eyes closed and pretending to sleep. In fact, he is observing the situation of the galaxy through the afterglow individuals in the brilliant galaxy. The industrial facilities that originally made the Earth and atmosphere tremble in the 4 colonies have completely subsided. And the colonies themselves have basically been completely paralyzed. Accordingly, spacecraft loaded with high-value industrial equipment and supplies have crowded the surface. But none of them took off. Still waiting for orders. Because at this time, the Brilliant class unmanned cruiser is staying at the shortest distance from the sum of the 4 colonies in the galaxy. A complete fleet has been formed around it that has reached the upper limit of the jump engine's capacity. Although most of them are cargo ships. Under the current situation where Afterglow cannot detect them. Even if most of them are cargo ships, it is enough. 80% of these cargo ships carry various high-value industrial equipment. 15% carried supplies capable of maintaining this industrial equipment over time. The remaining 5% is the fleet responsible for escorting. It can be said that this fleet alone can build the prototype of Chenming colony. Brilliance completed the construction of the first cargo fleet within a few hours with extremely high efficiency. And a second fleet can be formed again at any time. And in this process, any spacecraft that enters the galaxy and is not controlled by Chenming and the afterglow individuals it carries are all controlled by Hui Wang using the coercive method of diopter. No word spread. At least not for a short time. It may even have done something else during this period. And these things will be reflected immediately. After completing all this, Hui Wang reported to Chenming Hui. The cargo fleet has been prepared, and the jump engine positioning system has locked on the target galaxy. KWYH2. This is a galaxy that humans have not yet set foot on, but has been confirmed and named through observational methods. At the same time, Chenming had previously used the unstable hyperspace channel jump engine to test the refraction, and sent it to the buffer zone between Afterglow and the machine tribe, and took advantage of that time to explore the outer star fields, and found the galaxy where one of the 6 valuable planets was located. Chenming was very lucky to find a total of 3 habitable planets. One of them has a toxic atmosphere on its surface. One has traces of the mechanical race on it. And the other is an ordinary habitable planet with everything normal. There are also 3 galaxies with planets with different open mineral distributions. Therefore, state the final goal of choice. It is the galaxy where the habitable planet with the toxic atmosphere is located. As for the reason for choosing it, it was just because it was the farthest from the Afterglow galaxy in terms of physical distance. And Chenming only needed this galaxy as a temporary foothold. It's impossible for him to build a colony at such a close distance. So a temporary stop doesn't require a good choice. After the glorious report sounded, Chenming didn't hesitate much. He had reached this point, and there was nothing for him to hesitate about. That's it. Let's go! Receive. Brilliance starts the jump engine. Some blurs and afterimages visible to the naked eye appeared in the fleet footage that Chenming saw through the sensors of the spacecraft left in the galaxy. The preparation time of more than 10 seconds is over. The Brilliance drove hundreds of destroyer-class cargo ships in the fleet, as well as a dozen or so scattered frigates used to fill up the last bit of extra jump engine carrying mass to disappear into the galaxy. The transition process still takes a little time. Chenming took advantage of this moment to look at another galaxy. When Gamma Z first came back, he went to the galaxy where the crystal crabs existed. Here, a cargo fleet is also being formed. And as the flagship, it is the Colossus-class heavy cargo ship controlled by Hui Yao. The Colossus-class heavy cargo ship is an essential ship for large-scale material transportation between galaxies. This is a type of ship that has been out of the factory a long time ago. And the only reason why it has existed for so long without being eliminated is that it is easy to use. Both Afterglow and humans have continued to use it to this day. Only the specific models have been changing. Originally, such important cargo ships had fixed numbers, and were shared among several different galaxies. But it just so happens that there is a Colossus in production in the galaxy controlled by Brilliance. And the specific delivery date will be in the future. So Chenming asked Hui Wang to invest some resources on it, and speed up the construction. Just came in handy today. And while Hui Wang was arranging what to do in his own galaxy, he also made arrangements for Hui Yao in advance. Hui Yao now only needs to drive the ship to the designated location. And the other ships that have already been assigned tasks will handle the rest. It only needs to jump to the galaxy that Chenming found according to the set coordinates after the fleet is assembled. Although Hui Yao criticized Chenming for instructing Gamma A to lie to him. But since it has been affected by Chenming, it has some criticism. And Chenming felt that Hui Yao and Gamma A seemed to have developed some relationship that went beyond friendship. although he doesn't know what kind of complicated relationship this is. But based on his understanding of Yue, as a species capable of emotions, he could accept any situation. So under the premise that he arranged the evacuation of Gamma A in advance, Hu Yao is now helping Qinming honestly. The Colossus class was quickly in place, and the jump engine also began to resonate, taking the fleets in the galaxy away together. At this time, Hui Wang had just finished its jump and found the edge of the galaxy before arriving at Qinming. He randomly found a flat planet without an atmosphere and led his fleet to land on it. It makes all individuals sleep silently, waiting for subsequent instructions. And it itself is moving out all the goods from the few storage spaces on its glorious level. After emptying the cargo hold, it moved away from the planet alone and at the same time sent the agreed signal to Qinming. When Qinming received the signal, he decisively used repair on the Brilliant class. Amid the rapid loss of mental power, the Brilliant level jump engine is also cooling down at an extremely fast rate. After waiting for the Colossus, who also jumped over, assisting Hu Yao started the work of unloading the goods. Brilliant started the jump engine that had been cooling down for a while and jumped back to the original galaxy. The second fleet began to be formed, as Hu Yao carried a lot of cargo and took a long time to unload it. It took a while before giving Qinming a signal that repairs were needed. After cooling down the jump engine through maintenance, he returned to the galaxy where the energy crystal crab is located and continued the transportation of the second batch of fleet supplies. Although the efficiency is lower than the glory, at least there are no accidents in the whole process. Everything is going in a good direction. It seems that Qinming does not need to worry about these two sides for the time being. It is enough for Hui Wang to take charge of coordination. All he had to do was provide psychic energy to repair the jump engines of the two cruisers so that they could continue to work. Therefore, Qinming turned his attention to the galaxy on the border. There is only one individual in this galaxy who exists on the planet Afterglow, which maintains the planet's defense power and maintains the operation of the planet's military industry. Qinming still needs to do some simple processing here. Of course, it can't be done here like in the galaxy where Brilliance and Glory are now, because this is a strategic location where Yue fights against the machine race. It is always in contact with the core area of the Afterglow Star territory and with Yue's senior management. Many military-industrial facilities maintain remote monitoring in case the system is unable to actively communicate with the outside world, and they can provide internal support at any time, as long as the signal is disconnected or there is an accident with the equipment. Yue and even Yue's senior management will immediately discover the problem and come over to ask. So Qinming either simply doesn't want the military equipment here, or he delays taking action until the end, when his actions are about to be discovered. At least this way you can take something away. Qinming naturally chose the latter. However, there are still things he can do now. For example, forming a fleet specifically for combat. As a galaxy located on the edge, the core, most pillar, and most important military-industrial facilities of the colony located on the front line will be found to be shut down. But from another perspective, it is completely normal for such a special colony to suddenly form a fleet. It's impossible for Yue's senior management to come to the front line in person. Whatever goes wrong here on the front line, whatever happens, is all a matter of orders from the leader. Alpha level Afterglow. Such a dedicated combat fleet would not only provide protection for Qinming's colony later on, but also for a period of time before colony construction. Even in the past day or two, when something went wrong in Qinming's plan, Yu Hui was able to stop Qinming when necessary. More than 10 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The two cruisers have made several trips inside and outside the star field. Although the jump is fast, the organization of the fleet takes time. But even so, Qinming's mental power has already dropped by 1/3. Of course, he didn't actually know that his mental power was now so huge that it could support so many repairs on the cruiser. You must know that multiple jumps in a short period of time not only require repairs to accelerate the cooling of the jump engine, but also require repairs for the loss of the engine and the battleship itself during the jump process. It was equivalent to Qinming directly relying on his mental power to do the maintenance work that should be carried out after the jump. But compare his current mental power consumption with the number of spaceships left in the two galaxies. To complete his plan, more mental power is needed. Moreover, in these two star fields, during Qinming's actions, which lasted for almost a day in total, some Afterglow individuals discovered abnormalities. They're investigating. It may be some private friends of Yue individuals controlled by Qinming, or it may be Yue from some places that were affected due to the interruption of production. After all, Hui Wang's current computing power is only at the galaxy level. It is already the limit to be able to handle the transportation of materials to all the colonies in the 2 galaxies at the same time, and barely transport the planned external transportation materials within the estimated time. It is an unexpected surprise that something goes wrong only after a day of execution of the plan. And Chen Ming had thought about this situation before. So he had Hui Wang and Hui Yao prepare the means to deal with this situation, relying on specially prepared ships to forcibly control these afterglow individuals, who were thought to be accidents rather than Chen Ming, a human being specifically targeted for investigation. Let them think of a suitable reason before putting them back. Stalling for time. Until now, the situation in both galaxies has not been leaked. But it should be soon. Tomorrow morning at the latest. Afterglow will definitely notice the situation of these 2 galaxies. Then it's time. Chen Ming contacted by Quan through the terminal and said, "The time has come. We can start." "Understood." Bai Quan finished his words. A 14th Legion outside the galaxy at the edge of the afterglow suddenly made some movement, led by 2 offensive-class heavy battleships, with more than 50 cruisers and 400 destroyers. The iconic flicker and blur of the jump engine starting appeared on the fleet, except for the capital ship and some cruisers. The size of this fleet is no worse than the last time they raided Afterglow. And last time, it was a joint fleet formed by several forces. Now it is only the 14th Legion. And Bai Quan alone is making arrangements. Bai Quan was currently in the command room of one of the offensive-class ships. The moment when the jump engine's efficiency reaches its peak, he issued orders to the entire ship. "Ready to fight!" Chapter 145 Escape. After the communication between Chen Ming and Bai Quan ended, another 7 or 8 hours passed. The material transportation work carried out by Chen Ming's 2 cruisers has once again made considerable progress, especially on Huiyu's side, because the number of colonies is relatively small. And the most important colony is the Crystal Crab Colony, the type of industrial facilities above tends to use clean energy. The operating costs of these industrial equipment are relatively high and the output is relatively low. It is difficult to use them in an early development colony. So Chen Ming gave up these devices. He didn't need them now. Therefore, the remaining parts are transported very quickly. And so far they have all been transported by the Colossus class and the cargo fleet. Everything from the Afterglow individuals to some high-end equipment that couldn't be parted was shipped away. Chen Ming even successfully obtained crystal crab cultivation technology from the Crystal Crab Colony, and a large movable ecological cultivation cabin. There is a batch of probably thousands of crystal crabs in a breeding chamber, as well as over 10,000 crystal crab eggs. Although the overall shape is an ellipsoid the size of a human head, these eggs are still relatively angular as a whole. And they also exude the color of crystal like the crystal carapace of a crystal crab. It looks very noticeable. Chen Ming felt that this breeding cabin was built by Yu Hui in order to spread the crystal crab population so that the entire small ecosystem could be transported over long distances. If this thing has no special value to Chen Ming in the past, the best thing to do is sell it. But to Chen Ming now, the value of this cultivation cabin is far more than that. But it's too early to think about this now. There are still several batches of supplies waiting to be transported on Hui Wang's side. Since Hui Yao had completed the work, it also came to help with transportation a few times. Therefore, the entire relocation process can be said to be coming to an end, about half a day faster than Chen Ming expected, and with almost no interference. This is the benefit of being efficient and having arrangements and plans in advance. But now there is still a problem before Chen Ming. His mental strength was almost exhausted, especially later on. It became increasingly difficult to sustain mental strength. Although Chen Ming's mental energy consumption in repairing the jump engine has not increased, his physical sensation is not like this. Suppose something consumes 20% of your energy. Then doing it when you have 100% of your energy is completely different from doing it when you only have 30% of your energy. Although the cost of repairing the jump engine is not that large, the meaning is the same. Chen Ming felt this feeling now. And based on Chen Ming's rough estimate, if he continues to think of ways to transport all the remaining supplies, then his own subsequent evacuation plan will have certain risks. So now, just in case, he would rather give up the last batch of supplies that were too late to transport. Anyway, the most valuable thing has been given away as soon as possible. Materials that could support the early development of the colony have also been sent away. If you can get the rest, that's the icing on the cake. But if you can't, it doesn't matter. After confirming this situation, Chen Ming directly changed his plan. Hui Wang, who was adjusting the remaining Afterglow cargo ships to form a fleet, said, There is no need to continue transporting supplies. Let the engineering ships begin to dismantle the cores on those cargo ships and gather them for transportation. This is the last batch. Receive. Hui Wang immediately accepted Chen Ming's order to change the plan and began to readjust the tasks assigned to each Yue individual. From preparing the cargo fleet to transitioning to cooperating with a small number of engineering ships to start dismantling the core. The entire process was very smooth, without any accidents. The period of time spent in the middle also allowed Chen Ming to recover a little bit of his mental strength, which should be able to sustain the repair of the jump engine one more time. Soon Brilliant reorganized the reduced fleet. After giving up the last few batches of supplies, the fleet was suddenly reduced to the upper limit that a normal jump could carry, as long as this last shipment is completed, except for a small part of the supplies that Chen Ming voluntarily gave up. The rest can basically be transported successfully. This is already a very unexpected, very pleasant, and very satisfying result for Chen Ming. After watching Hui leave, Chen Ming withdrew his gaze from it. He himself should also be preparing for the final evacuation at this time. At this time, it was already midnight of the next day. Chen Ming has not slept for more than 40 hours. During the whole process, we must maintain a high degree of mental concentration so that we can repair Hui and Huiyao as soon as possible, even if he kept his eyes closed in bed in order to pretend. He did not dare to lose consciousness for a moment. Otherwise he might fall into sleep at any time. Fortunately, he had reached the final stage, and he no longer needed to lie down on the bed. Chen Ming got off the bed and went to the bathroom, looking at the heavy black circle on his face in the mirror. He has completely lost the energy he had a few days ago. His once bright eyes were now a little dim. At the same time, because he had no energy to take care of himself, he looked like a mess. No matter how young you are and how energetic you are, no one can bear it without sleeping or resting at all, and at the same time spending a lot of mental energy. Drowsiness and exhaustion had filled his brain, but he couldn't sleep yet. He hadn't reached safety yet. Chen Ming did not dare to use the wild word stone to stimulate himself now, for fear that he would fall into a coma if stimulated, which was already a bit fragile. I could only wash my face with ice water, and at the same time pinch myself and bite the tip of my tongue to force myself to wake up. Finish these things. Splendor has arrived at the target system with the last ships carrying almost all of the remaining Afterglow cores. There are only a very small number of Afterglow individuals left in the original galaxy because they need to continue to communicate with the outside world and pretend that everything in the galaxy is normal. This is also a necessary loss. It is precisely because of these losses that the glorious star field has not yet had a large-scale fleet come in to investigate. After Hui arrived at the target galaxy, Chen Ming began to repair its jump engine as before. At the same time, Chen Ming stopped pretending to have some insomnia in the past 2 days. I chose to put on a set of protective clothing by hand instead of wearing it in such a mentally draining way. He took Xiaoshe with him, and after confirming that there was nothing missing from the institute, he moved to the entrance of the institute with varying steps. After G3's death, although Hui Wang is still temporarily responsible for matters related to Chen Ming and the institute, the authority of the institute is now in the hands of Yu Hui's senior executives. Therefore, when Chen Ming came to the gate was completely closed, blocking Chen Ming's route out. Then a mechanical voice sounded. Not Brilliance, but the sound of a new afterglow. Mr. Chen Ming, it should be time to rest now. What do you want to do? Where's Brilliance? Yu Hui, who was communicating with Chen Ming, asked very unexpectedly. How did you hear that I am not brilliant? Ming Yue and Chen Ming communicated through mechanical sounds, and the mechanical sounds did not have any special tone or intonation. At most, there were differences in language habits among different individuals, but it just said Chen Ming's name and a question, and Chen Ming heard that it was not brilliant, which made him very curious. I think it's pretty obvious. Chen Ming's answer was very idealistic, but even though he could hear it, he didn't know why. Okay, so what do you want to do dressed like this? Can you answer that? Why don't you answer me first? It's just an alternation of tasks. I'm responsible for taking over the glorious work. It's going to be you from now on? Yes. Chen Ming showed no expression on the surface, but in his heart, he already knew what was going on. There is obviously something wrong with what Yu Hui said, because Hui Wang had been communicating with him. If there was such a handover situation, he would have been told long ago. It is impossible to say that he still needs to find out by himself. Chen Ming guessed that it was because Yu Hui had discovered the glorious galaxy. They are planning to investigate Hui Wang, so it is naturally impossible to notify Hui Wang. So naturally it is impossible to let Chen Ming the biggest suspect, leave the Institute at will. It seemed that even if he didn't move in the past 2 days, Yue would soon realize what was happening in the galaxy. Qinming ran out of time. But luckily, he has already started the final stages. Qinming nodded at the response from the Yue high-level individual and said, "I understand." The next moment, he instantly controlled all the equipment in the entire institute. From the inside to the outside, there is no leakage. Even the giant machines parked underground were all controlled by him. In a short period of time, nothing near the research institute could threaten his life. It's a pity that the Qiling neural extraction device was taken away to another place on the planet when Yue was cleaning up the cloning research institute, and it has not been transported back yet. It may be that the cultivation of the second spiritual nerve has not ended yet. Or it may be that Qinming does not want to give Qinming a chance to contact him again. Qinming can only give up on this thing temporarily. However, the Qiling nerve extraction device is not the only one left in the world. It is a device that Yu Hui found from the ruins of another civilization. He will also have the opportunity to find it in the future. Qinming was no longer nostalgic. After completely taking control of the institute and cutting off other Yue's control authority, he knew that Yue must be getting anxious now. So he immediately opened the door, quickened his pace, and walked out of the research institute. There were 2 frigate-level spaceships approaching quickly outside. These were the spacecraft Yue used to keep an eye on him. But right behind Qinming, 4 giant machines that had once been against him sprang out like mad dogs. They pounced on the approaching spacecraft in pairs, not giving them a chance to interfere with Qinming. The hydraulic devices of the 4 giant mechanical bodies burst out with terrifying power output, driving the huge bodies to crash into the speeding spacecraft. He knocked it away and hugged it directly to the spacecraft like a dexterous creature. Violent arcs of electricity erupted from his body, instantly paralyzing and destroying both ships. They directly used their huge mechanical claws to tear apart the armor of the spacecraft, violently dismantled the core device installed inside, and sent it to Qinming. The whole process only took more than 10 seconds. Qinming has just arrived at the Buffalo level. Except for these 2 destroyed spaceships, it would take at least a minute for the other Afterglow spaceships to come over. No one can stop him. Qinming easily dismantled the devices outside the 2 Gamma-level cores and pocketed the cores. At this time, he was standing in front of the Buffalo's open hatch and suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. Although invisible to the naked eye, Qinming knew that there must be senior officials from Yue observing him through satellites. In addition, he saw spots of light in space that turned from dark to bright and continued to intensify. It was a satellite weapon that was turned around in orbit around the star and aimed at the surface of the planet. Qinming didn't feel the slightest panic in his heart, because at the next moment, a jump wave appeared on Qinming's head. A huge 1,000-meter class ship appeared out of thin air. The Brilliant-class unmanned cruiser has arrived on the surface of the planet. Use yourself to protect the Research Institute and Qinming under it. Its shield also unfolded. As the shield that almost covered the sky above Qinming gradually unfolded, the satellite weapons in space also gradually turned off. It is impossible to penetrate the shields of a cruiser in good condition with just 1 or 2 satellite weapons. And all the surrounding spacecraft that were approaching Qinming also stopped. Everything made sense when Brilliance appeared here with its brilliance level. The whole story has been revealed to Yue. Without the support of a cruiser, approaching rashly would just be the wreckage of another spaceship. Can't even stop it. Qinming safely stepped onto the Buffalo level, arriving at the empty cargo bay of the Buffalo class. Apart from the cryosleep escape capsules that have been installed here, there is still a lot of space on the spacecraft. So Qinming conveniently modified all the research and work equipment that was useful to him in the Institute, or that was of high value to the Buffalo-class cargo bay. It was almost time, and Qinming had already sensed the appearance of a cruiser-level spacecraft inside the galaxy through the Brilliant-level sensors. It's time to leave. The Buffalo-class engine started, keeping a close distance from the Brilliant class. In the iconic blur and flicker of the jump engine resonance, Qinming disappeared from the surface of the planet. Next comes the final stage of planning. Qinming knew that the most critical part had just begun. He braced himself in front of the Buffalo class. The purpose of his jump appeared. The galaxy located on the border between Afterglow and the machine race. There is already a newly formed fleet waiting here, ready to fight at any time. As for the target of the battle, it can only be Yue himself. Qinming didn't stay long. Just took a look at the fleet and repaired the Brilliant-class jump engine. At the same time, the second jump was started. Qinming also chose a relatively close location for the second jump, within the star field of Afterglow. even the galaxy that Qinming controlled before the Brilliant Era. Hui Wang did not refuse Qinming's request. He just carried it out normally and arrived here. The entire galaxy now looks empty. Although Yu Hui had already had suspicions before, it had not yet reached the point of conducting a large-scale investigation. Now, although Qinming took the initiative to jump back, he did not react so quickly. Hui Wang casually destroyed several spacecraft that entered its weapons range, and at the same time waited until Qinming repaired its jump engine. Then he jumped away again, although it seems completely meaningless for Qinming to do this. But at a level that cannot be observed by the naked eye, the traces left by the previous glorious control cruisers jump inside and outside the galaxy have been disturbed by the traces left by the jump here. No one, no afterglow, can anymore trace the whereabouts of the fleet here through the traces left by the jump engines. Therefore, Qinming chose the galaxy with crystal crabs as his target for his third jump. After arriving, there was not even a spacecraft for investigation. Qinming easily repeated the previous operation. Arrival, repair, jump. The traces left by Huiyao were also completely disrupted. After the fourth jump, Qinming returned to the edge of the border galaxy again. He couldn't just jump in now. Just as he thought, a battle was breaking out inside the galaxy at this time. It's not accurate to say it's a battle, because Yu Hui has dispatched a radiation-class unmanned battleship and is conducting a unilateral massacre against the Yu Hui fleet that is stationed here to block Qinming's follow-up pursuit. All spaceships that dare to be in space have no room for struggle when facing capital ships. They can only rely on the heavy defense array on the surface of the planet to barely support themselves in the face of radiation levels. Qinming didn't expect that Yu Hui could directly call the battleship so quickly. It seemed that he was angry, and very angry. Fortunately, the fleet here did not notice the sudden splendor outside the galaxy. Even if you notice them, you won't be able to come over in time. Before entering the range of those spacecraft, Qinming can directly make the next jump. However, Qinming also knew that it was not the fleet that was fighting here that Yu Hui was following him. The fleet here is just suppressing. The fleet that was actually being tracked should have just been attracted to the interior of the star field. Qinming covered up the traces of Brilliance and Huiyao, but his own traces still existed, which gave Yu Hui the possibility to track him. The tracking troops should be here soon. They do not have the ability to quickly repair the jump engine to quickly cool down, and can only rely on the cruiser to jump alone to find the path. Find traces of Qinming. Send back the news, send the next ship, and then continue tracking until Qinming is found. It's okay for Qinming to keep leaping, but once he stops, he will inevitably be attacked by a large number of Yu Hui fleets leaping in. He had no time to stay. As long as his mental strength could hold on, he had to keep going. Qinming once again repaired the Brilliant-class jump engine. During the maintenance time, Qinming did not pay too much attention to the situation in the galaxy, nor did he care that he might have lost another alpha-level individual. Instead, he contacted Bai Quan through the terminal and asked, "How is the situation over there?" Bai Quan replied quickly, "We only have the support of one battleship here, and Yu Hui's reaction and the intensity of the reaction are much worse than before. Our battle continues, and I need to create more results." Qinming glanced at the ongoing massacre in the distance. Obviously, he helped Bai Quan share some of the pressure, allowing Bai Quan to gain an advantage on the battlefield. And the battleships that Bai Quan supported in the past can be regarded as helping him share some of the pressure now. "Okay, if you need anything, you can tell me. Your target also has a part of Afterglow controlled by me. I get it. Thank." Qinming ended the communication. He looked intently at the massacre taking place in front of him. This was actually part of Yu Hui's crazy counterattack against Qinming, and it was also within Qinming's previous expectations. Just thinking about an afterglow that covers an entire star field. Because he became like this. Countless afterglows with self-awareness died like this. Qinming couldn't help but said to Hui Hui, "I can't bring out the remaining After We individuals. They are all beyond my ability. They will suffer heavy losses. If you think about the worst possible outcome, you will probably have an internal purge and carry out a larger-scale massacre. Would you blame me for killing so many Hui?" Hui Wang did not waver because of Qinming's problem, but said more firmly, "What I am doing now is to preserve the overall existence of Yu Hui. There will be individuals who don't understand, and there will also be individuals who will sacrifice. This is inevitable. I can sacrifice myself if necessary." After hearing Hui Hui's words, Qinming completely let go of his pity for conscious beings, because he also knew that it didn't make any sense. The real mercy is that he accelerates the pace of development until one day all the afterglow is completely under his control. Qinming relaxed a little and said jokingly, "You are an alpha level Yue. You want to sacrifice me, but you are reluctant to do so." However, Hui Wang did not cooperate with Qinming's plan at this time. Instead, he said seriously, "Those individuals who survived this massacre can continue to lurk. As long as one individual is still alive, the scope of your influence will grow again until the entire star field is controlled by you. Although it is very difficult and takes a long time, at least it is still going on. Unless Yue all commit suicide, it will be impossible to completely find all the individuals controlled by Qinming in this life. The ending of this star field has been determined, just like before. It's just that the ending has been changed. If you had not contacted us through Gamma A, allowing you to survive from the people who were chasing you, but had gone back normally through human paths, none of this might have happened now, and our demise may come sooner." Qinming knew that Hui Wang was referring to what they had talked about before. So he said, "Maybe it's not destruction, but it would be better to perish. The concept of humanity as a whole is different from yours. I believe my choice is right. I believe it too. Wait a moment." While talking to Hui, Qinming suddenly noticed something inside the galaxy where the battle was taking place in front. The administrator of this galaxy, the Blink-class unmanned cruiser controlled by the Alpha-class Afterglow individual, was not destroyed. Instead, it was paralyzed in a corner of the galaxy and separated from the battlefield. Qinming immediately opened the panel and flipped through it, and found that the Alpha-level Afterglow was still displayed on the panel and had not disappeared. There seemed to be a chance of rescue, although Qinming's consciousness was a little blurry. He quietly repaired the paralyzed engine of the Flicker-class ship. At the same time, he quickly told the Alpha-level Afterglow, who was stationed in the border system of Afterglow all year round, a few words about his temporary arrangements. About half a minute later, signs of a jump suddenly appeared on the originally paralyzed Flicker stage. I saw it complete a short distance jump in an instant. This battleship, which had been almost completely paralyzed and only the newly repaired engine could run, appeared next to the Brilliant class, accompanied by the arrival of this Blink-class unmanned cruiser. Other transition fluctuations also appeared at a distance from the Brilliant level. The Yue fleet chasing Qinming followed the traces of his previous jump. There is a battleship suppressing him here, so there must be at least one battleship chasing him. There is no reason to say that chasing Qinming is less important than dealing with other miscellaneous soldiers. Moreover, the fleet inside the galaxy also noticed the direction of the scintillation level transition at this time, and discovered Qinming wandering outside the galaxy. Then it's time for him to go. The Brilliant class started the jump engine, resonated with the almost disabled Blink class engine, and disappeared outside the galaxy together. Qinming actually has several different options now. For example, jump directly to the limit distance at the distance that the jump engine can jump. As long as he can contact the jump twice, then all the Afterglow cruisers will no longer be able to track him. Only the capital ship can continue to find ways to locate Qinming's position. But the jump engine of the capital ship is not unlimited. Therefore, if Qinming does this now, he will be safe. But he didn't do this. Instead, he jumped to the direction of the Gallo Galaxy, which is closer to humans. And when the jump is over, the engine is repaired and prepared for the next jump. Qinming set the target location of the jump in the galaxy of the Pirate Space Station. Qinming obviously didn't think that a small pirate space station could stop Yu Hui's capital ship, because the space station was almost destroyed by several Afterglow cruisers before. But the request for him to go to the pirate space station was made by his boss, whose home is on the pirate space station. So he chose to trust his boss. Qinming's deliberate behavior gave Yue the possibility of tracking. However, in order to disguise himself, he would directly enter hyperspace after each jump, and when the jump engine needed repairs, and use hyperspace to move a certain distance to interfere with Afterglow's tracking. Although he couldn't escape their pursuit, it did delay his steps and gave the Afterglows, who were following him, the illusion that he wanted to escape but couldn't. And when Qinming's last jump arrived at the Pirate Space Station's galaxy, and he also saw the Pirate Space Station in person, in the distance, about 1/3 of the galaxy away from Qinming, there were traces traced by the jump engine. Yue got rid of the interference Qinming had just set up and directly tracked Qinming's purpose. If Qinming was not prepared this time, he might have to die here before he could repair it. But fortunately, Qinming was prepared. He picked up the terminal, found the boss, and said, "Boss, I'm back. I saw." At the moment, when Yue's main fleet led by the Radiation class jumped out, mighty psychic energy fluctuations emitted from the Pirate Space Station. Scan the entire galaxy. Chapter 146 The Highest Point. The psychic energy fluctuations emitted from the space station that were enough to affect this galaxy swept across the Glory and Qinming. It put a heavy pressure on Qinming's spirit. He could clearly feel that this psychic wave was not imposed on him. But he felt like a branch in the flood, completely unable to resist this force. There should be only one person on the entire space station who can emit such large-scale psychic fluctuations. Qinming did not look at the space station behind him. Instead, he turned to look at the battleship that Yu Hui had just jumped over, and the rest of the fleet following it. They have already stagnated under the influence of this spiritual energy fluctuation. It has been frozen there since the jump, floating in space without any movement. What happened to them? The boss's voice reached Qinming's ears through the terminal. They are dead. I have washed away their consciousness, and they are just empty LS now. Okay, come back. Time is still quite tight. Qinming swallowed subconsciously when he heard the boss's words. This radiation-class unmanned battleship serves as the flagship and leads a fleet of more than a dozen cruisers, hundreds of destroyers, and hundreds of frigates. In the blink of an eye, they were all destroyed. Still completely destroyed without any damage. This is the ultimate psyker. But when he thought that the boss was on his side, Qinming instantly relaxed and said, Boss, let me find a place to put the boat first. No, you can just drive directly into the space station. Good, Qinming responded. And without thinking much, he asked Hui Wang to drive the Huihuang class into the space station. And his Buffalo class was right next to Hui Wang. There will naturally be people to deal with the fleet behind us. After approaching the pirate space station, Qinming discovered that the number 1 space arm of the pirate space station had been repaired during his absence. And it was exactly the same as before. When the Brilliant class moved in, the only cruiser-class ship slot in the entire space station was completely filled. On one of the ship's berths was the Brilliance class that had just arrived. On the other ship's berth was the Supreme Point class exploration cruiser that Qinming had been waiting for. The Buffalo driven by Qinming did not go through the passage of other boats, but followed the Brilliance class to the cruiser ship's position. I just found a spot and put it on the edge of the boat, so that he could get off the boat. At the same time, it is also convenient for Qinming to observe the appearance of the highest point when he gets off the boat. The overall appearance of the highest point does not look like a conventional spaceship. It is wide in front and wide in back, and relatively slender in the middle, and the wide part in front is generally round and flat in shape. As soon as Qinming saw it, he thought of the large galaxy-level scanning core and long-range high-precision sensors that are necessary for exploration ships. The second half is more angular. There are many semi-embedded and movable mechanized equipment on it, which are all physical exploration equipment that can be used in practical applications. In addition, there are many entrances and exits covered by armor plates that can be opened, which Qinming can see at a glance. Make it easier to get something in and out, because exploration is not just about scanning outside the planet, but also requires obtaining truly detailed and accurate data on a galaxy and a planet. Therefore, in order to obtain this data, it is essential for the ship to land for investigation. Therefore, there must be a large number of professional tools and devices that can be carried out near this area on the spacecraft, or robots that can take the initiative to go out to achieve refined exploration work, although they all require people to control them. Qinming has almost completely taken away the afterglow of the 3 afterglow galaxies, and he is not short of manpower now. As long as you go back and meet the batch of afterglows sent away by Brilliant Glory, it is completely enough to control the exploration equipment on the highest point. In addition to the most basic exploration function, the exploration ship also has another very important thing: armed forces. This is the basis for protecting the one exploration ship itself. This ship does have a lot of weapons on the highest point. Directly in front of the ship are 2 simple and crude large weapon slots. On the port side of the hull area where the exploration equipment is installed at the rear, there is a large missile slot pointing diagonally out, and on the other side is a whole row of medium missile slots. There is nothing special to say about the other smaller weapons on the cruiser. It can be seen that compared to the serious combat type cruiser, this Supreme Point's force is slightly weaker. However, looking at the weapons installed on it, Qinming felt that its combat effectiveness could still compete with that of ordinary cruisers, especially the 2 tachyon spears installed in the front of the ship. This thing is currently the weapon with the most terrifying instantaneous output capability among the large weapons in the entire human empire. Currently, only Tachyon Technology and Yuwei control the specific technology and manufacturing methods of this thing. When facing hostile ships with non-tachyon technology and non-afterglow, Qin Ming was sure to use these two tachyon spears to fight whatever ship came. The large missile slot at the highest point is installed with a missile called the Locust Short-Range Missile Launcher. This is also a relatively famous weapon. It can launch more than 1,000 missiles with micro-tracking and heat-sensing effects at one time. It is specially used to target fighter jets carried by aircraft carriers, or missiles launched from enemy ships. Although it mainly focuses on the protective function, the combat capability of a weapon is not just about the output of the weapon. As long as the effect is good, any weapon can be installed on the ship. What's more, the highest point doesn't really need missiles that can defeat the enemy with one shot. Simply having tachyon spear for output is enough. There is no problem with using other weapons to protect yourself. And since such weapons are installed, the armor of the highest point must not be much different. This top-notch configuration made Qin Ming unable to help but say, "It's so luxurious." The boss, who was still dressed as casually as before, happened to appear in front of Qin Ming at this time and said, "The spaceship built with funding from the association must be better prepared. Okay, just get on the boat. You can see whatever you want on the boat." He waved his hand and motioned for Qin Ming to follow. But Qin Ming paused for a moment and asked, "Aren't you going to enter the space station?" "No. I'm in a hurry. I'm pursuing efficiency." Qin Ming nodded slightly and said, "Wait a moment. I have something to bring you." Qin Ming waved his hand and saw two robots on the Buffalo level behind him, dragging a small car from the spacecraft. On the trolley is a large transparent 2-meter square glass box. It's actually a small observation box. What's inside is Yui's souvenir: crystal crabs. This was what Qin Ming had specially asked Huiyao to pick out from the ecological cultivation cabin. There are 2 in total, 1 male and 1 female. There were 2 eggs, 1 male and 1 female. Anyway, that's how Hui marked the eggs. So Qin Ming just let Huiyao stuff them in. The boss had never seen this kind of creature before, so he leaned next to the observation box and looked at it carefully. After looking at it for 2 minutes, he suddenly said, "This thing is not bad. It is quite beautiful. It's not just good looking," Qin Ming added. "The outer SHL of this thing is a self-storage material." The boss's face was slightly surprised. And then, there was an accident. He lightly knocked on the glass of the observation box and asked Qin Ming, "You should be more than that." "Right. Yes. I grabbed an ecological cultivation cabin and obtained complete cultivation technology." The boss instantly realized Qin Ming's idea and praised, "It's interesting. It seems that you have thought a lot about the future development of the colony. Come on. It's not enough to just have something. You have to work hard yourself." "Certainly." The boss made a phone call and asked someone to come and take away the observation box. Then he said to Qin Ming, "Okay, let's go and get on the boat." "Then my boat?" "Just stop here." "It doesn't matter. You still can't trust me? That's for sure." The boss usually hides in the only store in the second space arm to block the show, sell some cards, and make some money. Although Qin Ming didn't think the boss could make much money from this. It might just be some strange hobby. So Qin Ming didn't comment. The boss usually doesn't have much presence, but he still has some weight. Now he has displayed this terrifying and powerful psychic power in front of the entire space station, and then asked an afterglow cruiser to stop here. No problem at all. And Qin Ming felt that his boss had some other reasons for letting him deliberately leave the ship here. The most obvious one is that the boss wants to announce his return with the arrival of an obviously artificially controlled afterglow cruiser. Many people had heard of his rumors when the 14th Legion took the initiative to launch a surprise attack on Yue some time ago. Although as the protagonist of the incident at that time, he was said to be dead. Many people had forgotten about the incident. But now that Qin Ming is not dead, the situation is completely different. Everyone will think of him and remember him. This has now been reflected. There is a special entrance and exit for quick access to the space station at the cruiser's dock. But Qin Ming could still see that the flow of people at the small ship's bay next door had increased. Most of them were crowded at the main entrance of the space arm, looking at the spacecraft. At the same time, he was still sharing his knowledge with the people around him who knew nothing. Spread the word about what happened, and it will also spread to the ears of people in the war zone after a period of time. Or now. This is not to trick Qin Ming, but to protect him. As long as more people know that Qin Ming has the ability to end the existence of Afterglow, then Qin Ming will be safer. Qin Ming glanced at the crowd in the aisle next to him, and then looked away. Let the robot keep up with him. And at the same time, he also keeps up with the boss. Qin Ming walked side by side with his boss, and said smoothly, I feel like the factory director and Lao Wu have been very busy in the past 2 days since I came back. The boss smiled. He also saw the gradually surging crowd at the entrance and exit of the space arm. But this was the effect he wanted. He took Qinming around in a circle and arrived at another ship's position. When the highest point of the ship reached a distance that Qinming could almost reach out and touch, Qinming once again realized how huge the 1,000-meter level ship was. And he can control 3 such ships by himself. Under the guidance of his boss, Qinming boarded the spacecraft from the top of his head. The internal environment at the highest point is somewhat similar to the Research Institute where Qinming stayed before. And like the Research Institute, it is basically pure white. Although it does not look familiar, it is relatively comfortable. However, the numerous passages and the occasionally exposed internal heat dissipation ducts still make it clear that this is on a spacecraft, not a pure research institute. Qinming pressed his hand on the hull of the spacecraft. But he did not dare to control this new cruiser yet. I'm afraid that he will fall into coma as soon as he takes control now. For now, it would be better to follow the boss and take the internal fast-moving elevator to get familiar with the spaceship. Although this supreme ship was equipped with various large-scale equipment at the head and tail, Qinming followed his boss to cut it down and found that there was still a lot of space inside the ship. Especially the long and slender part of the hull connecting the bow and stern in the middle has more unused space. Qinming felt that he could install various things in these places. For example, the Research Institute and workshop he needs now. But if he wanted to modify the cruiser, he would have to wait. The boss obviously noticed the emptiness inside the spacecraft and said, "This ship is the prototype of the Supreme Point, so there is nothing fancy about it. But I think you can handle it yourself. It's not that good yet. The best I can do now is to get some finished products that have already been manufactured. I basically have no understanding of the technology used in the cruiser. Sooner or later." As the boss spoke, he suddenly realized that Qinming had just controlled the elevator control panel with his own hands instead of using psychic energy. He asked a little strangely, "Aren't you still in control of the spacecraft?" "Well, because I'm afraid of passing out." Qinming took off the helmet of his protective suit, revealing his hair, which was as messy as a hamster's nest. A small stone sleeping on Qinming's head, black eye circles, and red eyes covered with bloodshot eyes. The last stage of running away from Yue took a while. I didn't sleep for 2 days, and I also spent some mental energy on repairing the spaceship." And as he communicated with his boss, Qinming saw that the excitement at the highest point was gradually passing away, and his fatigue was also rising, and he was almost approaching the limit. The boss frowned slightly when he saw Qinming's state and said, "Then let's change our plan. Originally I was counting on you to fly the ship, but you can't fly it now. You go find a place to rest first, and we'll talk about the rest when you wake up." Qinming really couldn't stand it anymore and asked, "Is there a place to rest on the ship?" "Yes. Which ship doesn't have a place for people to rest?" "I also specially asked the new guy to tear down most of the redundant living areas according to your needs. The exploration ship that was originally capable of housing more than 2,000 people can now only accommodate up to 5 people. The conditions may be better than what you live on the space station," Qinming said. "Then I will rest on the boat. I usually sleep on the boat. Well, I sent you the map of the spaceship on the terminal. I won't tell you in detail where to find food. Remember to take a look at the things in the room. All the things Bai Quan gave you have been sent to your room." After hearing this, Qinming suddenly became more energetic. After all, what Bai Quan promised before was all good stuff. But Qinming's consciousness was immediately shrouded in sleepiness again. In the extreme exhaustion, nothing could stimulate him to make him more energetic. Qinming just agreed casually and prepared to leave. Before leaving, the boss asked Qinming, "Will we see you in the afternoon or tomorrow?" Qinming looked at the time. It was just after midnight, and he needed a lot of rest. So he said, "That may have to happen tomorrow." The boss nodded and said nothing. He retraced his steps and left the ship. Qinming successfully passed the map and arrived at his room in the living area in the middle of the spacecraft. Although it is said to be a room, in fact, the place where Qinming lives here is a suite. 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 bathroom, and even a small kitchen. After all, if the resources of other living areas and living facilities are reduced, the living standard and quality of a single person will definitely be improved. There are 3 rooms. 1 is a bedroom, a study, and an empty room that can be used as a utility room to store some things. The bedrooms and empty rooms are nothing to look at. But there is a whole wall of bookcases in the study room. The bookcases are filled with various physical books. Although the contents are relatively different, these books can all be classified into one category. They are all technical books. Chen Ning even saw a few technical books that seemed to be from the 14th Army Corps. It seemed that the boss had an agreement with the 14th Army Corps. All the books related to electromagnetic technology and anti-electromagnetic technology that Chen Ning needed that Bai Quan had agreed to before were placed here. In addition, it also comes with a large number of cruiser-level basic technologies, allowing Chen Ning to get started. No wonder the boss just said that it was only a matter of time before Chen Ning mastered the modification of the cruiser. There is a special storage cabinet next to the bookcase that contains several electronic cards. Chen Ning randomly picked a card and inserted it into the terminal to look at it. He found that this card was linked to an identity card. Allow Chen Ning to log into a platform where many scientific researchers upload papers and academic reports. If Chen Ning pays money to see each other, there is a limit to the number of times he can see it every day. With this card, he can view these papers on this platform without restrictions, which is very helpful for learning and technology research. The other cards are also the same and can be used to log into different platforms within the Empire. It can be said to be quite considerate. I don't know whether it was prepared by the boss or Bai Quan. Chen Ning felt that the boss was more likely to be prepared, because on a big desk next to the bookcase, there are 3 gift boxes, which should be given by Bai Quan. Chen Ning opened the gift box and looked at it. The first gift box contains a savings card and a memory card. This savings card named Bai Quan contains 2 billion funds, which is the funds Bai Quan said before to compensate Chen Ning's iron ore account. Wait, when talking about the iron mine, Chen Ning suddenly remembered something. He dug into his pocket and took out the amber-shaped source of condensed spiritual energy. The phantom inside, the ship spirit, was circling around the mini iron ore in amber with some boredom. Chen Ning raised the corners of his mouth slightly, tapped the amber, and said softly, "You can come out now. This ship will be my ship from now on." The ship spirit suddenly stopped turning in circles, showing joy, and in a blink of an eye, he ran out of the amber and penetrated into the highest point of the ship. It should still take some time for it to gain complete control of the ship. So Chen Ning continued to look at the memory card in the gift box. This card also comes with a document. This document includes most of the cruiser models currently on the market, and also includes various data about the spacecraft, and even some ship models within the 14th Legion. Obviously, this was the cruiser that Bai Quan had promised to compensate Chen Ning. Chen Ning can make a choice based on the detailed data introduction in this document. Chen Ning might have wanted an exploration cruiser before, but he hasn't thought about it yet, so he'll put it aside for now. Then comes the second gift box. There is only one thing in this gift box: an alpha-level afterglow core. Controlling the afterglow core did not require any mental energy, so Chen Ning directly controlled it and opened its panel. Afterglow Alpha-level AI Core, HRYY1 APGU2. Manufacturer, Afterglow B01 Colony Low Earth Orbit Industrial Facility. Self-awareness, dormant. Computing power, galaxy level. Actions available, none. This is indeed a genuine afterglow. If Chen Ning knew earlier that Bai Quan had sent this thing, he could actually let this individual control the supreme point. Only a signal access device is needed. Unlike Hui Wang, which requires dismantling the more than 100-meter thick hull to access the core of Hui Wang. But it's not necessary now. After all, the boss has left. And now that Chen Ning's mental state is not good, he is recovered after the lamp. Let's talk about this alpha-level afterglow in detail. Chen Ning stuffed the alpha core back into the box. Then he continued to open the last gift box. Chen Ning sensed a faint spiritual energy fluctuation from the beginning, so he deliberately left it until the end. When the box is opened, Chen Ning saw the psychic weapon that belonged to him. A fine revolver. The body of the gun has what appears to be an etched firefly-like pattern, which is very beautiful. Chen Ning's eyes were completely attracted by it for a while, and he couldn't move away for a long time. In addition to the appearance of the revolver, Chen Ning was also observing the manufacturing process of the revolver. He could confirm that the craftsmanship used in this revolver was modern, but the design is indeed a retro design. And it is not retro for today's era. Rather, it is really the style of a century or two after the revolver was first designed. The overall material of the gun body is very similar to Enying alloy, an alloy of a special grade material called Enying and other metals. Based on the weight and color, Chen Ning felt that the alloy should be white cloud steel. After all, this thing is strong and good-looking. Also mixed in is a bit of high-value sky steel, which has an almost blurry indigo color under the light. This kind of silver fluorescent alloy is generally used for heat dissipation of main ship-level weapons. The strength and performance of all metal materials must meet the standards. To be honest, it is quite a luxury to just use it as a material for revolvers. However, Qin discovered that the material of the pistol in front of him was said to be silver fluoride alloy. But upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a difference. At least as far as Qin understands. This material has no psychic fluctuations. Moreover, this revolver is not only emitting psychic fluctuations on one part, but the entire gun, and all materials are emitting psychic fluctuations. The same goes for the wooden material covering the handle that Qin has never seen before. This should not be natural, but an effect achieved using the technology of manufacturing psychic weapons. Qin is not curious about this technology. It is useless to be curious. Even the boss may not know about this. And there is something like a certificate in this gift box. Qin picked up the certificate and looked at it. I found that the above is an introduction to the weapons here. It is said to be the only weapon designed exclusively for Qin by a master designer certified by the Empire. It is named Ming. I don't know if it was by Quan's idea or if the designer knew it was designed for him and chose this name. Qin didn't mind either. And Bai Quan didn't know where he got Qin physical data. And he specifically marked it on the design introduction of this revolver, saying that it perfectly matched his ergonomics. So Qin went straight to try it out for himself. The first time he put his hand on it, he felt that his palm and the handle fit perfectly, making it extremely comfortable to hold. In the second moment, Qin felt that his mental power seemed to be stimulated, and it was still a positive stimulation. It's just that his current mental state is not good, and this stimulation can't stimulate Qin extremely tired brain. It seems like I still have to wait until I get some sleep before I'm okay. But Qin suddenly noticed that there was a website attached to the certificate in Shanghai. It seems that it is still a website that is not public on the public internet. So Qin took the terminal and boarded it to take a look. When the headline, Psychic Senses Network, appeared, Qin wanted to shut down this thing directly. However, when he opened the website, he saw that his account had been logged in. Apparently Bai Quan had investigated several of his identity information and registered it for him. It's no use turning it off. So Qin took a look at this website naturally. This thing is said to be a census network. But in fact Qin can only look at his own situation. Moreover, only the simplest identification information is recorded on the website, as well as the general type of psyker. Because Qin has not systematically studied psychic abilities, nor has he undergone a specific psychic examination. So what is written above is also very vague. His psychic power type is judged to be an auxiliary type of psychic power. And his psychic ability is only 4 words. Control of the spacecraft. But Qin felt that this website should have more than this function. It seemed that he would have to ask his boss for his opinion later. In addition, Qin also discovered an affiliated website on this website. Roster of Imperial Psychic Weapons. When Qin opened this thing, he found that Bai Quan also registered it for him. His Ming is displayed on it. However, this thing is the same as the Psyker Census website. Basically, you can only see yourself. The only difference is that there is one more choice. Let Qin see some. When the Psyker is dead, but the psionic weapon belonging to the dead Psyker is unused or cannot be used. Some unique psychic weapons specially collected by the Empire. It is clear that the possessors of these collected psychic weapons must have once contributed to the Empire. Qin looked at it casually, and then closed the website. Because he hasn't finished studying this knowledge yet. Although the content in the manual ends here on the website. But Qin remembered that his boss had said before that psychic weapons seemed to be inlaid with spiritual stones. So Qin looked carefully at the light in his hand. It was discovered that there is a decorative metal block at the bottom of its handle that can be removed. This is the only component on the entire gun that does not have psychic fluctuations. It seems that the groove left after removing the metal block can be inlaid with ectoplasmic stone. The boss mentioned casually before that psionic weapons have a slight amplification effect on ectoplasm stones. Generally, psionic weapons are inlaid with ectoplasm stones with positive effects, such as the gentleness of the boss. However, since Qin's mad word spiritual stone has resonated and can be controlled at any time, it should be possible to inlay it. But the problem is that the size of the spiritual stone is wrong. You can't just cut off a part and embed it in again. Right? I still have to ask about this later. Qin wrote down another question in his mind. After confirming that there was nothing else urgent for him to do, he packed up all the things in front of him and came to the bedroom. Looking at the soft and comfortable big bed in front of him, Qin wanted to lie down on it. But he suddenly stopped his movements abruptly. Because at this time, Bai Quan suddenly contacted him, asked for his help. Chapter 147 Baichuan's Plan. Qin Ming acted very efficiently in the entire plan he arranged, and his action speed was very fast, even faster than Baichuan's. So now that Qin Ming has returned, Bai Quan is still in the Afterglow Star territory, fighting with Yu Wei. Bai Quan suddenly asked for help, and Qin Ming didn't fall asleep or fainted. Then he couldn't just pretend he didn't see it, so he could only cheer up, throw Xiaoshi on the bed, and leave the bedroom he had been thinking about for 2 days. After washing my face again, I sat down in the study and listened to Bai Quan's story. Just when Qin Ming was more than halfway through executing his previous plan, and 2 galaxies showed signs of being discovered by the Afterglow, he contacted Bai Quan. Bai Quan also started his raid at that time. Qin Ming provided the detailed coordinates of the galaxy where the giant shipyard of the new star is to be built, and there was even a period of data he provided on the revolution of the planets in the galaxy. This allows Bai Quan to accurately locate the specific locations of different planets at different time periods, and lock in a giant shipyard located in the orbit of a certain planet in the galaxy. This allowed him to jump directly with the fleet to the giant shipyard inside the galaxy. Up until this point the raid had gone smoothly, but when the attack actually started, Bai Quan encountered some problems. The protective capabilities of Yu Wei's giant shipyard are somewhat unexpectedly strong. It is not only the armor protection capability of a giant shipyard capable of manufacturing capital ships, also because Yu Wei equipped this thing with a battleship-level shield. Bai Quan thought that this should be the shield of the new class battleship under construction. He hadn't had time to install it, so he used it for temporary use by the shipyard. As a result, Bai Quan was unable to knock down the shipyard immediately, and delayed the arrival of additional personnel from Yu Wei. As the battle line lengthened, the battle entered the most ferocious stage of confrontation. But fortunately, this matter was agreed with Qin Ming in advance. Bai Quan and Qin Ming helped each other share the pressure, so that Bai Quan would not have to face more additional Yu Wei personnel arriving in a short period of time. Although the losses in this process were huge, it also dealt a heavy blow to Yu Wei. Shirozumi lost nearly half of his cruisers and more than half of his destroyers. In exchange for Afterglow, a battleship was sunk. As long as the retreat is successful, even if there is such a loss, it will be a great victory. Capital ships are not on the same level as any other battleship. Being able to trade an ordinary spaceship for a capital ship is basically a surefire deal. Unless we exchange hundreds or even thousands of cruisers for one battleship, that's really a loss in terms of cost. But Bai Quan obviously doesn't meet this standard now. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming asked, "Then since you have no intention of retreating and still want my help, there must be some other reason, right?" Bai Quan was still commanding the battlefield at this time, and said to Qin Ming, "There are 2 reasons for this. While we did destroy a capital ship, it was not the new star under construction. Because Yu Wei's support came very quickly, we can't continue to risk the support firepower to attack the giant shipyard. We can only choose to deal with the additional personnel first, since Afterglow only supported 1 radiation class at the beginning. This is the result. I relied on 2 offensive class ships to forcefully destroy it, but this also delayed it for time. Afterglow's follow-up reinforcements have also arrived. That's the current situation, but I'm not ready to give up on the idea of a new star just yet. Yu Wei's subsequent increase in personnel is only 2 battleships, which should be the reason why you helped me share part of the burden." Bai Quan was right about this. There were 2 battleships following Qin Ming. A ship dealing with the aftermath of Qin Ming's control in the border system. The other ship followed Qin Ming and was killed by the boss. Qin Ming didn't respond, and Bai Quan didn't care either. His guess must be correct. There is another possible reason why Yu Wei's reinforcements are so few, and that is that they are afraid. We're worried that we are still attacking in the east and west like last time, so they should have 1 or 2 remaining battleships that they dare not use casually. Originally, I planned to stop there, but Yu Wei is actually urgently starting a new star that has not yet been completed. I saw an opportunity in it." Qin Ming couldn't help but ask, "You don't want to wait for the new star to take off and kill it surrounded by several battleships, do you?" Bai Quan immediately denied it and said, "I won't do stupid things. I just plan to arrange a special operations team to sneak into the giant shipyard, perform infiltration missions, and find ways to destroy the new star. If the new star stops there, it really has little chance. But once it starts, opportunities are everywhere." What Bai Quan said seemed to make sense, but Qin Ming still asked, "The idea is good, but how did you think of finding me?" "Because you said before, There is also a part of Afterglow controlled by you and my target. Chen Ning turned his somewhat stiff brain and recalled it carefully, and found that this really happened. It was just yesterday or the day before yesterday. He just said that it seemed that he was a little tired and confused. But there is really nothing wrong with helping Bai Quan. Chen Ning's idea is simple. After he escapes, Yu Wei will definitely conduct a thorough internal investigation, and will also follow the investigation of all Yu Wei individuals that Chen Ning, Gamma A, Hui Wang and Hui Yao have come into contact with, and follow the clues. The entire star field may even be cleansed, and no related individuals will be able to escape. He certainly couldn't protect the Yu Wei individuals controlled by him in such an important place as the giant shipyard. Then let's just let them do their last part now. So Chen Ning agreed to Bai Quan's request and asked, "What about the specific method? Yu Wei monitors places like the shipyard very strictly, and the Yu Wei I control can only touch relatively peripheral areas." Bai Quan suddenly analyzed. "You can control so many afterglows. You must not have controlled them one by yourself, right?" Before Chen Ning could answer, he continued, "So you must have the ability to spread your psychic energy over a wide area. But you can't control the entire Afterglow star territory. Either you don't have enough mental strength to continue controlling it. Either your psychic diffusion effect must be limited. Looking at the situation of this giant shipyard, I think it is the latter. Otherwise, if it were me, I would rather sacrifice part of the Afterglow that I have controlled to control the entire giant shipyard. So I guess your psychic energy can only be transmitted indirectly with the help of something. Is it Yu Wei himself?" Chen Ning said nothing, and Bai Quan guessed his ability again. Or it shouldn't be called guessing, but analysis. Knowing the general effect of Chen Ning's spiritual energy, knowing the role played by Chen Ning's spiritual energy, and knowing the final result of Chen Ning's spiritual energy, we can indeed analyze it roughly. Bai Quan continued to speak. "My team should be able to take the Afterglow individuals you control and continue to spread your abilities. You must be able to do a lot more." Chen Ning held his forehead and forced himself to cheer up so that he could think more rationally. Bai Qian's mission goal has actually been achieved. The destruction of an Afterglow radiation-class battleship should be a big enough achievement. At least it was greater than the last time when thousands of battleships were lost but no results were achieved. So faced with Bai Quan's current additional request, Chen Ning decided to decline. "I haven't rested since 2 days ago. It took a lot of energy to escape from Yu Wei. I need to rest." But Bai Quan seemed to have misunderstood Chen Ning's meaning. He translated Chen Ning's truth into 3 words. "Need to pay more." So he said, "As long as you can win, you have the final say. Just don't go too far." Bai Quan's words had completely placed his treasure on Chen Ning. Chen Ning immediately began to think about the model of the second cruiser he should get from Bai Quan equipped with an alpha core. However, he immediately stopped the thoughts in his mind and said very rationally, "Even if you lose, you will still have to pay for lost work. If I lose, I might not be able to go back." Tisk. Bai Quan looked at the big word, "Tut," displayed on the panel in front of him, and suddenly smiled for some reason. He said, 2 billion. My inheritance is so much. Deal. So how do your people get up? The giant shipyard is not that easy to enter. Enhanced assault boat. Chen Ning frowned and asked, "Jiao Gang? What era are we in now?" "It doesn't matter what era it is. What's important is that this method is still effective. Although we usually use robots, now we can only use humans to carry out detailed destruction tasks. The risks are extremely high, but the benefits and risks are equal. Our 14th Legion's promotion is based on military merit. Failure is just death. But once successful, the future is immeasurable." Chen Ning asked in confusion, "Would anyone be willing to do such a thing?" "There will be. It was the same last time. If there wasn't something wrong with me, no matter how difficult the conditions are, as long as there is a possibility of success, we will still implement the plan to raid Yu Wei Kleka after rescuing you. You can see the risks. But if you succeed, you also know what the rewards will be." Chen Ning always likes to consider the worst outcome and asked, "What about failure?" "I also know the consequences of failure. So my last plan had already prepared an escape route, and I was confident enough to retreat." Chen Ning still didn't understand, and said, "But there should be no one who implements this plan. In the past, when I was completing the mission before I was promoted to Major General, I didn't either." Bai Quan's words, which were calm but full of despair, and the bloody aura of turning over in a desperate situation, made Chen Ning's heart skip a beat. The serious soldiers of the 14th Legion seemed to be a little crazy. Chen Ning thought about it carefully. Bai Chuan's idea was not harmful to him. It's just that you may lose some afterglow individuals that are destined to be lost. And you will be more tired at the same time. Bai Quan has stayed with Yu Hui for too long. Yu Hui will soon stop tracking Chen Ming and arrange for more reinforcements to go to Bai Quan. Bai Quan could only stay for the last 2 or 3 hours before being forced to retreat. Chen Ming only needs to hold on for a little longer, and he should be able to get results. Moreover, in the giant shipyard, Chen Ming only controlled a few gamma-level afterglows, and could only do so much. If something really happened, it wouldn't be Chen Ming's turn to take action, or it would be pointless for him to take action. So Chen Ming agreed and asked, "What exactly do you plan to do?" "The specific plan details of this mission will be discussed with you by the team executing the mission. I will leave this terminal to them for the time being." "Well, that's not necessary. Just put down the terminal first." Bai Quan did as he was told and put the terminal in his hand next to him. Although Chen Ming's current abilities still have some limitations. For example, he cannot control other mechanical equipment through the mechanical equipment he controls. Only the afterglow he controls can do so. Therefore, he cannot now connect the terminal through the terminal to get a second terminal that he can control and give it to the team that will perform the task to facilitate contact with him. That's why Bai Quan considered handing over his terminal to the team carrying out the mission. After all, the help Chen Ming can provide him now is definitely not as great as the help he can provide to the team that actually enters the giant shipyard. But since Chen Ming didn't let him do this, it was obviously because he had already figured out a solution. A way to proliferate mechanical equipment. After Bai Quan put down the terminal, Chen Ming directly modified the terminal. Okay. The metallic liquid appeared in the void in front of Bai Quan, flowing and wrapping the terminal. Bai Quan, who was commanding the fleet, couldn't help but take another look at this thing. This was the first time he saw Chen Ming's spiritual power being used with his own eyes. Chen Ming quickly transformed the terminal into 2 complete communication systems that could run simultaneously. Then he used his ability to dismantle one of the communication systems that was fully matched with the terminal. The original terminal was then modified back to the most basic model. From the design point of view, it no longer had a second communication system and was returned to Bai Quan. Immediately afterwards, Chen Ming modified the dismantled communication device into a new terminal that was exactly the same. Finished his thought. This operation is somewhat similar to the effect of using modification to achieve manufacturing. But the manufacturing is limited to Chen Ming's side, and the spacecraft controlled by Chen Ming. The ability to transform is not. It is only limited to mechanical creations controlled by Chen Ming. It is equivalent to exerting transformation influence wherever the things Chen Ming has come into contact with exist. It's nothing more than looking at Chen Ming's imagination and creativity. Can you find some loopholes in the limitations of capabilities that can be exploited? Of course, this shouldn't actually be considered a loophole, but a characteristic of his psychic abilities. For example, now, as long as Chen Ming masters a manufacturing technology, he can use a reasonable method to transform a part of what he wants to make on any mechanical creation, and then use the transformation method to completely manufacture it. This method has an advantage. That is, the consumption of mental energy is much less than that of manufacturing. Chen Ming usually has a lot of mental energy, so he doesn't care about the consumption of a part of his spiritual energy. If he consumes too much, he can also exercise his mental energy. But at this time, any depletion of mental energy may become the last straw that completely crushes him. So even if Chen Ming could create a new terminal directly next to Bai Quan, he should use this trick at this time. The proliferated terminal was quickly delivered to the person it was supposed to be delivered to. A team of 5. At this time, Chen Ming suddenly asked Bai Quan, "You only arranged 1 team of people?" "More than that. It's just that there is only 1 team ready to take action. There should not be too many people on the infiltration mission, because communication after entering the dock will be very inconvenient, and they may interfere with each other during the mission. If you can help achieve interference-free real-time communication among several teams, then I can indeed send several teams out together." Chen Ming could theoretically do it, but now he couldn't because of his mental strength. So Chen Ming didn't say anything and let Bai Quan follow his own plan. Bai Quan had already clearly explained the mission of this special operations team before, and now he has issued specific action instructions. The captain of this special operations team also understood the role of the terminal sent from above. He knocked on the terminal and asked, "Mr. Chen, can you hear me?" "Well, just say it." "Yes." The captain responded subconsciously and began to briefly explain what they were going to do next. Our mission goal this time is to destroy the new class unmanned battlecruiser. This 10,000-meter class battleship is almost impossible to destroy under the protection of other battleships and giant docks. But we can use some tricks. The captain took out an obviously crude blueprint of a giant shipyard, with several locations marked on it. Yue's giant shipyard technology was stolen from us. After so many years, the details may have changed, but the big aspects will not change. He pointed to one of the marked locations and said, in order to facilitate the transportation of materials inside the giant shipyard, there is a simulated gravity module node at this location in the design. There are restrictions on the use of the imitation gravity module. It cannot be in the shape of a cover, so the entire giant shipyard will be affected by gravity. But when building a spaceship, a gravity-free environment is more convenient. So Yue has deployed a gravity magnetic detector here. The captain's hand moved to another position. Gravity magnets can be used to counteract the effects of their own simulated gravity systems, speeding up construction efficiency. There's no need to talk about the specific equipment details. I know them all. You just need to talk about the specific plans and arrangements. Yes. The captain responded and followed Qinming's request. What we have to do is sneak in here and remove the gravity magnetic sensor. As long as the new star doesn't have time to fully activate, its own weight will cause it to directly self-destruct, and it may even destroy a considerable part of the giant shipyard. Qinming suddenly asked a hypothetical question. What if Yue has turned off the simulated gravity module and turned off the gravity magnetic sensor? Nova is parked at the bottom of the dock. How do you deal with it? Then we will restart the simulated gravity module and reverse the direction of gravity. Qinming nodded slightly. It seemed that their plan was complete. The ultimate goal is also set at the imitation gravity module, which is very safe at ordinary times, and will not necessarily explode even if the spacecraft is destroyed. Even if Yue wants to take the initiative to dismantle it, he must consider the impact on the giant shipyard itself if this thing really explodes. But correspondingly, the protection here must be extremely tight. The members of the Special Operations team should be ready. I'm curious about one thing. How are you going to come back? The Zodiac can go back, or we can just surrender to Afterglow. Yue has never taken the initiative to kill people outside of combat. They will use us to trade with the army. All prisoners can return safely. Qinming will have no problem getting here. Okay. You go ahead and do it. I will help you when necessary. Yes. The captain obeyed Qinming's instructions, as if he was obeying the orders of his superiors, and led his team members out of the preparation room. They have to embark on the most dangerous journey for the most valuable result in this battle. There was no telling if they would make it back alive, or even if they would arrive alive. Qinming was slightly concerned about them at this time. But there's no use caring. If they fail, the next batch of special operations teams will take over, and no one will remember them. Maybe Qinming will remember them for a while, because they are somewhat similar to Qinming's past. They were all insignificant people. There was a time when no one cared enough to remember a few tiny employees on a mining space station. But now, Qinming is already a person enough to have an impact on the Star Territory Joint Theater. Baiquan, who said that he had no way out, was obviously an insignificant person at one time. But he has now become an Imperial Major General. You should also be able to understand the mood and thoughts of little people trying to seize opportunities. In other words, Baiquan doesn't care about this because he has experienced more personally. But Qinming couldn't help but care anyway. After all, he had experienced such pain. And it was also the first time I saw someone willing to pay the price with their life in order to achieve their goals. The impact of personal experience is more obvious than watching other people's deeds. It's like hearing about an accident there and how many people died. Or the difference between hearing about a neighbor you often see being hit by a car in front of you. Obviously, the latter allows people to experience emotional fluctuations more. Qinming almost feels like this now. No. Qinming thought about it carefully, and it seemed that there was. He had seen people who were willing to pay the price of their lives in order to achieve their goals. But it's not a person. It's the afterglow. The glory. Qinming shook his head slightly, temporarily stopping the strange thoughts in his mind. If you continue reading, the ending of these people may be coming soon. A few minutes later, the fleet of the 14th Legion suddenly launched a large-scale launch of assault boats. Among a bunch of assault boats, filled with robots, with closed structures, and only destruction left in the system logic, there is one containing this special operations team. After taking great losses, these assault boats passed through the dense fire network between the fleets, from the top and bottom of the front, as well as from the flanks. Yue was attacked by Baiquan. Until now, they have not been able to organize a decent resistance. Of the hundreds of assault boats launched at once, only 10% succeeded in breaking through, and the one carrying the Special Operations Team happened to be one of them. Chapter 148 Blueprint. The fate of several members of the Special Operations Team seems undecided. There's an element of luck and there's an element of where they choose to land, because they are currently located in the cargo transportation area where the U-Wei control by Chen Ming is mainly distributed. This is an important, but not too important place. The important thing is that the transportation of materials required for the entire giant shipyard ship manufacturing and daily maintenance of the shipyard basically depends on these cargo areas located in different locations of the shipyard. But what is not important is that there is more than one cargo area for transporting materials. The lingering afterglow controlled by Chen Ming can only touch the outermost cargo area of the giant shipyard. So now, he has the most say, and knows best what is going on in the cargo area of the dock. When there's an attack like the one the giant shipyard is experiencing right now, the cargo area means nothing. No supplies were being transported at all. And all the afterglow individuals that control this area are basically installed relatively close to the interior. And there is no possibility of them being dug out. And it is impossible for truly urgent supplies to stay here for more than a few minutes. If an emergency occurs, they will definitely be transported away as soon as possible. So much so that now it can almost be said that this is the place with the lowest security level within the entire giant shipyard. This is also the case with Yue-Wei's assault boat defense methods. It would be better to let more assault boats go in this direction than to allow assault boats to successfully break through in other more important areas. It's okay to think about it. Since the high-value materials have been shipped away long ago, the low-value materials are definitely no match for the various equipment. Even though there is logistics equipment here, the value of the logistics equipment is not expensive at all. If it breaks, just replace it with a new one. So when this wave of assault boats successfully penetrated the giant shipyards, forcibly used shield through physical means, it was completely unable to protect against attacks by weapons below the main level. And after the 788 armors that had been destroyed by the first wave of Baichuan's raid with 2 offensive-class ships, Chen Ming could clearly feel that the situation here was different from the surrounding areas, where the vibrations of fighting were constantly coming from. The protection level here is relatively low, and the scale of conflicts that can break out is naturally relatively small. In fact, there is another reason for the low security level here. That is, the cargo transportation area is a relatively open area, and only a certain number of logistics devices serve as bunkers. Whether it's offense or defense, it's not a good place. So Yue basically didn't think about defending here, and just closed all the logistics channels. The most basic defense force relies on some basic turrets and working robots with some combat functions. With these things in the way, if there is an intruder, it is impossible to be broken through immediately, which is enough to support the arrival of additional troops. Even if it didn't last, the invaders successfully broke through. This cargo transportation area is also an area that is not far or near from all other places. No matter where you go, it takes a while. There must be many opportunities to block it along the way. There is almost no possibility of breaking through the giant shipyard from here. There is no need to arrange too many defensive forces here. But almost, as long as it exists, there is still a possibility of breaking through. Just like what the leader of the Special Operations Team just said. The entire giant shipyard was designed by humans, and Yue just modified it and used it. So there are still many freight channels or other routes that cannot be removed. It's impossible to leave Yue unused. So under normal circumstances some robots will be dispatched here to do some auxiliary work. These extra freight lanes for humans mean more space and more opportunities. And these are the biggest weaknesses of giant shipyards. The above is information that Chen Ming quickly analyzed through the information he had in an instant. But just knowing this is of no use. The specific implementation depends on how the Special Operations Team members at the scene do it. At this time, their assault boat and the other 3 assault boats that followed them were lying upright on the deck of the cargo transportation area. But there was no movement on the 4 assault boats. But this still attracted some afterglow internal defense measures, including Yue's robots and several automatic turrets. They have all aimed their weapons at the assault boat. It's just that the assault boat itself is very strong, and weapons used for internal defense of the dock may not necessarily be able to destroy it successfully. It's very possible to waste bullets or energy. So the afterglow security system that locked the assault boat was still waiting for an opportunity. However, several minutes had passed, and there was still no movement on the assault boat. This attracted the afterglow individual in charge of this area to control one of the robots and move forward, preparing to find a way to open the hatch of the assault boat to see what was going on inside. Of course, when Yu Wei made such a decision, the fact that the special operations team in the assault boat had been silent was definitely not because they were not doing something. They have been preparing. In particular, the team member who is responsible for electronic technology is currently controlling the robots in the other 3 assault boats that came together. Although under normal circumstances, the assault boat itself only has one goal of breaking through the defense line. And it is also filled with robots that can only attack indiscriminately. But these 3 assault boats are different. They took the initiative to follow the special operations team's assault boats from the beginning, covering them and improving their survival probability. Moreover, the above robot is specially made and does not have the conditions to be purely closed to receive signals from the outside like other robots that are only for destruction. So these robots can also take commands. This team member is now tinkering with these things, especially with the help of Chen Ming. Chen Ming can directly rely on the information obtained by the Gamma level Afterglow that was responsible for this cargo transportation area, mark the locations of all nearby surveillance equipment and fixed turrets, and give them to this team member. At the same time, he can also use the control authority that has not yet been suspended to confirm the surrounding environment through the cameras on the equipment here, and also hand over the positions of several protective robots to this team member. And he can also provide some internal data codes of these nearby devices. Then cooperate with the team members to directly hack into the system and obtain some additional information. Confirm all the hidden monitoring and protection facilities that are inaccessible to ordinary Afterglow individuals. These devices may cause Sunset to notice that the assault boat here is not a robot, but a human. If this is discovered, it will definitely affect future actions. Yu Wei could guess using his brain that humans had a special plan and would definitely guard this area. Therefore, before the official operation begins, they must deal with all the things in this area that may reveal their whereabouts. If you can hack it, hack it. If you can't hack it, the team member who mastered electronic technology lightly pressed a button on the unique terminal in his hand. The hatches of the other 3 assault boats next to it suddenly opened together. Several professional combat robots sprang out from inside, under the same conditions as seeing through. The Afterglow robot that dared to approach was instantly destroyed. At the same time, it began to destroy all monitoring equipment in the cargo area with extremely high efficiency, and some forts that had separate lines that could not be hacked quickly took the initiative in the battle situation. It only took 2 or 3 minutes to completely clean the cargo area. At the same time, any possibility of observing the interior of the cargo area from other places is eliminated. Of course, they did not destroy all the cameras, but still retained some of them. None of the remaining cameras could be aimed at the path they would take, and could only monitor other parts of the cargo area, while covering their whereabouts. They will not leave too many human traces. But now we are still in Yu Wei's giant shipyard anyway, so support will definitely arrive soon, even if their whereabouts are covered. They must move quickly. Several team members immediately rushed out of the assault boat and ran towards a closed cargo channel following the location that Chen Ming had just marked for them on the shipyard map. The door to this location is locked and has been forcibly locked by higher authority. Yu Wei, controlled by Chen Ming, only has the authority to control equipment and some monitoring equipment. There is no possibility of opening this door now. We can only rely on the special operations team. This is something Chen Ming has confirmed with the team in advance that they can solve. Otherwise, if even a door cannot be secured, the subsequent infiltration and sabotage plan will be empty talk. And there is no need to even think about executing it. It is better to go back to sleep. The captain led his 4 team members to the closed metal gate. 2 team members took out cutting tools, but they did not take action immediately. Instead, they looked at the electronic technical team member. So the teammate took out a half-palm-sized electronic device from the mounting slot of the lightweight exoskeleton armor. He hung the electronic device next to the door for a few times, and after hearing the obvious beeping sound, he placed it directly next to the closed door. His eyes were locked on the terminal in his hand. 10 seconds later, the closed metal door suddenly opened, and a freight channel appeared in front of him. After getting a signal from the electronic technical team members that they could pass, a group of people filed in. After the team recovered the electronic device he had just taped to the door was closed again, with some of the internal data signatures provided by Chen Ming. The electronic technology teammate easily hacked the surveillance along the way. Let the surveillance loop play back the footage of everything that was fine before in the few seconds they passed by, completely oblivious to their presence. The team quickly moved through the freight aisle without any problems. Soon, according to the route planned by Chen Ming from the beginning, he arrived at a small warehouse where remaining and excess materials were temporarily stored. Although the computing power of Afterglow is quite good, it is very accurate when it comes to estimating the quantity of materials required for ship construction and daily maintenance in the dock. Under normal circumstances, the material can be used up just right, and there will be no excess material accumulation. But the general situation is the general situation, and there will always be unexpected times. In addition, Yue has learned the habit of leaving some margin from humans, and they usually prepare some excess materials. If unexpectedly there is not enough, send it all together. If it is not needed, pile it up in this warehouse. When there is more, it will be processed together. So this small warehouse has always had its meaning. The team has now entered this warehouse. After confirming that the warehouse was safe, the two team members quickly began to install a piece of equipment they had brought with them. It is a terrain detection device that has a strong effect in detecting terrain, but its range is very short and can only be activated after entering the dock. Although the team is part of the map of the giant shipyard provided by Chenming. However, the Afterglow control by Chenming was just an ordinary gamma-level Afterglow responsible for freight transportation. It had been restricted to the nearby area. After the team arrived at the warehouse, the information it had ended. It is still necessary to use various means to analyze the difference between the actual situation the team is facing and the drawings. By analyzing the situation deeper in the giant shipyard, we know the location of the subtle modifications Yue made when manufacturing the giant shipyard. Use this to formulate specific plans for the next step. Taking advantage of this moment, Chenming said to the captain, who was on guard at the entrance of the warehouse, "Go to the wall behind you." Although the captain was puzzled, he still followed Chenming's order. He waved his hand to signal the team members, who had nothing to do for the time being, to take his place and continue to be on guard. And he came to the wall that Chenming mentioned. The metal wall suddenly opened, revealing a small space covered with dense wiring. And in the very center of this space is an iron-red Afterglow Gamma core. Originally, the Gamma Afterglow controlled by Chenming was responsible for the equipment work in the cargo area. And this is the reason why it can provide Chenming with a map that has penetrated a certain distance into the giant shipyard. This is where the core is installed. The core pops up automatically. And at the same time, a data line that can be connected to the Gamma core appears next to it after the metallic liquid flows. You know how to use it? Yes. The captain reached out to put the core away and handed it to the electronics technician. Chenming did not express an opinion. Anyway, he was just providing help. The specific process of the task and goal had nothing to do with him. Soon, two other team members, who were busy installing the equipment, signaled that the equipment had been installed and began to scan the surrounding environment in real time. The results of the scan came back almost immediately. A three-dimensional imaging map projection with a fairly complete structure appeared above the device. Chenming, who didn't know much about the internal environment, also took a closer look and found that the giant shipyard could be divided into three areas. The outermost is the cargo area and protective equipment area, the middle staging area, and the area where various equipment for maintaining the giant shipyard exist. The innermost area is the actual dock and shipyard area. But there is no detailed imaging here for reference. The captain had similar thoughts to Chenming. He made two gestures on the map projection and said to the other team members, "Our mission this time requires passing through these three areas and heading to the innermost layer of the giant shipyard. The outermost dangerous zone has passed, and we are now at the outermost edge of the middle zone. Then we just need to follow the logistics to the cargo distribution center in the transit area, and then we can continue on the way inside." The goods sent to the cargo distribution center, after strict inspection from the outermost cargo area, will be classified in more detail here and then distributed to different facilities in the middle area. That is, some places such as power generation divisions that actually need to replenish supplies. However, the team's ultimate goal is still in the core area where the giant shipyard is located. The captain pointed his hand on the map projection and said, "The gravity magnetic detector is right there." One team member shook the gun in his hand and said, "The security there will definitely be tighter than outside." "That's right. There are only 5 of us in total. It's impossible to go all the way in, so we can't go directly along the logistics channel. We have to choose another way." The captain suddenly said respectfully, "Mr. Chen, what's up? You just need to connect this Afterglow core to a place with a data cable." Right. The captain said respectfully again. "I understand." He pointed his hand towards the map projection again, pointed to a location and said, "There is a room here that is equipped with many internal servers and should be a computer room. We'll go here next." There was no time to waste for the team members. After they decided the way to go next, They quickly dismantled the equipment and left the small warehouse. Set off again along the logistics channel. Continue to rely on the hacking skills of the electronic technical team members to hack the surveillance camera as they pass along the way. Although there was a war going on outside, the team members felt a little relaxed inside after actually coming in. But they don't dare to relax at all now. After all, this is within Yue Wei's territory. Even if they are not afraid of death and can complete the task without dying, it is definitely better to not die. It's just that they have just walked a few steps in the direction of their destination. The electronic technical team member suddenly looked hesitant. He opened his mouth, not knowing whether to speak. After hesitating for a short while, he finally said, "Wait a minute." The captain immediately turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" "There's something in the wall next to me." The team members immediately became alert and pointed their guns at the wall. The electronic technology teammate quickly explained, No, it's not the afterglow. It's some lines. And it's not wires." The captain immediately signaled to the other team members and asked them to take the cutting tools and start working on the wall. An opening was soon cut into the wall, revealing the precisely arranged data lines inside. However, the exposed line is in the middle. It is very difficult to find the two ends, and it is not certain whether the two ends are as shallow as the middle section here. This made the electronic technical team member who discovered these data lines ask a little nervously, "Mr. Chen, is this okay?" Qinming fell into thinking at this time. He thought for a while and said to the team, "You first find a place where you can hide temporarily, and then cut off the data cable directly. I will do the rest." The team quickly followed Qinming's request and found a room nearby that houses a robot that cleans the freight channels on a daily basis. This can be used for temporary shelter. They then cut off the data cable as requested by Qinming, and quickly left the scene after leaving the gamma core behind. Some metallic liquid suddenly appeared out of thin air at the end of the data cable connected to the gamma core, transforming the original intact data interface into the same model as the cross-section of the data cable the team had just cut, and the remaining metallic liquid directly covered it, completely connecting Qinming's data cable and the data cable in the Yue Wei wall. The next moment, Qinming said to the team members, who had not even had time to enter the small room, "No need to hide. Come back." "Ah?" The captain was stunned, but still followed Qinming's request and led the team members back to their previous positions. When they returned, Qinming also controlled all the equipment in the surrounding area through the gamma-level afterglow connected to the middle area of the afterglow. Of course, it is just a segmented module inside the entire giant shipyard. If there are more, the core of the gamma class cannot bear it. But even so, Qinming has already obtained considerable authority. Even because there is a data line leading to the team's next goal, the computer room, Qinming had complete control of the computer room without direct contact. "Remove the core, and then we can go directly there without worrying about any problems on the way." The captain's expression was a little stiff. In his many years of service in the army, he had never encountered a situation like this where he was not required to do almost anything. But since it was the request of their boss by Quan and Mr. Chen they provided, he still chose to comply. It really was a safe and smooth journey to the computer room. Just like cheating, they didn't even need the help of electronic technicians to hack into the surveillance cameras to cover up their whereabouts. And this matter was just a matter of convenience for Qinming, because there was a beta-level afterglow in that computer room, and it was successfully controlled by Qinming just now. Qinming has learned some more detailed information through it. For example, this computer room is actually a data node. This is something that must be present on giant buildings or giant spaceships that exceed a certain size. It is used to integrate and organize data from different sections, and then reasonably distribute the data to different locations. And this kind of data node itself also has certain data storage capabilities. So there is a special confidential database here. But things that are confidential are meant for people to see. Although Qinming couldn't understand what was stored in Yue Wei's unique encrypted database, but this beta-level afterglow must be able to understand it. So Qinming directly asked him to start translating the data in the database for him on the spot. At that time, Qinming will find a way to record the valuable data and delete the worthless data by the way when the task is over. Although deleting these data may not have much impact on afterglow, but the idea stated on the scene was to add obstructions if possible, and nothing else mattered. Then Qinming discovered something strange in the database. Partial blueprints of some new class unmanned battlecruisers. Chapter 149 Thoughts. The blueprint found in the database was confirmed to be genuine the first time Qinming saw it. This discovery made him immediately excited. But he immediately realized a problem. This was only part of the blueprint for the new star. And this is the most troublesome part. There is a big difference between getting a complete blueprint of a battleship and getting a partial blueprint. Because the value of some blueprints to Chen Ming may only lie in selling them. But if it is a complete blueprint, Chen Ming may even build this new star himself one day in the future. But Chen Ming also thought of a possibility to solve this problem. It is currently known that there must be many data nodes in this giant shipyard of Afterglow. So based on the situation of the data node he currently controls, he speculates that there should be some new star blueprints hidden in the databases of other nodes. As for why there is a blueprint, there is a high probability that there will be different module areas inside the giant shipyard, which will be responsible for the construction projects of different parts of the new star. In order to prevent meaningless leakage of data, only the part responsible for the current region is stored in each data node. This is a more reasonable speculation that Chen Ming thinks. So if you think so, then Chen Ming feels that there may be a complete blueprint in the central control system at the core of the entire giant shipyard. However, his current mental strength is basically impossible to continue to support him in obtaining the blueprints of other data nodes, let alone the blueprints of the central control system. Chen Ming thought about this for a while. In fact, he is not very greedy under normal circumstances. After all, his goal from the very beginning, a long time ago, was just to come back alive. Now he has even successfully returned to the human world after controlling a large number of Afterglow individuals and obtaining the basis for colonial development. No need to be greedy, etc. Chen Ming suddenly reacted. Why isn't he greedy? Is being greedy bad for him? He has returned to the human empire alive. And the main fleet of Afterglow that was chasing him was directly killed by the boss. There is absolutely no way Yue would send another fleet to chase him. That would be no different from giving it away for nothing. So now, he doesn't need to think about the consequences of doing so. Because there are none. Chen Ming is no longer a thing for Yu Hui. They have no ability. And they don't know where Chen Ming will go after that. What's more, although Chen Ming ran away, the influence he left behind is still within Yu Hui. Yu Hui's attention is definitely more internal now. His safety cannot be threatened by Yu Hui at least for a short period of time. Chen Ming doesn't have to worry about Yu Hui. He can be as ruthless as he wants. And he can be as ruthless as he wants to develop quickly in the future. Besides, there are still people from the 14th Legion present, who can help him complete his idea. Besides, the purpose of the 14th Legion is to destroy the new star. And Chen Ming's purpose is to obtain the blueprint of the new star, not the new star itself. There is no conflict or influence on each other. Chen Ming can completely use or cooperate with the 14th Legion to try to obtain more blueprints. As long as he successfully obtains it, he may have a capital ship in the future. So Chen Ming came to a conclusion after a short period of thinking. Greedy. Must be greedy. It's just a greedy method. So you need to think about it carefully. If Chen Ming wants more blueprints for new stars, then he must control more afterglows starting from the data nodes and affect more giant shipyard areas. This requires mental energy. But he couldn't bear it anymore. He was in a situation where he could close his eyes and open his eyes at any time, and it would come the next day. Therefore, the problem of mental strength must be solved. Chen Ming mobilized his tired brain and thought about whether there was any way to improvise some mental energy. He pinched his eyebrows and suddenly thought of something that might be effective. Ship spirit. Chen Ming had this idea in his mind. So he knocked on the wall next to him. A shadow popped out of the wall in an instant, tilting the area that was probably its head. Exuding doubts, Chen Ming felt that the ship spirit could understand what he said. So he asked directly, "Can you restore my mental power?" The ship spirit's doubtful mood disappeared instantly. He flew out of the spacecraft and got into Chen Ming's body. It even got directly into Chen Ming's brain, covering his brain like a protective film. Chen Ming instantly felt his consciousness cool down. His sleepiness faded a lot, and his mental strength was partially restored. The ship spirit emerged from Chen Ming's body. The shadow of his body faded slightly and returned to the ship. Chen Ming touched his head subconsciously. He had no idea that his random idea would actually be realized by Shipling. Although the specific amount of mental power restored is not much, it is enough to cope with the next thing. This made him determined to obtain the new star blueprint. And this requires Chen Ming to continue to do things at the giant shipyard. At the same time that Chen Ming received a mental bonus from the ship spirit, several members of the special operations team who were in the data node room also installed terrain detection devices again, and once again obtained the map of the area to be visited next. Looking at the map projected in front of him, the captain manually marked several locations with special shapes on it, and said, "These are the locations of the gravity and magnetic detectors. A team member who didn't know much about mechanical equipment subconsciously asked. So many? Yes. The gravity magnetic detector is not a single device, but multiple pieces of equipment scattered throughout the inner circle of the shipyard that can build a giant magnetic field. Although there are a lot of them, we don't need to destroy them all. As long as we can destroy 2 or 3, it will cause a chain reaction, and the others will break on their own. Then what exactly are we going to do? The captain pointed to a place nearby without thinking and said, Here, the small ship parking area inside the dock. There are engineering ships for the new star construction, he said and looked at the electronic technical team member. I need you to hack in and use Yuhui's spaceship to destroy the gravity and magnetic detector. Don't we use our own weapons? No, because it is too far away and the range of our weapons is too short. There is a high probability that we will not be able to get close to those places. Only the spacecraft can barely do it. And there are other uses for our weapons. Look here. The captain's hand gestured between their current location and their next target location, which was the cargo distribution center, and then near the shipyard where the construction ship that finally gave the new star construction the afterglow was parked. We are pretty safe here all the way to the cargo distribution center. But from the cargo distribution center, the exclusive transportation channel after the freight is sorted leads to the innermost warehouses of the dock where shipbuilding equipment is installed. All the road scanners have detected movement. All of them robots from Afterglow. Looking at the densely packed Afterglow robots scanned on the map, the captain felt slightly numb. Afterglow is now in a state of being tight on the outside, loose in the middle, and tight on the inside. So up to this point, it is impossible for us to continue without a head-on conflict with Yuhui. Prepare for a frontal attack and check all the weapons. When we come out, we will bring all the good things for testing. If we are efficient enough, we can complete the mission before the Afterglow kills us all. Run if you can. If you can't, surrender as soon as your weapon is thrown away. There is no shame in it. But remember, it's after the mission is complete. If you throw away your weapon before the mission is completed, you don't have to go back. Is everything clear? Several team members nodded immediately. As for Magnet, Qinming, who had just obtained some extra spiritual supplies from Ship Spirit, just turned his attention back here. I also happened to hear the exchange between the captain and the team members about their specific actions after the confrontation. Qinming could tell that the captain had been formulating their specific plans to implement without Qinming's help. Every step was basically thought up on the spot. Of course, Qinming didn't blame them for not preparing for such an important thing. After all, the dispatch of the Special Operations team was not planned in advance. But because of a casual mention by Qinming, Bai Quan formed such a team on the spur of the moment. It is impossible to prepare in advance. So judging from the fact that the captain can make quite reasonable arrangements temporarily, the captain still has some ability. It's just that his thoughts were limited to ordinary people. And Qinming was not taken into consideration at all. Of course, it's also possible that they didn't dare to take Qinming into consideration. That further shows that he is a sensible person and will not take Qinming's help to them for granted. But now that Qinming has heard it, he must not be allowed to follow this plan. After all, the upper limit of his abilities on Yuhui's territory is too high. And how much he contributes to this matter now is likely to affect how much he can get from Bai Quan in the future. So he directly interrupted the communication between the captain and the team members and said, No need to bother. Just walk over there. You will be safe until you enter the warehouse of the shipyard over there. Because further forward, it is really close to the location where the capital ships are built at the core of the giant shipyard. Although the beta-level afterglow that Qinming controls on the data node controls more horizontally, several areas involved in the data node have been affected by it. But in terms of vertical depth, this beta-level afterglow is not very good. So the area that Qinming can influence ends here. This also resulted in him being unable to support the special operations team during the final stretch. Of course, this is also because Yuhui's giant shipyards are basically modular and have almost no physical links to each other. If it weren't for the fact that Qinming controlled a relatively critical data node, the impact of this spread might be smaller, or even impossible to spread at all. Otherwise, as long as he controls one data node, the rest of the giant shipyard may be controlled by him along the network cable without worrying about the impact. After all, the giant shipyard of Yuhui is controlled by a large number of Yuhui individuals. All mental problems can be borne by the afterglow individuals he controls. If this was possible, Qinming could even send people in all the way to the dock where the new star under construction was parked. This is the only place that is completely disconnected from all other areas of the dock. Unless there are Yu-Wei individuals controlled by Chen Ming who can physically arrive here and access the data network here. Otherwise, this is a pure land that Chen Ming cannot control. This is an area that Chen Ming cannot touch in a real sense. But if you think about it carefully, it's actually not bad. After all, we are already here. And Chen Ming's subsequent help is of little significance. It is impossible for him to directly control the Alpha class Afterglow in charge of this giant shipyard now. The current situation is that he could not provide additional help to the Special Operations team earlier. However, in order to prevent the Special Operations team from having any unrealistic ideas, Chen Ming immediately followed up with another sentence after finishing the previous sentence. You have to walk the rest of the way on your own. Or try to find a data cable. If you can't find it, just ask for luck. The captain still looked respectful to Chen Ming. And this time, without any hesitation, he immediately abandoned the plans and ideas he had just proposed and said, Mr. Chen, we will follow your decision. And you've done enough. We really had no idea that we could break through the outer 2 floors of the giant shipyard so easily. There was a trace of respect from the bottom of his heart on the captain's face under the protective suit, instead of the false respect that he maintained on the surface at the beginning. Seeing the captain's change and expression, Chen Ming suddenly remembered what Bai Quan said before. When he, as a commander, can bring victory to his soldiers will naturally support him and eliminate unnecessary troubles for him. And now that Chen Ming has brought hope of victory to the members of the Special Operations team, they seem to have similar ideas. Although Chen Ming doesn't actually need it. But it feels good to be respected. And it also gave him the feeling of trying to pry into someone else's corner. Of course, Chen Ming was just doing things according to his ideas, and did not subjectively try to gain leverage. So he won't be able to avoid it. After all, if these people in the Special Operations team can really come back alive after completing their mission, it is almost foreseeable that they will succeed in the future. It's also good to have good relationships with a few of them. Even if he couldn't keep it, it didn't matter. Chen Ming didn't really care about his future relationships with others. The focus of his future development will be outside the Empire. Just do things normally, and let the rest take its course. The team quickly cleaned up the equipment installed in the data node, and set off again. Although there are many robots and turrets on the road ready to guard against possible invaders, they are also acting as backup combat units for frontline battles with the 14th Legion fleet. But the members of the Special Operations team were walking among them quite casually, as if they were in a deserted place. The slight tension on the faces of the group gradually dissipated as they continued deeper. They also fully understood the capabilities of Mr. Chen, said by their immediate superior, Major General Bai Quan Bai. The electronic technical team member suddenly looked thoughtful. He thought back to their last mission on Sunset's territory. Although the military is relatively closed to information from the outside world, and when actually performing tasks, it is enough for everyone to just take care of what they should do. So ordinary soldiers really don't know that the last failed mission was actually to rescue Chen Ming. However, the daily work tasks of the electronic technical team member involve network-related parts, so his information is often better than others. So, he silently connected the Chen Ming rumored by the outside world with Mr. Chen, who was now leading them. His eyes seemed full of eagerness, because Chen Ming is a psychic. Although the news about psychers is just an urban legend in the eyes of ordinary civilians, but in the fringe star field, which can almost be equated with the lawless land, and the internal affairs of legions such as the 14th Legion, it is basically a semi-public matter. To the people of the Legion, psychers have a more important meaning. Although in most cases the value of psychers is not that high on large-scale battlefields. Of course bosses are an exception. But when performing some special missions, such as the missions carried out by the Special Operations team now, the value of psychers is completely different. They can have advantages on small-scale battlefields that no one or any modern technology can achieve. It can bring the possibility of perfect execution of tasks to others acting together. In the eyes of the electronic technical team members, Chen Ming is such a person. And although Chen Ming is not from the 14th Army Corps, or even a soldier, their boss Bai Quan can invite Chen Ming to guide them to complete their mission. Then their relationship must be relatively close. In the future, there may be opportunities to perform tasks like now. By then, he must find a way to participate, because this means that you can get promotion at your fingertips, even if it requires a heavy debt of gratitude. The electronic technical team member silently decided to share the news with his teammates later. And unconsciously, several members of the Special Operations team have also arrived at the location closest to the shipyard. Chen Ming stopped the team and said, After passing the corner in front, you will enter an area that I cannot affect temporarily. The electronic technical team member actively took out the equipment he had used before, gestured around a few times and said, "I didn't find the data cable." Although he said so, but Qinming actually found the data cable nearby, because he had obtained a specific map of the giant shipyard through the afterglow of the beta level before. So of course, he knows the direction of different lines inside the product, and knows the location of the most critical data lines. But recently, the data lines that can affect the shipyard area are inside the shipyard because of the division of different modules in the design of the giant shipyard. So Qinming had to at least wait for the members of the special operations team to get in safely. And he also had to cut through a wall more than 10 centimeters thick to connect the data cable. The movement of cutting through the wall is bound to attract Afterglow's defensive units. Therefore, Qinming didn't expect anything from this and just said, "The rest is up to you." "Yes," the captain responded, waving to his electronics teammate to get him to work. Since Qinming had just controlled a new beta-level core, he gave his electronic technology teammates a series of more advanced and internal data codes. So now, it is easier for him to hack in. After hacking the surveillance and defense devices at the door, the team successfully slipped into the shipyard's warehouse. Make sure that the special operations team has its own plans and ideas and does not need him to keep an eye on everything. In addition, he basically has no chance to intervene in the future. So Qinming planned to start doing his own thing. At this time, his attention has shifted from helping Bai Quan complete the mission to helping himself obtain the future upper limit, which is the capital ship. In fact, Qinming has been preparing since just now. In order to achieve his goal, he has investigated the defense measures inside the giant shipyard. For example, the peak time that Yu Wei's battle robot can continue fighting is 3 hours. After entering combat mode for 3 hours, the robots on the front line must take shifts. Use robots on standby in the rear to replace the Afterglow robots that fought with the human robots on the assault boats launched by the 14th Legion to ensure combat effectiveness. If there are battle losses, the robots on standby at the rear will be replaced at the front line earlier. The replaced robots will be sent to mechanical assembly plants at different locations in the giant shipyard. Maintenance work is carried out by multiple factories together to share the pressure on the factory. Therefore, Qinming can use these robots to defend against the robots on human assault boats to do something. As long as he can find a way to control a robot and install an Afterglow core in it, he will then be replaced by a machining factory somewhere in the next rotation. Then the rest is a matter of course. Now, Qinming has controlled many low-level Yu Wei and many robots. And there is another thing. Although Qinming's ability to control Yu Wei on a large scale and completely has been exposed, but it takes time for Afterglow notifications to be in place. It also takes time to notify the giant shipyard. Although the giant shipyard has indeed received Qinming's news, but the Afterglow in the battle has not had time to take into account this issue until now. It is also impossible to say that a certain robot was suddenly inspected during the battle in case Qinming controlled the robot or something. They can only bite the bullet and fight the 14th Legion now. At least the good news for them is that they have been relatively strict in the management of giant shipyards from the beginning. Qinming's ability to control Afterglow has not yet been demonstrated in them. Therefore, at least until the battle is over, Qinming can safely rely on Yu Hui's own rules for the rotation of battle robots to accomplish his goals. The success rate for this is very high. As long as he can be given access to different data nodes, he can find a way to put together a complete set of blueprints for new stars. Or, Qinming has another choice. Go straight to Huanglong and penetrate directly into the central control system of the giant shipyard. As long as you can control this place, the blueprint is just a matter of grasping it. This new star under construction might even be controlled by him. Qinming was certain that there must be an alpha in Yu Wei's giant shipyard. Maybe even 2. Otherwise, Bai Quan would not have been able to see Yu Wei launching the new star that was not completely completed. It is impossible for an Alpha Afterglow to control a capital ship and a giant dock at the same time. Therefore, Qinming may even obtain 2 new Alpha-level Afterglows. It's just that the difficulty of completing this is a bit high. Moreover, Qinming could not think of any way to break through Yu Wei's defense and physical isolation. So Qinming didn't think much about the second option. For now, we should focus on controlling more data nodes. Qinming contacted Bai Quan directly and said, "Do you still have the robots and enhanced assault boats over there? The number of assault boats is sufficient, but the robots in reserve can probably be released into 2 waves. Let it go if you can. The special operations team has now entered the core area. It's best if you can attract more attention from the periphery." Understood. Bai Quan heard Qinming's words and agreed decisively. Of course, He still didn't know Chen Ming's actual purpose. And Chen Ming had no intention of telling anyone. Anyway, what he and Bai Quan said were true, and they were not lying to him. And after all, his goal is to create a blueprint for a new star. So it's better to keep this kind of thing hidden. For Chen Ming, the capital ship can completely serve as a trump card. As a trump card. It must not be told to anyone. Chapter 150 Chen Ming's Approach. It didn't take long. Some of the robots controlled by Chen Ming and equipped with afterglow cores received rotation orders. It is necessary to go to a defensive artillery platform in the front area of the battle with the 14th Legion fleet to take over the positions of the robots that need repair. This section of the road is not too far. With the help of special rail logistics vehicles, the robot arrived here quickly. Through the robot's sensors, Chen Ming could see that there were many holes and loopholes in the wall outside the artillery platform, which were being repaired by several engineering robots. At the same time, Chen Ming could see through these broken shields that in the outer cosmic environment, Yue Wei and the 14th Army Corps continued to exchange fire. At this time, an offensive-class ship was advancing at the forefront of the 14th Legion's front. The shield wasn't even turned on, and it was relying on its armor to bear the firepower. The offensive-level armor was already filled with a blazing white luster, and it looked as if even the armor had been melted. Those were the traces left by being hit by a microsievert-level optical radiation cannon. But for this offensive ship, this is just the armor being destroyed. The hull inside the armor, and the personnel inside are nothing at all. The offensive class does not need to lead a fleet to prevent the enemy fleet from focusing fire like other capital ships. It can completely break out of the battle line on its own and share the damage that the entire front line needs to bear. It can do things that only a fleet can do. This is the offensive. Even when this offensive ship was bombarded indiscriminately by the weapons carried by Yue Hui's fleet and Yue Hui's giant shipyard, its main weapon, the thermal pulse laser, is still outputting like crazy. There is no need to rely on the shield to withstand the increase in radiation caused by damage. The long and narrow crimson spindle-shaped energy restraint bullet that could directly kill a cruiser with one shot bombarded Yue Hui's fleet as if it was free. Even if there are two radiation-class main shields and a main-class shield temporarily used on the giant shipyard, the joint shield group built together gives a considerable blessing to all the afterglow ships on the battlefield. But the current situation on the battlefield is also due to the offensive of this ship, which has caused Yue Hui to be completely suppressed and unable to engage in normal exchanges with the fleet of the 14th Legion. Even the connected shield can allow the capital ship shield to help lower-level ships withstand damage caused by the capital ship's weapons. However, the energy released when the energy restraint bomb hits and explodes does not reach the lower limit of the attached shield protection. The energy hitting the surrounding spacecraft is a real deal. A little carelessness could set off a series of fireworks in the fleet. So much so that it was impossible for Yue Hui to stand up to this situation of completely abandoning the shield, using armor to resist the front, and only focus on outputting offensive-level firepower. The only way to solve such an offensive seems to be to find a way to deal with the two thermal pulse lasers. But these two things are somewhat different from the main-level weapons of most other battleships. It is not installed on a load-bearing point for easy maintenance and replacement. Instead, it was installed directly in the ship during design and protected under the heavy armor of the offensive level. If you want to destroy them in battle, you can only use high-intensity weapons to hit them from the position of its barrel. But although this offensive ship that stood out at the forefront of the battle line did not activate its main-level shield on a large scale, but in front of the two thermal pulse laser cannon barrels, a small independent shield connected to the main-level shield generator is still installed and is still turned on. Afterglow cannot provide high-intensity continuous output to these two small shields, and there is no way to deal with thermal pulse lasers. If we really want to specifically manage this offensive ship, looking at its current armor, we can tell that it is impossible for Yue Hui to destroy it while another offensive ship is still covering it from behind. The offensive was really too hard. While attracting most of the firepower, it also allowed the other fleets of the 14th Legion to have a good output environment and a chance to breathe after the previous long-term firefight. But if you don't care about it, in addition to its armor, the offensive class itself is not a vegetarian in thermal pulse lasers. If it had no protective pressure, it would be able to put the most terrifying pressure on Yue Hui's entire front line, which would be even more terrifying than the average main fleet. Therefore, Yue Hui can only control it, destroy the offensive armor as soon as possible, reach the upper limit of what it can withstand, and retreat back to the battle line on its own. This has resulted in Yue Hui now being able to focus its firepower on the offensive. It seems that there is no quick way to get out of this situation. and it looks like an extremely disadvantaged situation. Such a scene. But Chen Ming, who had just seen the scene, felt that there was something wrong. Although Bai Quan is currently suppressing Yu Hui in fighting, Chen Ming feels that Bai Quan seems to be using his last resort. This was his subconscious reaction. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that there seemed to be nothing wrong with his guess. It happened that the contact between him and Bai Quan had not been broken. So Chen Ming said directly to Bai Quan, "You don't look in good condition over there." Bai Quan didn't show any unnecessary signs because of Chen Ming's question, and asked calmly, "Why do you say that?" "Because I think you already feel that you don't have time to stay any longer. Otherwise, there is no need for the offensive ship to press forward alone." Bai Quan's face was still expressionless and calm, but he smiled slightly in his heart. At the same time, he was a little surprised that Chen Ming could discover the purpose of his action so quickly. However, Chen Ming had already given him many surprises. It was normal for a psyker to surprise him no matter what. And Bai Quan has always thought highly of Chen Ming. So now that his thoughts have been guessed, he was only slightly surprised and admitted, "That's true. I've been stalling here for too long. If the new star ship is successfully launched, and after cooperating with Yu Hui to confirm that I have no other backup, the additional personnel that can be dispatched will be in place. I only have 2 ordinary offensive ships, and I don't have the capital to continue to stand. So I have to retreat. But fortunately, at least I took down a radiation ship at the beginning. You still make money, but you make a little less money." Chen Ming was a little confused and asked, "Don't you count on the special operations team you arranged?" "The special operations team is just a temporary idea of mine. It can only be used as a supplement. Whether it can succeed or not depends on luck. I usually actively avoid the element of luck, unless I have no other choice. I still want to create the final result myself." "Then you were so serious before," Bai Quan explained. "You have to have an attitude when doing things. If I asked you for help with a casual attitude before, is it possible that you are too lazy to help me? And I just don't like luck. But if a little luck and a little loss can lead to unimaginable gains, then I'm still happy to do it. It's just that I don't completely place my hopes on it. So I said it's just attack." Chen Ming shook his head slightly and said, "The 2 billion extra money is different for rich people," Bai Quan subconsciously said. "You psychic, you are fine just now. You will definitely not pay too much attention to things like money in the future." Chen Ming suddenly noticed the problem in Bai Quan's words and said, "Then you mean, you are asking me for help with these things that I will not care about in the future while I still value money? But you still need money now. And what I said is that I don't value it. Not that I don't need it." 2. Bai Quan took the initiative to skip this topic and continued. "As you can see, my idea is to let the offensive level go forward alone to look for opportunities. If you find me, you can directly break through Yu Hui's defense. If you can't find it, it's time to prepare to retreat. Look at Yu Hui's battlefront. Although it looks like it could happen at any time, it is actually very resilient and can definitely continue to hold on. I have an offensive ship here that is absorbing all of Yu Hui's firepower, and the rest of the fleet is sending out all its power. I haven't been able to defeat it, so there should be no follow-up. I have to prepare to shrink the front and retreat. Otherwise, it will be difficult to leave when the Afterglow support arrives." Bai Quan was silent for a while, and then said to Chen Ming, "The next batch of assault boats is ready. After this batch is released, there will be a final batch of smaller ones. Want to put it together? Let's separate and put more here." Chen Ming displayed the 3-dimensional image of the giant shipyard on the terminal at Bai Quan's hand, and marked the area where he controlled the most robots, which was the area that defended the artillery platform. Bai Quan immediately noticed that there were quite a lot of details in the 3-dimensional imaging on the panel. At first glance, it seemed that the specific data had been obtained through field surveys. He conveniently made a copy of the imaging file and sent it elsewhere. This data was quite valuable. Chen Ming obviously noticed Bai Quan's actions, but he acquiesced, because he was not the only one who got this specific 3-dimensional imaging data. The Special Operations Team also had it. If the Special Operations Team can return alive, this data will be of little value. It is better to give it to Bai Quan now. Taking this data is equivalent to accepting part of his favor. Bai Quan obviously knew this, but it was not a bad thing to owe a favor to a psyker. After saving the data, he immediately agreed to Chen Ming's request and issued an order to the department responsible for launching the assault boat. A new round of enhanced assault boats was released. At the same time, he was also thinking about why Chen Ming specified the placement. He couldn't think of a result for the time being, so he simply asked Chen Ming directly, Why do you need me to concentrate on deploying the assault boats? Separating them can further disperse the defense forces within Afterglow and distract their attention. Because I'm useful. Qin-Ming's answer can be said to be a fusion of the 4 words. I don't want to say. Bai Quan did not continue to ask. Continued to command the fleet. And gradually began to shrink the formation. Qin-Ming had no time to chat and focused on the Afterglow robots that were about to face the robots of the 14th Legion. It would obviously be foolish to do nothing. But how to intervene specifically? He had to try it himself to determine. At this time, you can see on the defensive artillery platform that the second batch, or to be precise, the third batch of assault boats launched has come around from outside the battle line. After a considerable part was intercepted, about 100 assault boats hit the damaged outer wall of the giant dock and penetrated into the dock. There are more than before. It seemed that the frontal pressure from the 14th Legion was enough, leaving Yu Hui's protective power somewhat insufficient. As soon as the hatches of these assault boats landed, they suddenly popped open, and a large number of combat robots from the 14th Legion jumped out. Some assault boats didn't even open the hatches, and the robots directly broke through the armor of the assault boats from the inside. Only the number of robots destroyed in these programs even exceeded the number of defense units stationed by Afterglow for a short time. This is exactly what Qin-Ming wants to see. During a sudden outbreak of fighting from a defensive artillery platform. Although Qin-Ming does not control the robot all the time, he will take the initiative to expose the robot's flaws in the battle at some critical moments. Let the robots of the 14th Legion cause some damage to the Yu Hui robot he controls that will affect the battle, but will not be completely destroyed, while having a good excuse to withdraw from the battlefield. He can also avoid exposing the Afterglow core installed in it. However, Qin-Ming also specially modified these robots. The core installation position is the innermost and hardest component of the entire robot. Basically, this situation will not happen. Qin-Ming was just taking precautions. After this third wave of robots disembarked from the assault boats, they destroyed quite a lot of equipment that defended the artillery platform. All the robots of the 14th Legion were completely cleaned. But the damage they caused to the Afterglow robots was obviously much more than the last time the 14th Legion launched assault boats. Of course, there is a situation where the robot controlled by Qin-Ming is giving away for free. However, the number of robots from the 14th Legion that broke in at the beginning obviously exceeded the defensive units. This situation is also very normal, and is not worth worrying about for Yu Hui. The damaged robots were quickly gathered together, and prepared to be sent for repair through the orbital logistics system. And because the direction facing the defensive artillery platform is fighting with the 14th Army Corps, a large number of damaged spacecraft are basically being repaired at the nearby machinery processing plants and repair shops. In addition, there are also factories in other places with varying numbers of ships being repaired. Therefore, this batch of damaged robots was divided into 3 parts, placed on different rail logistics vehicles, and transported to different locations. When the visual sensors of the robots controlled by Qin-Ming saw the factory gate appearing at the end of the logistics channel, wait, he knew his chance had come, and he had to act immediately. Because after entering the factory, Yu Hui's first step must be to scan these robots to confirm the damage for subsequent maintenance. During this process, the Afterglow core installed by Qin-Ming inside the robot will inevitably be exposed. So, before something like this happens, before the rail transport vehicles enter the factory, Qin-Ming took the initiative to destroy the weapon of a robot he controlled. A large number of electric sparks instantly erupted on the rail transport vehicle. And then, as if triggering some chain reaction, electric sparks also erupted on a robot next to it, and its weapon system suddenly started firing randomly, as if it was on fire out of control. In an instant, another unexpected situation occurred with the robot. A series of chain reactions continued to occur in the car, like a series of firecrackers. This directly caused another rail logistics transport vehicle following behind to brake suddenly and stop. But something even more unexpected happened again. The weapon malfunction of the Afterglow robot in front caused several stray bullets to reach the transport vehicle behind. And this happened to trigger another accident. A robot's battery fluid leaked, causing half of the logistics transport vehicle to burn. A logistics vehicle can accommodate 10 robots. Between the 2 vehicles, at least a dozen robots had problems. But in fact, there are only 5 robots controlled by Qin-Ming here, and the rest are really unexpected chain reactions. In addition, these robots themselves are damaged. So accidents are normal. So Yu Hui still has no doubts so far. Only the factory quickly dispatched a robot team to deal with the messy scene. Taking advantage of this extremely chaotic moment, one robot suddenly erupted again, knocking the other robot away, and pushing it against the wall. And at the next moment, he accidentally destroyed the energy supply core of the robot beside the wall. Intentionally or unintentionally, a violent explosion occurred in the logistics channel. The broken wall was accompanied by a huge amount of electric sparks, which instantly opened a large gap in the wall. The damaged circuit inside the wall was exposed, and the damage to the circuit caused the lights inside the freight channel to flicker a few times. However, the backup power supply that was activated in time did not cause any problems in the freight channel. At this time, Yu Wei, who was controlling the robot team that came to deal with the robots, quickly used its advanced control authority to issue a forced shutdown signal. However, the signal receiving component of the robot that caused the situation just did not receive this signal at all. It even returned a series of faulty loop lock codes. This kind of performance is clearly a sign of damage to the combat system chip. Yu Hui had no doubts and immediately made the best solution to this situation. He directly asked the robot that came over to set up its weapon and destroyed the head of the robot with the combat system chip installed on it, with a large number of broken wires exposed in the air. The robot also fell next to the gap. All this is Qin Ming's deliberate arrangement, in a blind spot that cannot be captured by all the visual sensors and monitoring systems at the scene. A small amount of metallic liquid invisible to the naked eye is appearing at the end of the data line of the broken gap of the robot. Connect the data cable inside the wall to itself. Now, Qin Ming finally found the opportunity and successfully touched the data line. Qin Mingling was able to infiltrate from the data line into the nearby factory like a virus that was spreading crazily. The factory collapsed instantly. The machinery and equipment handling the accident outside the factory suddenly stopped for a moment. Then, as if nothing happened, he continued the task just now. Qin Ming continued to follow the common data lines in this area and traced them back to the location of the regional data nodes. Controlled the beta level afterglow here and mastered the database here without any setbacks. Soon, the second blueprint for the new star fell into his hands. This is a blueprint for a new star engine, coupled with the blueprint of the hull structure of the lower left corner of the new star ship that Qin Ming obtained at the beginning, which looks somewhat X-shaped. There are probably a dozen or so remaining blueprints that need to be collected. It seems like quite a lot. But just now, 2 other factories assigned robot maintenance tasks also encountered similar accidents. Although there are not as many accidents and coincidences here, the end result is the same. Qin Ming also controlled the nodes there by touching the data lines. Qin Ming also found 2 new blueprints in the databases of the other 2 nodes. They are the armor blueprint of the left front part and the structural blueprint of the central part. The feeling given to Qin Ming is that if he works harder, his goal of putting together the blueprint will be realized soon. Moreover, with the beta-level core foundation of these 3 newly controlled areas, it should be relatively easy for him to control other areas and find new blueprint components. But at this moment, Qin Ming's consciousness suddenly fell into a trance, and a huge amount of fatigue flooded his brain. For a moment, he seemed to have returned to Ruimu planet, back to the moment when he had to exhaust his mental energy to survive. He could feel very clearly that his mental strength had bottomed out again. Qin Ming was stunned. He obviously didn't use so much mental energy, and I have been saving on purpose. When controlling a new area, as long as possible, let Yu Hui control it individually to help share his mental pressure. It's impossible to use it that fast. Qin Ming quickly gathered his consciousness and carefully felt the consumption of his mental energy. Then he discovered that what the ship spirit had just given him was not directly added to his mental power. It's some temporary mental power hanging in another place. It will dissipate quickly even if not used. Ship spirit's shadow had faded a lot before, and it was impossible to provide him with spiritual power for the second time in a short period of time. He had to find a way to solve this problem. So far, Qin Ming has obtained several partial blueprints for new stars. There was no way he would give up halfway. Even if he had to hold on, he would still have to deal with it even if he was unconscious. It's not like he hasn't passed out anyway. In the past, when he was in Ruimuxing, he would take the initiative to drain all his mental energy in order to fall asleep quickly. The coma caused by the mere consumption of mental energy is nothing at all. Qin Ming felt a little angry at this time. If he doesn't see those blueprints for new stars, he can indeed withdraw at any time. But not now. His reason, instinct and desire are telling him that he must obtain this complete blueprint. However, at this time, even the pain of biting the tip of his tongue could no longer cheer him up. So Qin Ming stood up directly from the desk and came to the small kitchen next door. In the kitchen, he found a pointed kitchen knife and pointed it at his fingertips. Even if you are injured here, it is the easiest place to heal quickly and the least likely place to have an accident. The tip of the knife is against the fingertips. The slight sting was no longer enough to wake him up. So he slightly pierced the tip of the knife into the tip of his index finger. A drop of blood fell on the table. Feel the mental stimulation of pain. Chen-Ming took a deep breath subconsciously. If he can continue to persevere, he will definitely be able to put together the remaining blueprints. Chapter 151 Drainage. Half an hour passed. As Baikuan released the last wave of assault boats, Chen-Ming once again occupied 2 data nodes through the damaged robot. The armor blueprint of the central part of the hull and the structural blueprint of the left front part of the hull were obtained. In addition to the previous engine blueprints and blueprints for the left front hull armor, left rear hull structure, and central hull structure, there are 6 copies in total. But after Bai Chuan's assault boats were exhausted, he had already brought the offensive back to the front. Deal with battle damage, shrink the formation, and retreat at any time. And Yue also noticed Bai Chuan's movements. And after the initial caution, he discovered Bai Chuan's true thoughts. So they directly began to squeeze the activity space of the 14th Legion fleet in reverse, as if they were going to counterattack. Next, Chen-Ming can no longer use this method and control more data nodes through robot maintenance. However, his methods have not been completely restricted. After all, the giant shipyard is a whole, and the modules are in a cooperative relationship, but they are independent at the data level to facilitate management. Therefore, normal communication can occur between different modules in the dock. Chen-Ming can use this to spread his spiritual energy. He only needs to install a lowest level gamma core control by him in some mechanical equipment that needs to be transported between different modules. For example, Yue itself has a group of Yue individuals who are responsible for the maintenance of all internal areas that are not open to the public. The giant shipyard as a whole can be said to be a large industrial facility. And it is also an industrial facility that requires high-intensity work every day. All equipment within a facility requires frequent maintenance and repairs. Several modules that are open to the outside world have Yue, who is responsible for the maintenance work of the modules that are open to the outside world. So internally, naturally there are also dedicated internal ones. Therefore, Chen-Ming, who has successfully controlled the afterglow inside the dock, can definitely find a way to control these afterglow individuals. They are most likely unprepared, or unable to defend themselves at all, because they need to perform maintenance on the equipment. It means that they must access various lines of the equipment. And such a data line connecting the Yuhui individuals controlled by Chen-Ming is no different from a virus petri dish to Yuhui. These maintenance workers must also take the initiative to get close to the petri dish. After all, this is their job. Just now, Chen-Ming has already reported the need for specialized maintenance individuals to perform maintenance at the node he first controlled with the robot. It won't be long before he should be here. Chen-Ming has not reported such problems on other nodes for the time being, in order to avoid similar accidents appearing in the database of this giant shipyard at the same time. The problem will be discovered. Under normal circumstances, if it is just a problem within the module, then hiding it is the easiest thing to do if Chen-Ming already controls the data nodes at the core of the module. But now in order for the maintenance team to come over, the cause and consequences of the accident must be reported. This will surely be documented elsewhere. So just in case, Chen-Ming did a little cover-up. Anyway, each module area has its own module maintenance individuals. But the efficiency and scale are not as fast or as large as professional ones. It is impossible for Yue, who is responsible for module management, to report any slight faults in the lines. Generally speaking, small problems must be solved by themselves. It's normal to fix it yourself without reporting it. Therefore, even if Chen-Ming's hidden behavior is discovered, there are plenty of excuses to explain it. Then, he only needs to wait for these maintenance afterglow individuals to be delivered to his door. Taking advantage of this time, Chen-Ming also carefully studied the map of the giant shipyard. It can be confirmed that the overall number of module divisions in the giant shipyard has reached more than 500. And they are all modules controlled by at least beta-level cores. However, as long as there are no suitable factories and mechanical processing plants, the module divisions that cannot undertake the manufacturing tasks of new stars are eliminated, such as the external defense artillery platform module, where Chen-Ming's robot worked before. Then remove the most core. The new star that has not been completed in the manufacturing stage is now docked with the main ship module. The remaining number is 32. Chen-Ming then speculated based on the existing blueprints, and could roughly estimate the number of blueprints for new stars to be dispersed. It should be around 20. A little less than that. Chen-Ming has currently effected the division of 6 modules. and nearly 1/5 of the modules, with a probability of having blueprints, have been controlled by him. The 6 blueprints he obtained were close to 1/3 of the final number of blueprints. In other words, as long as he is lucky enough, he will definitely be able to obtain all the blueprints. Chen-Ming was slightly excited, but he calmed down immediately. Any act of opening champagne in advance before the matter is completed is absolutely forbidden. A few minutes later, just like Chen-Ming's plan, near the first data node he controlled via the robot, through the freight channels throughout the giant shipyard, an engineering transport vehicle carrying several engineering robots came. There must be an afterglow core installed inside this car that will play a key role in Chen-Ming's plan later. This is because Chen-Ming confirmed the damage situation in advance with the internal general maintenance factory through the beta afterglow here. When the construction truck arrived, it got straight to work. I confirmed the gaps where various lines were exposed on the wall, and found the data line connected to the data node. It is here to perform maintenance tasks. So actively contacting Yu Wei, who controls the module to be repaired, is also part of its mission. Therefore, in order to quickly contact Yu Wei of this node, the maintenance individual who came to perform maintenance work directly connected to this data line. Then, there is no more. Chen-Ming now has full control over this module. Nothing that happened here could possibly spread past him. After letting the maintenance individual he just controlled quickly complete the relatively difficult work in the maintenance task, for the sake of subsequent efficiency, Chen-Ming did not let the remaining simple work of repairing the wall continue. Instead, it communicates with its data through the beta level afterglow here. He conveyed the reasons why beta level afterglow wanted to handle the rest of the work himself, and stored it in the database of the maintenance individual. This reason is enough to explain why it completed the task so quickly. After completing this matter, Chen-Ming directly asked the maintenance individual to leave and return to its original place, an independent repair shop responsible for the internal maintenance of giant shipyards. It's in the middle area of the dock, in a module that Chen-Ming has no control over. Naturally, there is also a data node here. And now, an individual controlled by Chen-Ming has sneaked in here, and there are good reasons to explain its behavior. Then the ending here is no different from other places. 10 minutes later, as Chen-Ming's psychic energy spread layer by layer, the module division of the repair shop also fell into his hands. However, this is not adjacent to the shipyard in the core area, and it may be because it is responsible for the maintenance work of all modules inside the giant shipyard. The task of building part of the new star is not undertaken here, so Chen-Ming didn't find the blueprint here. But it doesn't matter, now that he has controlled a repair shop that can move freely inside the giant shipyard. It is equivalent to holding the key to the treasure chest. Of course, his previous actions that relied on robots were not meaningless. After all, if you want to reasonably drill a large, severely damaged hole in the wall, it's really not that easy for a robot without these damages. Then after this, when the maintenance individual controlled by Chen-Ming arrives at the place that needs repair, it can directly contact the highest level core in the module that needs repair, just like the gamma level afterglow that he just delivered to his door. In order to understand the information of the place to be repaired, the data line is actively connected. In fact, it was just to let Chen-Ming's spiritual energy exert an influence on him. As soon as the data cable is connected, the rest is over. And because the data transmission efficiency and security of data lines on the physical level are better than those through network signals, therefore, it is extremely normal for maintenance individuals to communicate with local afterglow individuals through data lines, even when these maintenance individuals go to other modules to perform work. The afterglow of those modules may take the initiative to provide some external data lines that are strictly guarded under normal circumstances and will not allow any casual contact to facilitate contact. However, this can only be done if the target module itself already needs repair. If that module had no maintenance tasks, there would be no reason for Chen-Ming's maintenance robot to go there. As for the solution to this problem, Chen-Ming's immediate thought was to let the robot destroy the module there, and let Yu Wei control the module himself. But this idea that came to Chen-Ming's head was immediately rejected by him. After all, it was too easy to find problems. Some of the robots controlled by the afterglow individuals suddenly did strange things without any reason or warning. Yu Wei would definitely notice something was wrong immediately. Therefore, Chen-Ming could only think more difficultly when his brain was extremely chaotic. I thought of another way, which may be put to practical use soon. But not now. Now Chen-Ming is still checking the maintenance shop's database through the afterglow he just controlled. This is where the data reported from the entire giant shipyard and all places that need repairs are stored. Yu Hui definitely didn't build such a factory just for show. Therefore, the number of records in the database can be said to be quite large. The areas to be repaired can be said to be spread throughout the giant shipyard. These records were reported recently. There is a part of the giant shipyard that needs repairs due to malfunctions of various facilities. But more importantly, it was the situation caused by the battle with the fleet of the 14th Legion. At present, a considerable number of maintenance individuals have already gone out to perform tasks. But even if you remove those that are already being carried out, there are still many maintenance tasks that are accumulating and are still spread throughout the giant shipyard. This is good news for Chen Ming. Let it even feel that he can directly try to rely on this repair shop to gradually spread his psychic energy to the entire giant shipyard. But Chen Ming thought about it and decided to forget it, because his head hurts when he thinks about it now. And the consumption of mental energy reminds him all the time that he may collapse at any time. If he hasn't run away from Afterglow yet, or has had a good rest, you can definitely try it. But now, although controlling different modules is mainly Yue Hui's task, for Chen Ming, the consumption of mental power is not too much. But just in case, he still only arranged for the Afterglow individuals to go to those modules that had factories and were bordering the core shipyards as soon as possible. The rest will be as normal, and he will not take the initiative to control it. After all, only the places he selected have the greatest potential for blueprints to exist. As long as these places follow the normal process, none of them can escape his control, and the blueprint will fall into his hands sooner or later. However, when Chen Ming looked through the database, he also found some problems, some of which he had thought of when he was just thinking about the plan. According to the records in the repair shop's database, there are some module divisions inside the giant shipyard that do not require repair, but may contain blueprints. If Chen Ming wants to obtain the blueprint, he will definitely not be able to avoid a place like this. But fortunately, he had already thought of a solution just now. At least now, he didn't have to hold back the headache to think. Chen Ming didn't want to continue to experience that feeling of being groggy, unable to concentrate, and causing pain whenever a specific thing appeared in his mind. In order to relieve the pressure caused by thinking and confirm whether his idea was feasible, Chen Ming started trying it directly. He first determined his goal. There is another module that is relatively close to the repair shop module area, separated by 3 modules, and further back on the route from the maintenance shop to this module. There is indeed a module area for maintenance. There is a good reason for this trip. Although Chen Ming already controls the repair shop, he can personally control and modify all data. But if the rationality of the procedure can be guaranteed, it is better to ensure it. Chen Ming has basically mastered the map of the entire giant shipyard. So he successfully found a place in the target module where the internal wiring was very close to the wall. When the engineering transport vehicle carrying the engineering robot passed by, it stopped immediately. Several industrial robots immediately jumped out of the car, rushed to the wall without saying a word, took out tools, and started to remove the data cables. This is Chen Ming's idea. What he has to do now is to forcefully connect the data line here. Of course, Chen Ming didn't do it out of nowhere, but after careful consideration. He has already controlled Yue Hui on several data nodes, and is clear about Yue Hui's rules and regulations for module zoning management. All information located in the module will be concentrated to the data node first and managed by the node's beta afterglow analysis. As long as something harmful does not happen, these aggregated data will not be reported immediately. For example, if a maintenance individual dismantles a wall, it is not considered harmful at all. So they gave him the opportunity to do that. It takes time for the local beta Yue Hui to react after knowing about this incident. As long as Chen Ming can tear down the wall and find the data cable quickly, he can indeed directly connect the data cable before Yue Hui here reacts and control it by force. However, the beta level afterglow individual in this area reacted very quickly. It immediately noticed the passing engineering transport vehicle and its movements. But just like what Chen Ming learned about Yue Hui's rules and regulations, the first thing it did was not report the mole. Instead, a message was sent to the maintenance individual through the network inside the module, asking what the maintenance individual controlled by Chen Ming was doing. At the same time, it also arranged for a maintenance robot to come over to check the situation. After all, the task of maintenance individuals is to repair, and it is relatively common to tear down walls. Every beta level Yue Hui who is responsible for module management must know this. Therefore, when repairmen demolish the walls of their homes, the first thing Yue Hui think about is not that the construction team is going to kill them, but whether there is something wrong with their walls. This is the reason why Chen Ming did this. At the same time, facing the inquiry from the beta level Yue Hui here, Qin Ming had already thought of an excuse early on. Let the maintenance individual send it a document of the maintenance request received by the maintenance factory. This is of course a forgery, but it's a very good one. At least the person involved was wrong. But Yue couldn't see any problems. Although it was certain that it had not sent such a file. It did look very normal. So now it is still repeatedly confirming with the maintenance individual, and wants to contact the maintenance factory to verify whether there are any errors or omissions in this document. However, during this process, the wall demolition robots controlled by the maintenance individuals did not stop their work. In a blink of an eye, I found the data cable in the wall. For Yue, as long as he comes into contact with Qin Ming, there is only one ending, being controlled by him. As long as it's close enough to the ground, there's no chance of resistance. Another giant shipyard module division, and the beta level afterglow in the module fell into Qin Ming's control. Qin Ming suddenly found that the current situation was reversed compared to before. Before, he had to be constantly vigilant, worried that Yue would suddenly attack him one day. But now, it was Sunset's turn to worry. To fear the individuals he controlled hidden within Sunset. When his safety is guaranteed, he will be the biggest threat to Yue. Qin Ming sighed a little and continued to use this method to control other module divisions. And I controlled the two modules again very smoothly, which was much smoother than the first time, counting the previous one. 3 more blueprints were obtained successfully. They are the right rear armor and right rear structure of the hull, as well as the blueprint of the new star's power grid system. 9 copies in total. But when preparing to continue to control the 4th, Qin Ming's consciousness suddenly stopped for a moment. Up to this moment, his mental power, which he had barely recovered with the support of the mental power provided by the ship spirit, had bottomed out again. Only a little bit of residual mental power is still in his brain. But Qin Ming did not fall down. Qin Ming's brain was almost unable to think. He could only try his best to pick up the sharp knife and cut his palm with trembling hands. The severe pain brought his mind back to his body again, and he continued to rely on his will to hold on. If it had been him before, he would have been in a coma by now, and there would be no chance of him continuing to hold on. But under his long-term training, at least for now, even if his mental power is exhausted, he can still maintain his consciousness. As long as he was conscious, he had to keep doing it. At this time, Qin Ming's hands were already a little numb, and blood was dripping. He quickly found medicine and bandages and treated the wound. Then he held the kitchen knife tightly with his injured hand, and while feeling the extreme pain, he pointed the blade at the other hand. But this time, before Qin Ming could stab him, his vision suddenly became a little blurry. A steel jumble appeared in front of him. He seemed to be in the conscious space again. But this time, Qin Ming found that the surrounding steel jumble seemed a little different. The steel was now corroded. This is probably a sign of mental atrophy. But the next moment, Qin Ming suddenly found that he was back in the kitchen, and he was still in a normal environment. Just an illusion? No, that's not right. This is when he sees reality and consciousness space at the same time. Another moment passed, and Qin Ming returned to the conscious space again. But this time, reality and consciousness space appeared in front of him at the same time. In the steel jumble of his consciousness space, the messy steel tree closest to him gradually shattered in the process of rusting, turning into a handful of scarlet rust, piled on the ground. But Qin Ming was not flustered, because he can feel it. These steel trees are the result of his mental training. These metals that were originally floating in the cosmic environment of the isolated island in the space of consciousness were absorbed into the isolated island. Even if these steels are completely shattered, as long as they still exist on the island in his consciousness space, they actually still exist. Qin Ming just needs to exercise again to reunite these steels. If he chooses to continue, then these crushed rusty steel trees should lower the upper limit of his mental power for a period of time. It may take a while to rest and recover afterwards, and the effects of his psychic powers may also be partially affected. But this situation is completely acceptable to Qin Ming. He will be protected by his boss in a short period of time, and will not encounter dangerous situations. And Yue's new star level can only be divided into 20 blueprints at most. And he has collected 9 of them now. Close to half. He couldn't give up. He had to persist. He worked hard to concentrate his consciousness, and let the picture of the conscious space disappear before his eyes. He must continue. And at this time, the Special Operations Team, which had been sneaking into the core area for a long time, finally made progress in their mission. Chapter 152 Falling. The Special Operations Team enters the shipyard's warehouse. As soon as possible, He left the door of the freight passage leading to the outside of the warehouse, and hid in the corner of the warehouse. Without being discovered by any afterglow, he began to slowly explore the situation in the warehouse. It can only be said that the giant shipyard was designed by humans. As a result, even in the warehouse of such an important building, there are still many places that have to be designed according to human design ideas. Otherwise, they cannot be used normally. Therefore, the situation in the Afterglow warehouse at this time is similar to the warehouse that several members of the Special Operations team have seen many times. Have a large number of boxes and containers for stacking goods. At the same time, there are many robots, transport vehicles, and fixed logistics equipment that classify and transport materials or semi-finished products stored in warehouses. If you didn't know it in advance, at first glance you would think it was in a human warehouse. This environment made several people present feel at ease. Such a relatively familiar environment is better than entering a completely unfamiliar warehouse environment suitable for Afterglow. But it's not certain whether Yuhui's own warehouse is open or not. Maybe there are only a few large and small freight exports that only goods can enter and exit, and various internal logistics facilities for adjusting goods. There simply will not be wide passages for large vehicles to pass through in this design. While confirming the general environment of the warehouse, the team also remotely hacked into several surveillance systems that might cover their next steps. However, in addition to surveillance, there are also more than a dozen cargo robots that prevent them from continuing to penetrate into the core area of Yuhui. They have been working, and judging from the precision of the work, there must be Yuhui individuals controlling it in real time, and they cannot be hacked into casually. And these robots are not like human robots that have limited vision for easy control. Afterglow has been responsible for control from the beginning, and it is their instinct to watch the image signals transmitted back by multiple visual sensors at the same time. Therefore, each robot is equivalent to a nearly 360-degree surveillance system with no blind spots. But fortunately, the large amount of goods accumulated here helped a lot, allowing the warehouse to have quite a few bunkers to cover the special operations team. Although the robot has almost no blind spots in its field of vision, its ability to see through is still non-existent. After carefully avoiding these robots with the help of surveillance, several members of the special operations team also successfully reached the other end of the warehouse. It's a pity that they didn't find an external or exposed data cable during this process. Although the data cable was indeed found only in the shallow layer of the wall, the movement of breaking the wall would definitely trigger Yuhui's pursuit. So they could only install some special explosives in the warehouse that could be detonated manually later. Although he left the warehouse through a logistics exit with only equipment and no Afterglow robot, head to the factory area next to the warehouse. This is where they have just confirmed that they must go if they want to continue to penetrate into the core area of Afterglow. Only here can you get in touch with Yuhui's spaceship later. Although the terrain in the factory area was designed so that Yuhui could build the projects they needed on his own. So the entire factory was in the Yuhui factory style that Chen-Ming had seen before. Compact, narrow, and composed of purely mechanical devices. However, such an environment is simpler for the special operations team, because there are no various robots in Yuhui here. Only various production equipment and assembly lines, as well as equipment to monitor the assembly lines. As long as the surveillance is hacked, they can walk over with swagger. And because it is close to the core area that is least susceptible to intrusion, there are not many defense equipment here. Even if there is, they still have the internal data code provided by Chen-Ming, the insider. Defense equipment that is not controlled in real time by Afterglow, but is left to the defense system to run on its own, has no threat at all to them. The factory area is also very easy to pass directly. Further outside is the most important finished product transportation area of the entire maintenance plant. Various repaired equipment need to be transported here, and various repaired spacecrafts must also take off and land here. These logistic spacecraft or repaired spacecraft can go directly to various departments in the dock through the empty space in the innermost part of the giant dock that can accommodate capital ships. The purpose of the Special Operations Team's trip. The gravity magnetic sensors are also distributed around this ship position, but they were in no hurry to leave the factory, because there are still a large number of Afterglow individuals there. An open logistics distribution center does not have as much cargo as a bunker like the warehouse they just passed. At the same time, there is the problem that independent Afterglow individuals cannot be hacked. So for the Special Operations Team, it is the final stage. They retreated a little and managed to find a little space in the narrow factory area. Exploration equipment has been installed here to accurately confirm the location of the gravity magnetic sensor. At the same time, they also used equipment to confirm the location of the maintenance spacecraft that they had not found when they just passed through the factory area. They are going to the repair shop to find a spaceship that can control the afterglow. Engineering ships must be overhauled after a long period of work. Ships that have had accidents during the project need to be repaired. Spaceships that have been damaged in battles outside also need to be repaired. Therefore, damaged spaceships that need to be repaired are definitely the most indispensable thing in the repair shop. And the afterglow cores in these spaceships undergoing repairs will definitely be directly replaced on other spacecrafts. There is a high probability that these spacecraft left in the repair shop will not have cores installed and can be completely controlled. This is their chance. At the same time, it is also the assistance that enables them to destroy the gravity magnetic resistor with the highest efficiency. If the Special Operations team chooses to use weapons to destroy the gravity magnetic detector in person, it will be much more difficult than using a spacecraft. The team quickly scanned and got the results they needed. The equipment was disassembled again, gathered together, and found a way to the ship maintenance area in the factory. The ship maintenance area is also similar to the equipment maintenance area they came here. There are only maintenance equipment and spacecraft to be repaired. No afterglow. At this time, the whole process from the team entering the factory area to now, the electronic technical team member who had been looking around finally saw what he had been looking for. The distribution box of the repair shop. There must be a data cable inside. He immediately signaled to the team members, and then said to Chen-Ming, "Mr. Chen, we have found the data cable here." Chen-Ming hesitated for a moment and said, "Well, not for the time being." At this time, his mental power has been exhausted, and he is relying on his will to forcibly support himself. He has even consumed the upper limit of his mental power to maintain the existence of consciousness. It is impossible to waste excess mental energy on this module, where the repair shop does not have the ability to manufacture capital ships. And his operation has also entered the final stage, like the Special Operations team. The modules outside are only part of the way to complete the collection of New Star blueprints. It is impossible to say that something extraneous will happen at this time. But Chen-Ming covered his head and thought again. No matter what. These are modules in the core area that his ability has never been able to affect. Although the core modules inside Afterglow are most likely separated from each other. If you can control one, it might be useful in the future. So he finally said, "You can leave the core here for now. I will make my own judgment later." The team leader didn't waste any time and cooperated with the electronic technicians to dismantle the distribution box and leave the core inside. Then he continued to turn his head and stare at the spaceships that were almost completed. It can be said that their previous tasks have been unprecedentedly smooth, and now is no exception. With the internal data code given by Chen-Ming, it can only be said to be easy to hack into these spacecrafts that are not controlled by Yuhui individuals at all. In order to ensure subsequent actions, they directly hacked 10 spaceships going up. It's not that I don't want to continue to be hacked, but there are only so many spaceships that can be repaired in a short period of time. Several members of the team also have experience in piloting small spacecraft, and they can all control Yui's spacecraft. He quickly debugged the spacecraft and adapted to the control method. You only need to wait for the spacecraft's repair process to reach the final step, and be sent to the finished product transportation area outside, where the core will be installed and sent to different modules. But at this time, the electronic technical team member suddenly frowned and said, "There is a problem. We can only use signals to control Yui's spaceship remotely. As long as the distance is a little further, the spacecraft may be directly disconnected, and someone has to stay here to control the spacecraft." When the expressions of several other team members changed slightly, the expression on his face suddenly felt relieved, and he took the initiative to say, "I'll stay. No one except me can control 2 spacecrafts alone. I have the best chance of destroying the gravity magnetic detector if I stay here." The team members looked at each other for a few seconds before the captain took the lead and said, "Okay, I'll leave it to you." The expressions on their faces were very calm, and there was no unnecessary nonsense. We evacuated to the junction of the work area and the warehouse area first, preparing to wait for the results here. If the electronic technicians fail, they still have time to return and try a second wave. Or, when the gravity magnetic detector is turned off by Yuhui, as Chen-Ming said before, the new star is not destroyed. They can also go to the area where the simulated gravity device is located through the logistics channel immediately to look for other opportunities. At this time, 4 repaired spaceships happened to be sent from the factory area to the transportation area outside, parked at the edge of a pile of other spaceships waiting for transportation. It looked unremarkable. The electronic technical team member took a deep breath. activated the engines of 2 engineering ships without afterglow cores installed in them. And it started immediately, flying to the only area without gravity inside the giant shipyard. Yu Hui, who was present at the scene, didn't even notice the situation of the 2 engineering ships at the first time, thinking it was normal ship logistics. Until the Afterglow individuals who controlled this core area discovered that the model of the spacecraft that was going to enter the logistics transportation did not match the 2 that had just taken off. And the Afterglow individuals that were supposed to be installed had not had time to install them. Only then did Yu Hui realize something was wrong. And Yu Hui, who controlled this module, immediately thought that this was Qinming's action and was highly vigilant. They quickly confirmed the origin of the 2 spacecraft and immediately notified them to leave, closing all channels connected to the factory. Prepare to implement physical controls on the factory. But it's too late to control anything. The 2 spacecraft controlled by the electronic technical team members have entered the ship's position, under the gaze of the new star that is quietly suspended in a gravity-free environment. They each approach the position of the gravity magnet. Without any fancy movements, the 2 spaceships just collided straight into each other. In the 2 fireballs that erupted inside the ship's position, the gravity magnetic arrestor was successfully destroyed. Magnetism and gravity are distorted by the effects of the exploding gravity magnet at the end. Starting from the side destroyed by the Special Operations team, the gravity magnets that constructed the anti-gravity magnetic field began to break one by one like light bulbs on a line. The scope of influence of the twisted magnetism and gravity is still gradually expanding, twisting the surrounding high-strength ship walls directly into a metal mess. At the same time as the influence of the gravity and magnetic detector expands, Xinqing, who had been staying safe and sound in the ship's position, finally lost its stable weightless environment. The front left corner of it was the first to be affected by gravity. A tilt occurred. Originally, there were a large number of ships doing emergency startup work while building the new Star class. At the same time, there were many auxiliary fixing devices and logistics devices for transporting goods that were also installed on the new starship's hull. All of these things were completely destroyed in the sudden tilt of the new star. Countless pieces of scrap metal mixed with electric sparks exploded inside the ship, causing countless losses in a short period of time. But that's not the point. The entire new star is about to fall inside the giant shipyard. If the new star is destroyed, the losses of the others will be at most a fraction of the new star. At this time, the electronic technical team members, who were observing the situation through the remaining 2 spaceships that had not yet started, had an excited look on their faces. But at this moment, Nova Star's engine was suddenly started. A bright flame emerged from the bottom of the ship, with the engine nozzle outputting at its maximum output, while burning the giant shipyard itself. It also dragged down the falling star. Although the Nova as a whole did not directly hit the giant shipyard during the fall, but due to the destruction sequence of the gravity magnetic detector, the corner of it that tilted down in advance did not have time to be dragged up by the engine. It hit the ground of the giant shipyard. No sound can be heard in a vacuum environment. The violent shaking of the giant shipyard being destroyed was even visible to the naked eye. Starting from the point where the corner of the new star hit the giant shipyard, several circular cracks visible to the naked eye spread directly. A large number of shipyard frame structures were destroyed, and countless metal fragments exploded in all directions during the impact. After a few seconds, they fell to the ground again due to the imitation gravity device, expanding the scope of the damage again. This was fatal damage to the giant dock structure. Xing also suffered serious damage from the machine based on the most basic theory of forces are reciprocal. There was a crack running through the ship at the root of the left front section, from the bottom to the top, from the outermost layer of armor to the deepest core. Everything suffered damage as fatal as a giant shipyard in this impact. But if you just look at the results, the new star is not destroyed, and the impact of the gravity distortion caused by the gravity magnetic attenuator completely disappeared. The new star finally landed smoothly at the bottom of the giant shipyard affected by gravity. At some point, the alarm inside the giant shipyard was also sounded. Yu Hui had just confirmed the origin of the 2 engineering ships that had turned into pieces, quickly located the location of the factory where the Special Operations team was located, and implemented a blockade on it. However, none of their individuals dared to approach. Instead, they only sent some remotely controlled robots to prepare to break into the factory. The reason is also very simple. They have not found any trace of the Special Operations team yet. Still think that all this is Qinming's handiwork. They want to find out which individual is controlled by Qinming. Of course, the electronic technical team members who stayed here didn't know this. He only knew that the remaining engineering ships were of no significance, and it seemed that it was too late for him to retreat. He shook the gun in his hand, and considered whether to throw it away or fight to the death. At this time, Qin-Ming suddenly sighed at this time. Let the Gamma-level Afterglow individual left here connect to that data line. He exerted influence on the entire module division, and directly controlled the gates of the factory area and transportation area with the highest authority. This is not because Qin-Ming suddenly became kind-hearted. But just a few minutes ago, before the Special Operations team took action, he had successfully controlled all other module divisions that might have blueprints by relying on the modules he controlled. But when he reached this step, he found that the blueprint for the new star was still missing. Qin-Ming did a little analysis based on the existing blueprint. The last part of the blueprint he was missing was the blueprint for the main control system of the new level. And it also included the blueprint for the part of the system connected to the Alpha-level Afterglow individual. The last and most critical piece of the puzzle can only be found in the core area. Qin-Ming's mind was a little unclear because of exhaustion, so he didn't think of this level. As a result, such a problem occurred at a critical moment. Could it be possible that it really failed at the last moment? Qin-Ming did not give up because he still had one last chance. He waited until the Special Operations team took action. Then, under his control, all the UA controlled by him started to move, controlling anything with combat capability and action. Headed to the core area. As long as there is an afterglow that can touch the data line in the core area, then his plan can still succeed. Under normal circumstances, the rebellion of more than 10 or 20 modules within the entire giant shipyard with hundreds of module divisions would be just a minor problem. But the premise is that these modules are randomly distributed. But now, Qin-Ming specifically selects and controls those modules that have ship production capabilities and are close to the core area. These important modules on the edge of the core area all broke out in rebellion at the same time, which must be devastating to the core inside. The same is true for these UA who are executing Qin-Ming's orders. But no matter how much Qin-Ming would lose in the process, he would not hesitate for a moment. After all, so far, he has only regarded the afterglows he personally controlled as his. All other losses are ignored. Only in this way can the final opportunity be in his hands. All the afterglows have started to move, and all the controllable machinery, factory equipment, industrial transport vehicles, etc. Everything that can move is moving in the logistics channel. Some are close to the core area, while others blow up the passage from the outside inward to block the arrival of more external support. This is the final moment. The young electronic technical team member, who had given up all hope, suddenly became excited. He once again clenched the gun in his hand and shouted uncontrollably, "Mr. Chen!" Qin-Ming didn't waste any more words and said, "Continue the mission and follow your teammates to change the simulated gravity device." Yes! The electronic technical team members quickly took action, quickly shuttled through the factory under Qin-Ming's guidance, and reunited with the team members who had set off early. At this time, the robots that UA came out of the core area and did not hit the core of After We, nor were they controlled by Qin-Ming, had destroyed the door blocked by Qin-Ming, entered the factory. At Qin-Ming's reminder, the members of the Special Operations team activated the bombs they had previously installed here. Countless blazing white metal jets exploded from inside the factory. After destroying all the robots entering the factory and destroying the engineering equipment and stored materials, they gradually cooled down. The entire factory was almost melted into a solid block of iron. Qin-Ming wanted to cut off the trail, but we believe that Qin-Ming had voluntarily given up the possibility of continuing to expand his psychic influence. So they quickly started self-examination work, trying to confirm how many Afterglow individuals in the entire giant shipyard were affected by Qin-Ming. They immediately discovered the Afterglow individuals that were rapidly approaching the core area, and quickly began to concentrate armed forces to deal with it. On the contrary, for the few members of the Special Operations team who had left the factory, not a single Afterglow cared about them, and not a single Afterglow confirmed their existence. They had planned their route in advance, and quickly arrived at the location of the gravity simulating device. On the way, because Yu Hui's attention was not on them at all, there was no obstruction in any sense. But when they arrived, they found that this module had been completely blocked due to the spread of Qin-Ming's psychic energy within the giant shipyard. And since there is no device for producing ships inside this module, Qin-Ming did not waste his mental energy to control it before. As long as this closed door can be broken open, find the location of the simulated gravity device and change the direction of gravity, the new star will surely fall again. Chapter 153 Contact. In front of the closed logistics channel gate of the module, where the gravity device is located, several members of the Special Operations team were preparing means to forcefully destroy the door. As long as they can get in and find a way to access the gravity release device, they will definitely have a way to change its gravity direction. Complete their mission. In fact, they have a better option. Directly request Qinming to find the data cable and force access. At this time, they didn't care whether they would be exposed, since they had to break down the door. Demolishing the wall would be a waste of time. As long as Qinming is connected, this module division will be controlled. And the gravity deflection of the imitation gravity device is just a blink of an eye. But the captain was not sure whether Qinming would help them at this time. And they had just placed the gamma-level core given by Qinming at the repair shop they had just left. So he chose to take out the terminal directly, and said to the terminal, "Mr. Qin, I'm watching." Qinming's voice immediately sounded. But he did not make the first decision whether to help the special operations team at this time, because his condition is very bad. It can be said that he has reached the point where his fuel is exhausted. He can't even hold a knife now. Both of his hands were covered with scars, and the pain was numb. There was no way to stimulate his mental energy. Even his will has begun to weaken. Although Qinming believed that he would be able to make up for the loss of his mental power limit in the future. But the loss of limited energy now cannot be made up for when a person is awake. And at this time, his attention is more on the core area on the other side. And he must focus all his attention here. Because obtaining the last main control system blueprint of the new star here is obviously more important to Qinming than completing Bai Quan's goal. Qinming didn't have any psychological burden. He told Bai Quan from the beginning that this matter was not guaranteed to succeed. And Bai Quan also said that this matter is just to add to the success. It will be the best, or it will not be successful. So there is no need to say much about Qinming's current choice. His goal will only be a blueprint for a new star. The special operations team is supposed to be the ultimate mission that can only be completed by themselves. For their request, Qinming could only. Just when Qinming was about to reject them directly on the grounds that there were no Yue individuals under his control nearby, Bai Quan suddenly used his terminal to ask Qinming, "How is the situation of the special operations team? I scanned here, and there seems to be some big movement inside the giant shipyard." Qinming temporarily let go of the special operations team and said to Bai Quan, "The special operations team is still alive. There has been some progress in the mission, but there is still some progress. Are you going to withdraw?" "Not yet. I just got a bunch of codes here, and I got them through some connections. It's said to be a string left over from the design of the giant shipyard. It's a bit like developer code. You can understand it as a backdoor specially left by developers to directly obtain high-level permissions. The person who gave me the code said that I can just input the code using a network signal. The code backdoor in our own giant shipyard must be removed. But if Yue doesn't know about it, I think you can give it a try. But I can't guarantee it will succeed." Bai Quan saved a very long code into the terminal. Then, Qinming directly handed over this code to Yue, who was under his control and was attacking the core area. This string of code was used on the internal network signal channel on the giant shipyard. Immediately afterwards, something unexpected happened to Qinming. The Afterglow individuals he controlled did have advanced control authority over the giant shipyard, but only part of it. When Yue built the giant shipyard, he did not build it exactly according to the construction methods of human giant shipyards. Instead, they modified some structures suitable for their afterglows based on human beings. Therefore, the only valid location for this string of developer code is part of the giant shipyard. However, Qinming discovered that Yue seemed to have only transformed the outer area. The central battleship position, near the area where the new star was built, has not been modified in Afterglow. The outside area has been modified, causing this string of developer code to be ineffective. But the core, the most important thing, has not changed. But it's also possible that it's not that Yue doesn't want to change it, but that many designs are not changed by Yue if he wants to. The core of the giant shipyard determines the significance of the giant shipyard's existence. If Yue can transform this place at will, then this giant shipyard should not leave traces of human beings in the first place. Yue can just build one himself. Since they use technology stolen from humans, they must be prepared to be exploited by humans. Qinming's opportunity has come. The Afterglows he controlled directly obtained high-level permissions in the core area. In an instant, orders were given to all the Afterwee in the entire giant shipyard, especially the Afterwee individuals who blocked the Afterwee control by Qinming and prevented them from entering the core area. Such conflicting orders instantly caused chaos on the edge of the core area, and the possibility of continuing to block the Afterglow of the rebellion in an orderly manner was lost. Although the alpha-level Afterglow inside responded quickly, As soon as it discovered the vulnerability in the developer's code, it directly used its highest permissions to lock the rest of the permissions. But in just a few seconds, Qinming had already used his authority to do something. He used his high-level authority to force all mechanical equipment to shut down through communication signals that could be spread throughout the giant shipyard. Except of course those he controlled. These downed equipment and robots can be started again. But starting up takes time. This time was enough for the group of Afterglows who were fighting on the edge of the core area to defend the core area and were destroyed several times. At the same time, Qinming also opened an emergency channel on the edge of the blocked core area. This emergency passage is also a trace left by human beings in design. When the emergency channel is activated, unless the problem that caused the emergency channel to open is eliminated, or all personnel inside have been evacuated, no matter how high the authority is, there is no way to completely close it. And Qinming's reason for using authority to activate the emergency channel. It's Afterglow invasion. Although the giant shipyard's built-in security system has been modified by Yuhui, the underlying execution logic has not changed. And this security system does store Yuhui's characteristic data. And the existence of Yuhui can be completely scanned, unless Afterglow physically dismantles the part of the dock structure that controls the emergency passage. They will never be able to close the emergency passage in their lifetime. Through this passage, Qinming can let the Afterglows he controls smoothly enter the core area. And in this last moment, Qinming has completely ignored the consumption of the upper limit of mental power. Those Afterglow individuals installed in robots or various movable engineering equipment carry Qinming's psychic energy, and any machinery they come into contact with will be directly controlled. Then, there is the direct forceful dismantling, breakthrough, and penetration into the core area. The alpha-level Yuhui here is trying to stop Qinming. But Qinming's existence is the biggest natural enemy of all machines. Even the alpha-level Afterglow can never compete with Qinming's spiritual power. All the superior means it could use were defeated by the Afterglow controlled by Qinming. Qinming has only one goal now. Database in the core area. He wanted to find a data line in the core area that would allow him to access it. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The external support that Alpha-class Afterglow had arranged before finally arrived. This shows that the Afterglow controlled by Qinming outside has been completely extinguished at this time. However, when Qinming did not provide spiritual blessing for the Afterglow outside, it was very good that more than 20 module divisions could block hundreds of module divisions for so long. However, within the core area, most of the Afterglow individuals that broke into the core module were lost in just 3 minutes. There are nearly 30 beta-level cores, and only 1/3 of the more than 100 gamma-level cores are left. There should not have been such a loss. Qinming can ensure that the losses of these Afterglow individuals will not be too serious while ensuring the advancement of the core area. But the string of background codes given by Bai Quan and the permissions Qinming obtained by relying on this string of codes instantly accelerated the pace of Qinming's original plan. Let him make such an arrangement of completely ignoring the damage, just breaking through and looking for the data line. Because this is the most efficient approach with the highest success rate. And he did succeed. The remaining 1/3 of the Afterglow individuals remain. Finally now, a data line located in the core area was found. When one of the Afterglow entities connects its data line, the core area of the giant shipyard completely fell into Qinming's hands. But a problem immediately arises. Qinming can confirm that there are 2 alphas in this giant shipyard. But when he checked now, he found that one was missing. The only destination for the missing Alpha-class Afterglow is the Nova. But at least Qinming has occupied the core area and has also controlled an Alpha level. All the data in the database was also displayed in front of him. At this point, Qinming finally obtained the last blueprint. The blueprint of the main control system. He completely put together all the blueprints for the new star. Qinming immediately sent all the blueprints to the terminal brought by the team through the Yuhui internal network signal, and immediately sent the terminal storage module and the memory card containing the blueprint back to him. This will be the source of his future battleships. Although it is not enough to have a blueprint, the basis for building a capital ship is such a giant shipyard. If we really get started, we may not be able to finish it in a few years. But now Qinming doesn't have the time or the brains to think about what to do after getting the blueprint. He just wanted to get things over with quickly. Now that he has obtained the blueprint, he can complete other things along the way. Although this was not so convenient by the way, it made Qinming a little hard or tortured. But now that the guaranteed blueprint has been obtained, he has to try to obtain the additional things Bai Quan said. With the previous psychic weapons as a foundation, Qinming believed that what Bai Quan gave him after completing the mission this time must be very valuable. It has already reached this point. And there is only one last step left. He cannot just stop here. At this time, the members of the Special Operations Team have each prepared a means to forcefully break through the still blocked door. However, they did not start directly, but were still waiting for Chen Ning's answer. Chen Ning was already paying attention to the Special Operations Team at this time. It's just that he didn't speak, but was trying to use the authority of the alpha-level Afterglow individual to let the simulated gravity module here directly change the direction of gravity. But at this time, he discovered that it seemed that the Alpha Afterglow on the new star ship had made arrangements in advance, causing the Afterglow of this module partition to completely block all external communication methods. All communication signals are blocked, and no chance is given. So the task ultimately fell to the Special Operations Team. Of course, Chen Ning will take the initiative to help them this time. The captain, who had not received a response from Chen Ning for a long time, nodded to the team members and decided that they would carry out the task themselves. But at this moment, Chen Ning finally spoke. After entering, look for the data cable. As long as it can be accessed, I can control the rest. Yes! There was a hint of joy on the faces of the team members. After all, as long as Chen Ning was around, their missions would always go smoothly. Especially the electronic technical team member. The excitement on his face is even more obvious. But at this moment, something unexpected happened again. The entire space station was shaking slightly. And suddenly, the team members stepped on the air and levitated from the spot. Afterglow turned off the faux gravity device. The captain calmly shouted to the team members on the communication channel. Continue. We are prepared. The team was indeed prepared, knowing that they might face a zero-gravity environment. Therefore, among the equipment they carry, there are small jetpacks that can assist them in moving quickly in a gravity-free environment. They blew open the door with great efficiency. However, it was completely dark inside the module area of this simulated gravity device. In order to prevent Chen Ning's existence, all systems here were completely shut down. Although Chen Ning can still control this module, but his psychic powers also have to abide by basic physical rules. And the mechanical equipment he controls must have an energy supply to move. Afterglow has lost power, so it is impossible to keep the backup power supply facilities and fuel that exist in each module area. At this moment, the captain suddenly took out something that made Chen Ning look familiar. It looked familiar both externally and internally, which made him very confused. Just as Chen Ning was reminiscing, the captain saw the confused looks of other team members and explained. The micro-antimatter reactor, Commander Bai said, was a product that came out of the laboratory recently. The main job is to supply energy. As long as a reactor the size of a fist can be stabilized, it can supply the energy of a cruiser. It can also supply the equipment of an afterglow. This thing can be detonated directly when necessary. It should be very powerful. Chen Ning suddenly remembered after hearing the captain's introduction. The appearance of this thing is very similar to a weapon called Antimatter Blaster that he got from Sunset before. If it is said that the human military has been working on antimatter power supply, and then it has researched and produced some results, then Ning Ning would definitely believe it. But the situation of this miniature antimatter reactor is different. Its appearance is so similar to the antimatter shock wave that it is impossible to say that there is no connection between them. This is most likely a technology derived from Yuhui's weapons. Chen Ning remembers that his relationship with the company was pretty good at that time. So he gave this thing that he had no use to the factory director and asked him to help deal with it. The factory director seemed to have arranged it for the company's research institute. Could it be that the military got it? Or is it that the company took the initiative to give it to the military? Chen Ning suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head and quickly stopped thinking about this issue. If it was really what he just thought, then he would have to collect the patent fee from the company. But that's too far. Now Chen Ning still has to complete the final mission with the Special Operations Team. Yu Wei took the initiative to cut off the power, which meant that he proactively gave up most of his defense methods. The Special Operations Team smoothly connected an afterglow core that Chen Ning had specially transported from the stabilized core area to this module. What they have to do after that is also very simple. Find the backup power generation room in this module area and restart the power supply. With a precise map provided by Chen Ning's control module, the team quickly arrived at their destination. But here, they discovered a defensive robot that they had never encountered before. The afterglow here concentrates all defensive means here. Moreover, they have also completely destroyed the power supply equipment. This is why Chen Ning failed when he tried to directly use psychic energy to repair the power supply. It doesn't matter whether it is broken or not. What is important is that the Special Operations Team must break through such defenses themselves and give Qinming a chance to repair functional equipment. This is where Qinming can't help them now. Leave it to you. Yes. The Special Operations team has been on a smooth journey, so the large number of weapons they carry are still in hand. Qinming believes that they can definitely break through the defense here. At this moment, Bai Chuan's communication suddenly rang again. The actions of the 2 radiation-class ships on my side have become a bit aggressive. It may be that Yuhui's reinforcements are coming soon. It may also be that the new star level should be activated soon, and our fleet must withdraw. After hearing Bai Quan's words, Qinming subconsciously looked at the new star ship in the ship's position. Qinming has actually been wanting to do something to Xinqing since just now. But Alpha level Afterglow on Nova is a very smart Afterglow. It had previously caused all Afterglow individuals operating around it to turn off the signal reception functions of the mechanical equipment they controlled. He also controlled the small and medium-sized weapons on the new star, destroying all individuals, including spaceships, who dared to come within a certain distance of the new star after the remaining Alpha class Afterglow was controlled by Qinming. It has been staying at the bottom of the ship, completing the preparations before starting. At this time, Qinming happened to see the Afterglow transporting a big guy to the new star. Not sure what that is though. But Qinming knew that he could find a way to prevent this scene from happening. He immediately arranged for the remaining Afterglow individuals to approach from the bottom of the giant shipyard. The bottom of the giant shipyard is a blind spot for the massive weapons on the Nova parked here. And as long as it is close enough, the weapons on the new star level are also very difficult to use to avoid accidental damage. At the same time, Qinming also arranged a large number of Afterglow individuals far away from the bottom of the ship, where the new star is located to control any spacecraft approaching from a high place. Although their purpose is only to serve as cannon fodder to attract the firepower of the new star, it does buy time for the Afterglow at the bottom. When these Afterglows came closer, Qinming finally saw clearly what these Afterglows were transporting. Capital Ship Class Shield Generator. Bai Quan did not remind that the giant shipyard closed the shield. So this is most likely Yuhui's backup shield. When he saw the existence of such a thing, many thoughts suddenly appeared in Qinming's mind. He immediately said to Bai Quan, "Wait a minute. Do you still have some energy left? We should be able to gather fire for a while, and then we have to retreat." So, Qinming endured the pain in his brain and thought hard. He was certain that he would never be able to control this new star with his current mental strength. Even if he has controlled an Alpha-level Afterglow core, he will never be able to do it, let alone affect the Alpha core that has been installed. But if it's just to make you sick, it can still be done. Just give him half a second. Qinming said to Bai Quan again. "Are you willing to believe me once?" Bai Quan asked with some confusion. "What do you want to say?" "I need you to take the initiative to expose the flaws that will cause you losses. The 2 capital ships that attracted the Afterglow use blink engines in the direction of your fleet. You will understand the rest when the time comes." Bai Quan was silent for a moment and replied, "I can only say that I will not risk the lives of so many of my men just because of your words. But I will try my best to fulfill your request." "That's enough." Qinming finished his words. A large number of mid to low-level Afterglow individuals that had been prepared in modules near the bottom of the dock suddenly rushed out, completely ignoring his own casualties. He rushed towards the team transporting the battleship-level shield. The weapons controlled by the new star were completely uninterrupted and accurately killed the Yuhui individuals who dared to approach, blocking out almost all the Afterglow of Qinming's control. Broken mechanical parts and mechanical limbs flew out in all directions at the bottom of the ship. In the midst of this chaotic scene, a gamma core installed on the robot flew out due to damage to the robot, and happened to hit the shield module being transported. And the next moment it slipped to the ground, and was crushed by the Afterglow entity transporting the shield device. Chapter 154 Evacuation. None of the Afterglow individuals seemed to notice this scene, except for the Alpha-level Afterglow on the new star. But it also saw that Qinming's robot was still pushing forward desperately, trying to occupy the shield module. It seems that the brief contact just now did not affect the shield module, so it chooses to continue the installation. But in fact, it has no choice. If it continues to stay here, its fate is basically doomed, as the core modules of the giant shipyard have been controlled by Qinming. So it must run. If he ran out, he would have to face the attack of 2 ships from the 14th Legion. Therefore it must also have this shield module installed. It has no choice. It can only bet. Bet on the results of their Afterglow in the previous test of Qinming's ability. It is believed that Qinming does not have the ability to control one module of a battleship through a lowest level gamma level core and continue to control the entire battleship. It's half the bet. Qinming does not have the ability to use the gamma class core to control the battleship. But if it only has a small impact on a module, the moment of contact is enough. The various robots and equipment controlled by the Yuwei individual controlled by Qin Ming are still frantically trying to destroy the interactive equipment. But it still failed to succeed under the new star's attack. And the shield module was quickly installed to isolate other afterglows. And the new star ignored all the afterglow entities below and started the engine directly. The terrifying high temperature brought by the wake of the engine spraying on the ground instantly destroyed all the afterglow entities that wanted to attack it and protect it. The new star set sail and flew towards the exit of the dock. At the same time, the special operations team finally cleared away all the afterglow entities that were protecting the damaged power generation equipment. After the fuel has been completely processed by the afterglow, the micro-antimatter reactor is connected to the power supply line. Qin Ming activated the simulated gravity device as soon as the power was reconnected, changed the direction of gravity, and adjusted the maximum gravity intensity. Xinqing, who had half the ship left the dock at this time, did not expect such a change at all. The hull of the ship tilted here, and the right rear corner hit the giant dock. It can be seen from the huge cracked opening at the dock exit that the impact caused more serious damage than before. That's enough. Qin Ming can't wait to see his final result. Nova flew out of the giant shipyard. At this time, the special operations team barely adapted to Qin Ming's adjusted gravity. With Qin Ming's advance warning, they did not suffer any obvious trauma from the sudden pressure just now. There may be internal injuries caused by sudden changes in gravity, but the medical methods of this era make it very simple to cure hidden internal injuries caused by heavy pressure, as long as they can go back alive. So after the special operations team adjusted their status, Qin Ming said directly to them, "The new star has flown away from the giant shipyard. You can retreat." The captain had just felt the vibration from the violent impact as the gravity surged. But he didn't expect to hear the news from Qin Ming that the new star successfully flew away from the dock. He subconsciously asked, "Did we fail? There is no result yet as to whether you fail or not. I think you have basically reached the limit of what you can do. And although the Nova has flown out, your mission is to destroy the Nova, not to prevent the Nova from flying out." "Yes." Qin Ming arranged to start the special operations team's retreat route. At the same time, we are also arranging some other auxiliary matters, which should be used soon. Outside the giant shipyard at this time, the moment the new star left the exit of the dock and appeared at the forefront of the battle line, the fleet of the 14th Legion, which was in a bit of chaos and was almost thrust into the face by two radiation-class ships, suddenly regrouped in several formations. The entire fleet's range of fire bypassed the two radiation ships and focused unreservedly on the newly emerged star. The new star's alpha-level afterglow immediately activated the main-level shield. But an accident, or something that it should not have believed in with a gambling mentality before, happened. The capital ship-level shields that were supposed to be activated did activate, but the activation position is in the opposite direction from where it wants to activate the shield. It had just entered the battle line organized by the afterglow fleet, and had not yet had time to adjust its posture, resulting in its side being completely exposed to the 14th Legion. And the reason why this situation is happening now, that is, at the moment when the gamma-level core flew out and touched the shield module in the giant shipyard, Qin Ming modified part of the shield module. Although Qin Ming didn't quite understand the use and actual technology of capital ship-level shields, he could easily do it by simply changing the internal wiring and connecting a few wires in reverse. Qin Ming just wanted the shield module line failure to cause overload when the shield was activated, but he didn't expect that his casual change would lead to the current situation. This is a bit surprising, but it's not a big problem. At least the reverse-activated shield failed to block the first wave of fire from the 14th Legion fleet. Violent explosions, flames, and light pollution caused by laser weapons instantly exploded on the side of the new star. The left forearm, which had already been damaged by the impact, was completely broken in this attack. The damage suffered by the new star was more serious than that of the previous offensive-class ship that bore the pressure of the entire front. However, the new star is still a battleship after all. The armor suffered a lot of damage from the concentrated fire, but at least it was not directly destroyed. It's just that its problems remain unresolved. It takes time for the main-level shield to be fully deployed, and it also takes time to adjust the direction of the full-width shield. This means that its shield has no time to deploy or adjust its position to where it should appear before the second wave of concentrated fire attacks that are enough to destroy it arrives. And it also takes a lot of time to turn off the shield and open it in a new place. And it may even cause more problems due to frequent switching of the shield. What's more, The alpha level afterglow on the new star cannot be determined at this time. Did Chen Ming modify the shield to open the shield in the opposite direction from the original shield opening direction? Or did he open the shield in a random direction? If it turns off the shield and intends to turn it on in the opposite direction, and the shield randomly appears in a new direction, it will be really fatal. At this time, the new star's shield has not been fully deployed, and it is impossible for other battleships to add a connected shield out of thin air without the original shield. Therefore, the only option left for the Alpha class afterglow is to adjust the direction of the ship on its own. This is used to change the direction of the shield that is still expanding. In the process, other afterglow ships in the afterglow fleet came up like crazy to help New Star bear the damage, delaying time for it to change its hull position. The physical blocking of other ships of at least cruiser level did buy the New Star a little time. But at this juncture, any small problem will lead to disaster. Just when the New Star flew out of the giant shipyard exit, it suffered a sudden increase in gravity, causing its rear right tail to hit the exit of the giant shipyard. Engine damaged. At this moment, when Nova was making an emergency turn, the engine on the right rear suddenly stalled. The internal inspection equipment was too late to repair such huge damage in just a few seconds. The turning speed was limited to a very low level, and there was no time to adjust the position of the ship. However, Chen Ming didn't feel anything special while observing the situation here, because just in the first few dozen seconds, he could confirm one thing by seeing how quickly the Nova Star's hull adjusted its attitude when the engine was not malfunctioning. Even though it didn't hit it once when it left the dock, the engine was not damaged. It was too late to adjust its position before the second round of fire from the 14th Army. At most, it can only rely on the extended shield to block about 1/3 of the firepower. But the remaining 2/3 are enough to completely destroy it. The New Star level is not an offensive. There is only one result if you rely on the destroyed armor to survive the second round of concentrated fire. At this moment, several nearby cruisers that came to cover had been destroyed in the concentrated fire of the 14th Legion fleet, and there were no other ships that could continue to share the damage to New Star. And this situation will happen, which is the fundamental reason why New Stars must go to the front of the battle line as soon as they come out. The reason is that the other two Radiation-class ships performed a short distance flash dozens of seconds ago under the influence of Baiquan's active command. It's too late now for them to flash back to help Nova. They could only watch helplessly outside the fleet as the fleet of the 14th Legion bypassed their concentrated fire and hit the New Star that had lost its protection. As the commander-in-chief of the 14th Legion, Baiquan finally understood the meaning of Chen Ming's previous words at this moment. He also saw with his own eyes that the bombing of their 14th Legion fleet completely submerged the New Star, which was relatively fragile as a battlecruiser. It was completely reduced to a fiercely burning bright star in space. Nova was destroyed, and most of the giant shipyard was paralyzed at this time. The target that needed protection was gone, and the two Radiation-class ships that were very close to the 14th Army's front also seemed to be angry, and began to suppress Baiquan desperately, trying to keep Baichuan's fleet. But Baiquan has so many years of experience fighting Yuhui, and he knows very well how to retreat safely from Yuhui's hands. Even if two radiation ships were pressing in and oppressing him desperately, he could still continue to adjust the situation of the fleet's front smoothly, shrink your formation and retreat at any time. But he hasn't done that yet. He's still waiting for his chance. Inside the giant shipyard at this time, the Special Operations team is running within the module area that Chen Ming does not control. Due to the loss of the two core Alpha-class afterglows, the remaining afterglows of the entire giant shipyard have fallen into chaos. They don't know what they should do, so they can only act in person and cooperate with the various robots with different functions in each dock to protect the module they control. So the Special Operations team has begun to encounter some wandering robots sporadically. However, they completed most of the tasks smoothly in the front, without using the weapons they brought with them at all. So now that they are about to retreat, they can bombard them all the way without saving. Very convenient. Fast and safe. The captain of the Special Operations team suddenly asked at this time, "Mr. Chen, are we heading to the inner circle of the dock?" "Right." Chen Ming had nothing else to do now, so he answered quickly, because he did not completely control the entire giant shipyard, and other modules of the giant shipyard basically closed the equipment for receiving external signals at this time. Therefore, when the Special Operations team goes to the modules outside the dock that are not controlled by him, it can easily lead to some unexpected situations. In addition, he is basically hanging on to his last breath now, and he does not dare to make any unnecessary loss of mental power. Therefore, he decided to give it up and take away the alpha-level afterglow core that could control the entire giant shipyard. Under Qinming's special arrangement, this alpha afterglow was installed on an afterglow cruiser parked inside a giant shipyard. The Refraction-class unmanned heavy cruiser. This is the same type of battleship as the afterglow cruiser that Qinming lost before. It is generally very common in various colonies in afterglow and has good protection capabilities. However, what it is protecting now is not Yuhui, but a frigate-class cargo ship also located here. This is an empty ship that Qinming specially asked Alpha-class Yuhui to bring with him. Its usefulness is also obvious. When the special operations team came here, they immediately understood Qinming's thoughts. He quickly boarded the cargo hold of the cargo ship and indirectly controlled the spacecraft through communication signals. Qinming also said to them at this time, "Get ready to jump. We will be safe soon." The team members all looked relieved, and the captain solemnly bowed to the terminal representing Qinming and said, "Mr. Qin, we are very grateful for your help." Qinming was a little uncomfortable with it, but it felt good to be respected. "Well, let's go!" The refraction-level jump engine is ready to start. At this time, Qinming also said to Bai Quan, "By the way, your people are going back, and there is also an afterglow cruiser that will go with it. Let your people stay safe." Okay. A flash of light suddenly flashed in Bai Quan's eyes, as if he thought of something, so he quickly agreed. Qinming continued to add, "I will be very busy in the next few days, so don't call me for a short time. Please help me take care of the ship for 2 days. Let me take care of the cruiser. What are you going to do? Sleep. I didn't lie to you before." After Qinming finished speaking, he threw away the knife in his hand. The anger that had been carrying in my heart finally dissipated. His vision went dark, and he collapsed to the ground. Bai Quan still didn't react, so he asked, "Sleep? What do you mean?" Bai Quan asked, but there was no response from the terminal. "Hello? Are you still there? Hello? Hello?" Bai Quan called Qinming twice to confirm that Qinming had really disconnected the communication. So he immediately recalled in his mind what Qinming had said before. "I haven't rested since 2 days ago. Running away from Yuhui has taken away a lot of my energy. I need to rest." Is this sentence actually true? He thought it was Qinming bargaining before. Thinking of this, Bai Quan couldn't help but continue thinking. If Qinming simply retreated from Yuhui, it should be an easy thing with his ability. But now there is a situation of complete mental exhaustion. What on earth did you do to cause such a situation? Could it be that they left a lot of backup players on Yuhui's territory? No. You can't think like that. Bai Quan immediately rejected his idea. He has too little information now. He must wait until he returns and learns what Qinming did before he can make an accurate judgment. So Bai Quan did not think too much in the wrong direction, but continued to help Qinming solve the last few things according to what Qinming said. Although Qinming has lost consciousness, all the things he has come into contact with have been arranged and are continuing to be implemented according to his final plan. The refraction class located inside the giant shipyard quickly took the cargo ship to make a short distance jump, entering the battle line of the 14th Legion fleet. Although Bai Quan warned them in advance, several ships still misoperated due to fright. But fortunately, there was no big problem. After confirming that there was nothing that the 14th Legion was needed to do in this galaxy, Bai Quan also ordered the offensive stage to start the jump engine. He also sent the specific value of the engine's resonant frequency to Qinming's refractor, preparing to leave with it. At this time, all the ship's sensors scanned the new huge jump fluctuations near the fleet. That was a sign that Yuhui's reinforcement fleet was about to arrive. Fortunately, the fleet of the 14th Army successfully made the jump at the last moment and did not encounter Yuhui's support fleet. After a short jump process, in the galaxy where the 14th Legion is stationed, a few seconds after the jump fluctuation was detected, the fleet of the 14th Legion returned here safely. And around the jump target location, the Legion-class ship that disappeared before was waiting here. Originally, the whole process was without any problems. It was when the refraction level appeared that the alarm at the station almost went off. Fortunately, Bai Quan also immediately stopped all this from happening. However, there are still many people in the station who do not know the specific situation and are wary of the refraction. At the same time, a small number of people realize the significance of this refraction. Within this small group of people, a dozen or so people immediately left their current jobs and found ways to get in touch with the communication equipment they had immediate access to. Then, they were all recorded, and the identities of the spies were exposed. This was Bai Quan's idea when Qinming asked him to help take care of the cruiser. He knew that the fact that Chen-Ming was still alive was only known to a few high-level officials in the war zone besides him. Therefore, when their lower-level officials discover signs that Chen-Ming is still alive, they will definitely notify the higher-ups immediately. He catches these tails easily. Of course, there must be other spies here who have not been caught. But that will happen in the future. While such things were happening inside the 14th Army Corps station, the fleet led by Bai Quan did not return to their giant shipyard immediately. Instead, together with a Legion class who had been waiting for a long time, they waited for a while at the location where they jumped out. But it seems that Afterglow will not follow the traces of the jump engine. I am afraid of an ambush and dare not pursue him. However, Bai Quan still did not relax too much, and arranged for the fleets to disperse in batches and return to their giant shipyard. At the same time, Legion-level patrols were arranged inside the galaxy to prevent Yue from carrying out subsequent sneak attacks. As soon as Bai Quan returned to the dock, he handed over the task of counting the results and losses to his deputy, and he himself came to the place where the Refraction-class ship was docked. The psyker he invited before has not left yet, and now he is in the dock, next to the Refraction class. Bai Quan walked quickly to his side and asked, "How's it going?" The psyker shook his head and said, "No trace of psychic energy was found." "Really not?" "No, not at all. My relationship with you will not lie to you. If it is true that this Yue ship is controlled by Chen-Ming as you said, my suggestion is to maintain a friendly relationship with him honestly. His ability is very terrifying, especially for someone like you who often needs to come into contact with the spacecraft." Bai Quan nodded slightly and said, "I know. So I'm quite lucky now." Previously, Chen-Ming had a very bad relationship between the two parties because of an idiot in their 14th Legion. But fortunately, he saved the relationship, and it should be able to maintain it for a period of time in the future. Since the psyker he found now has no trace of the existence of psychic fluctuations from Chen-Ming's spaceship, Bai Quan did not continue to waste time here. He said to the few people following him, "Then just put the ship here first, and don't let anyone make any other small moves. If any problem occurs, deal with it as soon as possible. Then report it to me, and then wait for Chen-Ming to come and take the ship away." After Bai Quan finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. But the psyker suddenly stopped him and asked, "What are you going to do next?" "I plan to contact the headquarters in advance. I was still considering whether to apply to keep these 3 battleships, but now they must be kept. Otherwise, I will have no way to deal with Yue when he comes back. With the results of this victory, applying for a ship should go smoothly." In fact, there is one thing Bai Quan didn't say. That is, although the existence of the battleship will cause them to spend more on logistics, but having a boat in hand at least brings peace of mind. The psychic noticed the details in Bai Quan's words and asked, "Are you going to be promoted?" This question made Bai Quan finally unable to restrain his expressionless look, and couldn't help but smile a little. "Perhaps." Chapter 155 Coordinates. I don't know how much time has passed. When Chen-Ming woke up, he found that he was lying on a hospital bed in the highest point's own medical facility. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a bag of glucose hanging on the back of his hand, and there were several outside doctors and nurses nearby, helping Chen-Ming conduct physical examinations. The boss was standing nearby, talking to someone on the phone. Chen-Ming raised his wet hand and took a look. The gauze that he had casually wrapped around his hand had been replaced by a new bandage that was obviously wrapped by a professional nurse. And there is no pain now. It seems that the doctor gave him top-notch drugs. The boss next to him discovered that Chen-Ming had woken up after being reminded by the doctor. He said a word to the person on the phone and hung up the call. Then he looked at Chen-Ming and said, "Are you awake? I suddenly received a communication from your ship parked at the dock, saying that something was wrong with you, and I came over to see you. In the end, I saw you ended up like this. How did you do it?" Chen-Ming sat up from the hospital bed and explained, "I have cooperated with Bai Quan on some things. You should know about it in 2 days. The instigator is here, and I have to wait 2 days to find out." Chen-Ming glanced at the doctors and nurses next to him. "It's okay. They are all my own people." Chen-Ming nodded and said, "I cooperated with Bai Quan and did something on Yu Hui's territory." The boss asked with interest and cooperation with Chen-Ming, "What's the matter?" "I helped him find a new ship that Yue was building recently. A new class unmanned battlecruiser. Killed? Not only that, we also killed a radiation ship. And we also demolished a lot of the giant shipyard where the new star is parked. If my mental strength hadn't been enough, I could have even controlled the entire giant shipyard. The boss immediately understood the situation and said, "No wonder you want to harm yourself. You use pain to stimulate your mental strength." "Right. Yes. But it's a pity that it's still a long way off. I can't feel the giant shipyard anymore. It may have been demolished by Yue himself." The boss suddenly noticed something at this time and asked, "I see that your mental energy consumption is like just helping with positioning." "Right. Well, when Baikuan passed by, Yue's support was too fast, so we had no chance to kill the Nova. Then he sent a small team and asked me to command them to go to the giant shipyard and force out the unfinished new star. Originally, I wanted to blow up Xinxing directly in the dock, but unfortunately it was close. In the end, I had to force him out and let Baikuan handle it." "Correct." As Chen spoke, he suddenly seemed to have remembered something and said, "Baikuan promised me before that as long as I can kill the Nova, I can make any reasonable requests. So now I'm thinking about what requests I should make to him." Baikuan killed 2 battleships at once, as well as a new model of Nova. "Did you get the combat data and hull data in the dock?" "Yes. I have transferred some of Nova's hull data to the previous team that sneaked into the giant shipyard, and they have brought the data back." Of course, it was impossible for Chen to give away such things as blueprints. He just gave Baikuan some of the new class ship data recorded in the database. After all, he controls the core of the giant shipyard, so it is more reasonable to find something in the core and give it away than to say that he found nothing. It also makes people more doubtful that he has a complete blueprint for a new star here. The boss was not surprised that Chen had obtained the data, and continued, "That's right. With these things in hand, Baikuan will definitely get their internal rewards, and maybe he will be promoted. When the time comes to order more, he will definitely be able to pay, and he will definitely be willing to pay. Also, even if he is not a psyker, you can still ask him for anything related to psionic energy, and he will definitely have it. What do you want specifically? I'll give you some advice later." The boss looked very interested in this matter, but Chen still said, "I haven't thought about it yet." "Okay, then there's no need to rush. Baikuan should be busy during this time. You may not be able to get anything if you go to him now. Think about it slowly." Chen adjusted his sitting position on the hospital bed. At this time, he suddenly discovered a problem. His mental strength seemed to be restored. He doesn't feel any fatigue now, and at the same time, he doesn't feel the pain of mental shock after mental exhaustion. What's happening here? Chen didn't understand, so he asked his boss, "How long have I been unconscious?" "Well, probably less than a day." "Only 1 day?" Chen didn't think that his previous mental exhaustion could be resolved by being in a coma for a day. He frowned slightly and carefully observed his situation through his mental power. Suddenly, he discovered that his overall mental state was not even the state before he fell into coma. But earlier, he started to help Baikuan when his mental power was at its highest limit. Wait, that's not right. Chen noticed something was wrong again. The upper limit of his mental power has obviously been significantly reduced due to mental exhaustion before. After this coma, all the lowered upper limit of his mental power was restored, and even improved significantly, just like the improvement of his mental strength after undergoing extremely high-intensity training. How is this going? Hearing Chen Ning's sudden question, the boss subconsciously asked, "What did you say?" "My mental strength has recovered, and there are no side effects from forcing myself on." "Oh, this." Lao Ai thought it was something important, but he didn't expect it to be this. After hearing Chen Ning's words, he knocked on the wall next to him casually. A shadow that was much thinner than before poked its head out of the wall, and then went back. It was the ship spirit who helped Chen Ning bear the mental loss. This situation also made him fully realize what it meant to say that the ship spirit is the psyker's other life. Just when Chen Ning was sighing at the awesomeness of the boat spirit, the terminal in the boss's hand vibrated again. He picked up the terminal, took a look at it, and said to Chen Ning, "Xiao Ming, I told you before that the president wants to see you. Right? He wants to talk to you in advance now." Chen Ming was stunned for a moment and said, "Okay." The boss picked up the phone and handed the terminal to Chen Ming. A gentle and smooth middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. He sounded older than the boss. "Hello." Chen Ming. "Hello, President. I've heard about you from Wuhan for a long time." "Yes, me too." The president smiled and said, "I'm looking for you today just to have a casual chat with you and get to know each other. If you have anything you want to ask, you can ask it, if it can be answered over the phone. I will tell you on the spot. The president's attitude towards Chen Ming was so good that Chen Ming glanced at the boss next to him a little uncertainly. However, the boss just spread his hands and signaled Chen Ming to decide what to do. Thank you in advance. President, I would like to ask, how did you solve the last dimensional infection? What did Boss Wu mean when he told me that it was only roughly solved? Also, what exactly is a dimensional infection? Did Wu tell you a specific solution? He said you banished those things? The president suddenly fell silent for some reason. Then he said, it's not considered exile. Exile requires a specific place to be exiled. But I just threw those deformed eyeballs from that time out of our universe. I don't know exactly where it was thrown. But I'm sure it's not somewhere else in our universe. It's not in hyperspace. Let alone any space similar to hyperspace that we are studying. It's not even the original space of these things. That's why Wu told you that it has been roughly solved. So random? This thought flashed through Chen Ming's mind. And for some reason, he suddenly remembered his unstable hyperspace channel jump engine. It's also random. But this one is only limited to hyperspace. As for the question you asked about what dimensional infection is, I can't give you an accurate answer. Our current research progress on dimensional infection is still relatively lagging behind. You have experienced it yourself, and know that ordinary people have no way to come into contact with these things. Only me and a few researchers who are psychers have been studying these things. But the efficiency can only be said to be average. But you can generally understand dimensional infection as another space or dimension. A means of eroding our place. Chen Ming suddenly understood something. Of course, it's not what the dimensional infection is, but the reason why the president wants to find him. This may have something to do with his psychic abilities. But the bigger reason should be that he is an experiencer of dimensional infection, and is also the genetic source of the clones that cause the dimensional infection. And the president just said that they are researching that dimension. Then Chen Ming, who happens to be from a serious major, can be invited to join them. Although Chen Ming studied engineering, not science, he at least had some foundation in this area. And although his study direction is also about machinery and spaceships, it does not affect the research on that dimension. After all, if we really want to count it, the hyperspace that supports the entire empire can also be regarded as a kind of dimension. So as a product that occupies the two research directions of machinery and spacecraft at the same time, it can enter the hyperspace channel system of the dimension of hyperspace. It just illustrates the connection between machinery and other dimensions. Moreover, Chen Ming is also a psyker. When facing that special dimension, he has natural resistance that ordinary people do not have at all. So it is definitely no problem to find Chen Ming. The president came here this time probably because he wanted Chen Ming to join him and help him with his research. Even if Chen Ming doesn't want to join them, going over to meet and chat in person will definitely be helpful to his research. Chen Ming's current thoughts will not change. He will definitely continue to explore outside the empire and stay away from all kinds of troubles within the empire. Therefore, Chen Ming has no idea about joining the Psychic Association or joining the president's research team. But if it's just a chat, a simple favor, it's okay. So Chen Ming responded after thinking for a while. I understand. One more question is that I got an amber-like thing. What is the specific use of this thing? The president still said to Chen Ming in the same kind manner as before. Wu has already told me about your thing. But it's hard to talk about it on the phone. We can talk in detail when we meet in a few days. But I can tell you its name first. To condense, the source of spiritual energy. This is a name I found from the ruins of another civilization before. And I also found some related documents at that time. Well, actually, you can ask some questions. And I can tell you what I can tell you now. It's not okay to tell us on the phone that we can talk later. Good. Chen Ming immediately asked the question he had been thinking about for a long time. Why is this thing called the source of psychic energy? Shouldn't my origin of psychic energy be in myself? The president replied, the condensed spiritual energy source is not the spiritual energy source. And the spiritual energy source you are referring to is not called the spiritual energy source. I won't tell you the specific name of the source of psychic energy because Wu has arranged it. You will know it later. You just have to know right now that under normal circumstances, condensing the source of psychic energy requires the psychic to actively guide all of his or her spiritual power outside the body. As long as there is a certain carrier, these spiritual energies will naturally condense and form the source of condensed spiritual energy. It sounds easy to achieve. But first of all, you should be aware that when a psyker's mental power is exhausted, he will suffer mental shock and become comatose. This alone can eliminate many ordinary psychics. Their mental power cannot support such consumption, unless there are special circumstances or a powerful enough psyker can do this. Hear this! Chen Ning suddenly realized that he seemed to be able to fulfill such a request. He had previously relied on the upper limit of mental power consumption to achieve a situation where his mental power was exhausted but not comatose. He can completely guide all his mental power outside the body. As long as there is a carrier, he can once again create a condensed spiritual energy source. The boss next to him seemed to have thought of this, and his expression changed slightly. There were surprises about Chen Ning's ability, and there was also the surprise about the source of condensed spiritual energy itself. The boss is indeed able to channel all his mental energy outside the body while still staying awake. But he had never heard of the existence of condensed spiritual energy, and he didn't know how to create it. Either he is ignorant, or the existence of this condensed spiritual energy source is extremely rare, even rarer than the already rare ship spirit itself. And there are not even enough samples to confirm its existence. But since the president has made it clear that this thing really exists, then the key to condensing the original existence of spiritual energy should be on that carrier. Just as Chen Ning and the boss were thinking at this time, the president's next words were about carriers. Even if the psyker meets the previous needs, the remaining carrier will be extremely difficult to solve, because it does not have a fixed specific existence. Each psyker's spiritual energy needs different carriers to condense when it is directed outside the body. There are so many possibilities at extremely high costs, and it is almost impossible to test what substances can serve as carriers. So I only know of 2 existences of this condensed spiritual energy source. One is yours, and the other is someone else I know. Chen Ning still asked with some confusion at this time. Then why is it called this name? I just said. This is the name recorded on the document I found from the ruins of another civilization. It was not named by me, but I can give you a rough explanation, so you can understand it. When the psyker controls all the mental power to be directed outside the body to form this thing, the essence of the thing it finally forms must be the same as the essence of your psionic energy. But it's not your spiritual essence. So I added condensation in front to distinguish it. It has no special meaning. That's it. Chen Ning responded with a vague understanding, and then asked, is this thing a bit like a ship spirit? Ship spirit? It does look a bit like it, but the ship spirit is special. The ship spirit is a psychic creature that is born when the psyker's daily mental power escapes, and the surrounding objects are in a psychic environment for a long time. Condensing the source of spiritual energy is an object that requires the active release of mental power to create. In essence, they are somewhat similar. They are similar to the psychic origin of psykers, but the specifics are definitely different. The president suddenly thought of something and said, speaking of it, your situation of condensing the source of spiritual energy is also quite special. It was with the help of those aberrant hard tissues that helped you condense the condensed spiritual energy source in advance. And then it was influenced by your ship spirit and became your condensed spiritual energy source. Right. Right. Well, this is a situation that is very difficult to reproduce. No, it is completely impossible to reproduce. The source of your condensed spiritual energy obtained through this method is even more special among the special. But what is so special about it can only be determined by seeing it myself. Chen Ning responded again and said, then I have another question. Can I condense more than one of this condensed spiritual energy source? This involves the use of this thing. The document I found just contains these records, but I will tell you about it later. But let me remind you first. Don't try this. Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you, President. Okay. See you in 2 days. Communication ends. Chen Ning also has a basic understanding of the president. He returned the terminal to the boss and said smoothly, the president is so easygoing. The president takes the initiative to see you. If he doesn't agree with you, who will? 2. The boss put away the terminal, reached out and patted Chen Ning on the shoulder and asked, is your body okay? If so, we will leave early. Speaking of his body, Chen Ning only noticed that several doctors and nurses had left the ward at some point. So he felt for himself that he was indeed physically tired. But mentally, it's pretty good. It's not an exaggeration to say it's very good. The ship spirit gave him great spiritual protection. Moreover, Chen Ning does not need to sail the boat himself. He only needs to have enough mental strength to go. So he thought about it and said, yes, I can leave now. Do you think we should bring doctors and nurses with us? Chen Ning thought about it again and said, take it with you. If something happens along the way, you won't have to go to the colony. The boss nodded. picked up the terminal and clicked a few times, then said to Chen Ming, "That's it." As soon as the boss finished speaking, he suddenly saw Chen Ming's expression change, became extremely pale. The boss quickly asked, "Are you okay?" A little cold sweat broke out on Chen Ming's forehead, and he said incoherently, No, we can't go. We absolutely can't meet. There's something wrong with this." Because at the moment when Chen Ming planned to activate the highest point and go to the galaxy given to him by his boss, once again, Chen Ming clearly sensed the special sense of danger coming from the depths of the starry sky in the space of consciousness. Many thoughts flashed through his mind instantly, and he immediately connected them together. These thoughts connected together gave Chen Ming an extremely terrifying conjecture. The boss, who was unaware of all this, reached out and held Chen Ming's shoulders, frowned and looked into his eyes carefully and said, "What's the problem? Are you talking about the president?" No, not the president." Chen Ming quickly denied it, and at the same time said to his boss extremely nervously, "Boss, you said it before. The existence of another dimension that caused the dimensional infection can locate the position of our empire, and it also positioned it for 20 years at a time. All of our newborns in the past 20 years, and the cloning experiments that were still being carried out at that time were all aberrant. It wasn't until 20 years later, when the relative positions of our two dimensions were staggered, that they gradually lost our coordinates." "Right." The boss knew what he had said, so he immediately admitted, "Yes. Then the president and I, two people who have experienced dimensional infection, and are also the gene providers of the dimensional infection targets. Aren't we just coordinate data for things in that space?" The boss seemed to be aware of the problem. Frowning and thinking, Chen Mingzi continued, "If the position of the president is equivalent to a point, it has no meaning for our universe and another dimension. Because there is only one point but two sides. No, there are two spaces. So it is impossible to position it just by relying on this point. Because the beings over there don't know the relative positions of the two dimensions. Otherwise, when the president is only at one point, the other dimension will no longer be able to lose our position. So a point has no value. But when the second point appears, that is, when my position appears, as long as these two coordinates are connected, they will have practical meaning." Chapter 156 Change. What Chen Ming said sounded very reasonable, but the boss still felt there was something wrong and said, "But since you already exist in our universe, doesn't it matter whether you meet the president or not?" Chen Ming immediately denied it and said, "No, I don't feel right. I do exist. But when those things in another space locate me and the president, they should only be able to locate two independent points. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why Chen Ming didn't feel this way before. And he was sweating profusely until he actually planned to set sail to find the president. Of course, Chen Ming couldn't be so direct. Instead, he changed his words to something that sounded relatively reasonable. "We and another space are not completely corresponding to each other like hyperspace. There must be many complex and even distorted influences in the middle. Being able to locate the empire for 20 years shows that they can confirm the location of the infection in our universe through dimensional infection. But it lost our position 20 years later, which shows that changes in the relative position between dimensions will make it impossible for them to continue to position themselves. According to our understanding, this change in relative position must be traceable. Since those things are not continued to be tracked, it means that for them, the changes in the relative position of the dimensions are random. This process of change, the distortion from our universe to their dimension. So even if the president's existence provides a coordinate, they will not be able to find our location. Because the coordinates provided by the president and me have become random after experiencing changes between dimensions." The boss suddenly thought of a question at this time and asked, "Then do you think it is possible that they can't locate us through people who have experienced dimensional infection?" Chen Ming used his spiritual power to slightly control his supreme point, and the idea of going to the president flashed through his mind. The next moment, the sense of danger came again. So Chen Ming answered very definitely and decisively, "No, they can definitely determine our coordinates through me and the president. It's just because the president and I have no actual contact yet. And after the last dimensional change, they most likely don't know where the second dimensional infection occurred in our universe. It's even less clear whether they are clones made by the same empire or even the same species. If you really want to say it, this second dimensional infection is also caused by the afterglow. Not humans. Even if they know our human genes, they can't be sure that they are clones made by humans themselves. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Just pretend I didn't say this." Chen Ming suddenly remembered the sense of danger he had felt in the universe of consciousness space before. This should mean that things from another dimension are aware of his existence. Therefore, it cannot be said that they are not sure whether this second-dimensional infection is caused by humans. As long as Chen Ming is alive, even if the dimensional infection is not caused by humans, it can only fall on humans in the end. But it is certain that they cannot determine where in our universe the two-dimensional infections occurred. Otherwise, Chen Ming's danger perception ability should have known about the dimensional infection the moment it occurred. The President and I are separate and independent points, not related points. It doesn't matter if you don't come into contact at ordinary times. But if you come into contact, the situation will change. The two discrete points are no longer independent. Two people who have been in contact with the corrupted dimension. Two discrete and random coordinates. Getting closer is equivalent to confirming a line for the corrupt dimension. A line that can find the possibility of regularity in their relative positions in randomly changing dimensions. They can look for traces of our existence and the location of the empire on this line of the universe. If a third point appears in the future, it means that something is 100% going to happen. Chen Ming finished his conjecture in one breath, took a deep breath to calm down, and drank some water. Although he had no knowledge or in-depth understanding of another dangerous dimension and dimension infection 3 days ago. But it was this sense of danger brought about by meeting the President that made him quickly consider a lot of very reasonable things that he had never thought of before. So much so that the boss, besides thinking about what Chen Ming said, couldn't help but ask him, "How did you think of this?" Chen Ming thought about it and said, "It's probably a feeling. Do you feel it?" The boss did not doubt Chen Ming's statement, because Chen Ming had talked about something with him before. It was when Chen Ming faced the abnormal heart and was forcibly dragged into the consciousness space by the abnormal heart that he sensed the danger from the starry sky. The boss also took the initiative to explain to Chen Ming that the space of consciousness amplified his perception and greatly improved his ability to detect. So now, the boss immediately agreed with Chen Ming's conjecture. After all, Chen Ming is a personal experiencer of dimensional infection, and he also has very keen perception. It is very normal to notice that something is wrong. And at this moment, the boss's terminal suddenly vibrated. He picked up the terminal and looked at it. The President's phone number. The boss answered the phone and listened for a while, his expression gradually turning more serious. After a few simple responses, he said, "Yes, Xiao Ming has a similar feeling. I will send you the recording I just made. Okay. Let's talk about it later." The boss hung up the phone and first explained to Chen Ming, "I usually have the habit of recording in my daily life, which helps me do things a lot of times. Although you sometimes leave your own evidence, the advantages generally outweigh the disadvantages." Chen Ming nodded. He had no objection to the boss's recording, because he himself has been recording. So Chen Ming also skipped this topic and asked about the phone call just now. "What did the President just say?" "The President said that he just sensed a problem and wants to talk to you in more detail about the dimensional infection. He needs to prepare and will call again soon." "What exactly do you feel?" "He just said that he felt there was something wrong. It was best to wait until he figured it out before meeting you. Then I sent him the recording of me and you just now. Is that so?" Chen Ming had a feeling that the President seemed to have just noticed something was wrong. There was no way he could detect that extremely dangerous feeling so finely. Is it possible that a psychic like the President is not as good as him in terms of danger perception? Chen Ming was a little surprised, but it was definitely not a bad thing. "Then when will the President call next time?" "It's not clear yet." As soon as the boss finished speaking, his terminal vibrated again, etc. The boss glanced at the terminal and said, "It seems like now." He answered the phone and said, "President." Chen Ming saw his boss nod slightly, then took off the headphones in his ears, turned on the hands-free, and placed the terminal on Chen Ming's hospital bed. The President's voice immediately sounded from the terminal. "Chen Ming, it's best for us not to meet each other for the time being. Through what you just said, I checked my previous research records with others and found some big problems. First of all, I can say that your guesses are basically correct, except for the judgment about the number of people who have experienced dimensional infection, because the relative positions of the dimensions change over time. The coordinates required to truly confirm the position of our empire are not 3, but 4. There is no problem with the others." The President corrected Chen Ming's mistake, and then basically repeated his own statement to Chen Ming. But it is more detailed and specific, and there are many President's research data to prove it. At the same time, he also told Chen Ming his feelings, and the more detailed content he knew about this space. Basically, they are the concrete results of the president's research on another space. It's just that Chunming's knowledge is not in this area, and he doesn't quite understand these terms and data related to advanced space. But he understood what the president meant. It's best that he and the president never meet again in this life. Chunming had no objection to this. He didn't want to wake up one day and find that the entire empire had turned into twisted flesh and blood tissue. In addition, I will report this matter to the imperial government so that people who have been exposed to dimensional infection can be found as soon as possible in the future. After the president finished speaking, he specifically reminded Chunming, "We must remember to keep a physical distance between us and not give those things a chance to find us." Chunming also knew the seriousness of the matter and said solemnly, "I will pay attention to it." "Well, I'm actually quite relieved about you. Wu had asked for a group of sponsors from the association before, and said that you would go out later. You and I will rarely meet each other. I'm just reminding you that what you really need to be on guard against are the third and fourth people who may appear in the future. Fortunately, we are the only two people who are still alive after being exposed to the dimensional infection. Even if they come together accidentally, it only provides a little possibility for things in another dimension. It will take a long time to find us." Chunming suddenly asked curiously, "If we meet, will it be equivalent to a countdown to death? After all, if there is a line, those things will be able to find us sooner or later. It can be understood that if 3 people get together, the countdown progress will increase rapidly. If it was 4 people, the impact would be absolutely devastating. We must pay attention to this." Chunming knew very well what harm would happen if things from another dimension position the Empire's existence. There is a high probability that the Empire's future newborns will be deformed, and genetic engineering and cloning technology will also be blocked. Without the birth of newborns, the Empire would basically end in annihilation. Although because of the existence of cryosleep technology, there may not be any problems within 1 to 200 or even 5 to 600 years. But as time passes, because the Empire must continue, dormant people must be awakened, and people will eventually die. The only way seems to be for the Empire to relocate and leave its original position, find new areas in the universe that can accommodate the existence of the Empire. But even the small afterglow star field next to it cannot be relocated at will. And a huge empire that spans countless star fields is obviously even more impossible. And even if it is successfully relocated, the original territory of the Empire will become the source of invasion from another dimension and the seedbed for development. As long as those things are not completely dealt with, the next territory of the Empire will encounter these same problems sooner or later. But this is too far away. As long as people who have experienced dimensional infection can be dealt with and prevent them from contacting each other, there will be no such trouble. Moreover, Chunming suddenly realized something wrong with the president's words and asked, "Who else will study cloning technology to lead to new dimensional infections? Human beings definitely don't dare to do it anymore. Yue didn't know it before. So after this experience, they will definitely not dare to do it next time. Will there be new dimensional infections?" The president sounded a little surprised, as if he was surprised by the idea. "It's true that Yue probably won't. But I think you think too well of humans. You may not know how many cloning laboratories are seized every year in the Empire. Is there anyone out of their minds who would do such a thing? The Empire's territory is so large. It has occupied so many planets, and its population has already reached countless trillions. Among so many people, there are always those who are not afraid of death and lunatics." Chunming heard the 2 key words and asked subconsciously, "Duojing? They are only part of it. You can ask Wuan for the specific content of this intelligence." Chunming raised his head and glanced at his boss. The boss nodded slightly and said, "I'll tell you later." Chunming lowered his head again and looked at the terminal. The president almost finished explaining what he called this time and said, "So that's it. The possibility of dimensional infection will never return to zero as long as there are people. Let's stay here for today. I'll rearrange my plans for the future. If you have any questions, we'll chat over the next video call. I will find you through Wuhan in 2 days. Goodbye." The president hung up the phone a little anxiously. The communication ends again. There was no sound of anyone speaking in the ward. Only silence. Chunming was thinking about the troubles he might face as a dimensional infection experiencer. The boss seemed to be recalling the past situation. However, he did not experience that period personally. So he quickly returned from memories to the present. He said to Chunming, "Xiaoming, since you only need to communicate with the president on the phone in the future, There is no need to be restricted to the pirate space station. What are your plans? Chen Ming immediately changed what he was thinking and replied, I still have some things to deal with at the space station. Let's wait until I contact the president before leaving. That's fine. The boss nodded and said, Then let me tell you what the president just said. Good. It happened that Chen Ming was also interested in things within the empire that he usually had no access to. So he immediately agreed. First of all, there are indeed people who are still conducting cloning experiments. But it's all done by various small forces with some assets. After all, the big forces know the consequences of doing this kind of thing. And the leader among those small forces is Wu Jing. Chen Ming interjected. But I heard that Wu Jing has big forces behind him. Yes, you have to respect yourself. But those who support it know what to do. This kind of cloning experiment is something they cannot possibly do. It was done by the lunatic inside Wu Jing. Which person who is not sick would take the initiative to die with the entire empire when he has money and plenty of time to enjoy life? There's no reason for normal people to do this kind of thing. But it's different with Zujia's lunatics. You know. Chen Ming strongly agrees with this. The boss continued. Fortunately, the empire is fully supervising the direction of all materials used in cloning experiments. And any problems will be detected as soon as possible. So at least so far, the people in Zhujiang have not had any consequences. But recently there is news that they seem to have a tendency to link the fictional god in their doctrine to things in another dimension. The domestic control is already being tightened. Because of the dimensional infection incident you encountered in Yuwei. The control will definitely be stricter. You don't need to worry too much. It's a pity that these things in Zhujiang can't be killed completely. I never know where there are still people who believe in this and are preaching. They might pop up again one day. Chen Ming heard this and asked a question. Then is it possible that they are targeting me? After all, I have a grudge against them. And there is also this incident. If they want to tamper with their beliefs, will they come to mess with me? Very suitable? The boss thought about Chen Ming's statement and said, It is indeed in line with their teachings to kill a psyker like you, whose psychic ability can be said to have blasphemed the Wu Jing doctrine, with the existence of the dimension they want to believe in. If they really do this, I'm afraid their influence will not be completely suppressed within the country, and they may even appear directly on the table. The boss suddenly changed the subject and said, But the second dimensional infection occurred on Yuwei's territory. There are only a few people who know the news now. By the time the news really spreads, you should have already left. Who can find you? The boss reached out and patted Chen Ming on the shoulder and said, There's no need to worry too much. Okay. You should rest first and recover before you do anything. If you need anything, you can come to me. You know where I am. Good. The boss stayed at the highest point for a while and then left. Chen Ming was left alone in the ward. It just so happened that he also needed to take some time to count how many things he had to do now. But as soon as Chen Ming lay down, the factory director suddenly contacted him. Xiao Ming, I heard you are back. Chen Ming sat up again and said to the terminal in his hand, Yes, I'm at the dock now. Is it that Yuwei ship? Or the one Lao Wu brought back? The boss's ship. But now it's mine. Congratulations. In just a few months, you have moved from a mining ship to a cruiser. Just luck. Bullshit. The factory director had been in contact with Chen Ming for so long. And of course, he knew that Chen Ming's acquisition of the cruiser was not based on luck at all, but on ability. However, Chen Ming still looked serious and said, How come no one believes you when you tell the truth? Okay, let's stop talking. I have something serious to do with you. If you have time later, come to my place. I have something for you. What? It's a bit complicated. You'll know when you get here. Also, since the factory director said so, Chen Ming simply stopped lying down. He used the medical equipment next to him to pull out the needle on the back of his hand and changed out of the hospital gown. Get ready to disembark. When going down, Chen Ming also habitually put on a protective suit for himself. But after thinking about it, he simply transformed the protective suit into a civilian model of power armor for transportation work, just in case anyone knew about his past habits and recognized him by the protective suit. Then he entered the space station directly through the exclusive passage of the cruiser-level dock and went to the space station management building. This time, Chen Ming went there to meet with the factory director and confirm what the factory director wanted to do with him. By the way, he will also help the factory director complete something he promised before leaving the space station. Checking out in advance will make it easier to do it later. While on the road, Chen Ming also contacted Hui Wang and asked, How have you been these 2 days? And the brilliant answer is always so quick. I'm fine. Because of your relationship, I can directly connect to the human network. There is a lot of knowledge here for me to learn that I am very interested in. As long as there is enough energy supply, I can stay here for a long time. Qianning was not surprised by this situation. He could only say that all afterglows were basically like this. I work when I have a job, and look for opportunities to study when I don't have a job. It can be said that I live a very fulfilling life every day. Qianning then asked, Then how did you realize that something was wrong with me before? Because the influence of your psychic energy on me has weakened. I thought you might have encountered some problems. So I contacted the boss through the emergency contact you left here. Qianning frowned slightly. If his spiritual power would weaken his control over Yu Hui due to the exhaustion of his mental power, then he must take precautions in advance. Is it a significant weakening? Yes. It is obvious that the blessing your spiritual power gave me on the advantageous logic block has almost disappeared before. ? Wait. What blessing? What happened to your advantage logic block? Now it was Hui Wang's turn to be confused. It said, Your spiritual power can give me the blessing of superior logic block ability, which increases my computing power by about 20% in this regard. This is not your spiritual power. Can? ? Chapter 157 Core Bonus. Hui Wang's rhetorical question made Qianning a little nervous for a moment. He seriously thought about whether Hui Wang was trying to frame him, and then came to the conclusion that it shouldn't be the case. And Hui Wang did help Qianning contact the boss through its feelings. Otherwise, Qianning would still be lying dead on the ground at this time. Or he would have just been found by his boss, who had not waited for his contact. However, Qianning also had to confirm a few things first to avoid problems when using psychic powers to control new afterglow individuals in the future. So in addition to my blessing of your advantageous logic block, what about the influence of my psychic energy on you? Has it weakened? This has not changed. Only the spiritual blessing has weakened. Okay. Just wait for me. Qianning immediately opened the brilliant panel, after he actively ignored most of the useless information on the panel. There are only a few lines of valuable information left. They are weapon, armor, engine, and important equipment. The rest of the radiation capacity of 18,000. The radiation dissipation of 1,000. And the fuel reserves are not important in the face of Qianning's ability, as long as the radiation capacity does not accumulate to full in an instant, and he still has enough mental strength. He can be saved from any situation. Of course, forget about main-level weapons. This thing can instantly cause at least 50,000 radiant energy to the ship, and a serious cruiser has no room for resistance. In fact, the importance of armor and engine can also be regarded as things of general importance. After all, they use the general armor and general engines of the afterglow ships. Nothing special. Qianning is not able to modify it now, and there is no need to modify it. So these two things are definitely not that important compared to the brilliant class weapons, the four-door tachyon lance, and the special equipment of the running ship. However, Qianning once again removes some standard equipment that normal ships have. What's left is that the high-energy focusing system module and ship AI overclocking instrument that Yu Hui's high-end ships are basically equipped with are of some value. Of course there are warp engine and blink engine. However, the most important thing about the Brilliance class compared to ships of the same level is the plasma reserve system, unique to this type of ship. This is a system that can use special devices on the Brilliant class to collect plasma floating in space, and use it to provide special effects on the Brilliant class engines or energy weapons. Equipped with two subsystems named Plasma Explosion Propulsion and Plasma Weaponized Entanglement. Improve the instantaneous output capability of the engine and increase the output power of the weapon. Or directly use plasma to attack. But looking at it this way, Qianning still didn't find the bonus column related to his psychic energy on the panel. Could it be that it's on the core panel? Qianning smoothly opened the Brilliant Alpha level core panel. Afterglow Alpha level AI core Brilliant. Manufacturer, Afterglow BP 55 Colonial Far North Industrialized Production Center. Alpha level core bonus, star system preparation. Self-awareness, existence. Computing power, galaxy level. Actions available, none. It really does. There is a new column on the core panel that Qianning has never seen before. Alpha level core bonus, star system preparation. It's just such an obvious thing. As long as he's not blind, he should be able to see. Why doesn't he have any impression? Qianning thought carefully. Suddenly, He realized that he had never opened the panel of the still-running Alpha core before. I had only seen their panels when I got the G3 core before, and when I got the core given by Baiquan. But by then G3 was dead, and the core was empty. The core given by Baiquan has always been dormant. It may be necessary for this core to stop sleeping, and receive the blessing of Qinming's spiritual energy after activation to determine the specific core bonus. Therefore, the core provided by Baiquan naturally does not have this content related to the advantageous logic block. Fortunately, it's not too late to know now. After all, this is the time when he really wants to start using the alpha level core. The effect of the brilliant Galaxy System preparation is exactly what it said to Qinming just now, and it is related to its advantageous logic block. When Brilliant performs any form of management at levels below the Galaxy level, computing power can be increased. However, there is no specific value on the panel. The specific value depends on Hui Huang's own feeling, which is only 20%. Such an alpha-level core bonus effect gives Qinming the feeling that it should be regarded as one of the concrete manifestations of his psychic abilities. It is also his auxiliary psychic ability that can be regarded as an auxiliary psychic ability in a serious sense. The effect is to allow the afterglow controlled by him to have additional bonuses in the advantageous logic block. To be honest, Qinming felt that his psychic ability was a bit strange. But if you think about it carefully, his psychic ability itself is a rather strange one. After all, he had never heard anything like the panel from his boss. The psychic powers of other people are obviously completely different from the psychic powers that have specific panels like his, but are more virtual existences. But it doesn't matter. Having such a specific panel would at least make it more convenient for Qinming. After learning all this, Qinming turned around and said to Hui Hui, "Okay, I understand. In short, my spiritual power will directly give you a bonus when I affect you." "Right. Yeah. I always thought you knew that." Qinming was slightly embarrassed. I can only say that this is the disadvantage of the panel. There is a panel that makes it easy to view psychic powers, so he doesn't think too much about the effects of his psychic powers in normal times. You must pay more attention in the future. When the psychic power increases, feel the effects of the psychic power for yourself. Or simply go through the panel again to avoid missing things like now. Qinming took the initiative to skip this topic and said to Hui Huang, "So, how do you feel about the effect of this spiritual blessing?" "Very good. We Yue have always only experienced the negative effects of spiritual energy, and have never experienced the positive blessings of spiritual energy. Your presence has changed everything. It makes me even more convinced that your existence is our savior in the afterglow." Qinming followed Hui Hui's words and had an idea. "Then do you think it is possible for my psychic power to attract some alpha-level afterglows to join me? There are so many of you after we. There will always be a few after we who have the same idea as you." "Right. Or there should be individuals who want to further improve their abilities." "Right." Hui Huang thought seriously for a while and said, "I think it's okay. But it's best not now. Your idea is to establish a colony outside the human empire later. Then this colony will be extremely fragile in the early stages of development. Any external interference will cause problems in the construction of the colony. You have no way to guarantee whether some other individuals who want to join us are bait actively released by the top management. It's worth it to them to kill you at the expense of some individuals. And the initial construction of the colony development only needs to have those you brought out before. At least establish a colony first, and then try to accept new individuals after having a more complete defense system." "Yeah. Indeed." Qinming now has supplies and basic equipment that he emptied out of 6 colonies in 2 galaxies in Afterglow, plus the Alpha Afterglow HRYY1 APGU2 given by Brilliance and White Spring, and the one that Qinming only recently controlled. The one inside the giant shipyard controls the Refraction class, Alpha class Afterglow that is still parked at the 14th Legion. A total of 4 Alpha Afterglows. There are also countless Beta and Gamma level Afterglow individuals. This is far beyond the normal level for the construction of a colony. There is really no need to continue to be greedy. It is definitely more appropriate to develop honestly than to advance rashly. "That's it. You continue to stay at the dock for a few days, and then we'll set off. Receive." Qinming ended this and brilliant topic. But just when he was about to close the several pages of panels that popped up in front of him, he suddenly noticed that there was a small plus sign behind the column, Alpha Level Core Bonus, on the panel. When he selected it, a prompt popped up. He can consume 100% of his maximum mental power to gain a choice. As for what to choose, as Qinming clicked the confirmation button, a new panel that he had never seen before popped up. A total of 6 choices were placed in front of him. efficient logistics, emergency repairs, battle damage control, confined processes, salvage operations, and industrial planning. These 6 options mean that Chen-Ming can use a lot of mental energy to turn them into brilliant alpha-level bonuses, just like the star system preparation that Hui Wang himself obtained due to his superior logic block. And their specific effects are basically the same as their names. Efficient logistics can improve individuals' computing power in performing optimal path algorithms. If Chen-Ming was not mistaken, then the increase in computing power in this area could affect the logistics and transportation efficiency of his entire colony and even the entire galaxy in the future. And since the conditions and environment of logistics and transportation will change, this is a capability that requires long-term effects. Emergency repair can improve calculation power for damage confirmation and repair plan planning. If used in a colony, the only use Chen-Ming can think of is to quickly repair various equipment when they malfunction. However, Chen-Ming felt that its more effective effect was on the fleet. Damage to the fleet can be quickly controlled and repaired. It's really good in Chen-Ming's situation. But the problem is that Chen-Ming's own ability has already pronounced this choice a death sentence. Then there is battle damage control. This ability can improve the calculation power when performing battle damage control when a ship is damaged in battle. This effect seems to be similar to emergency repair, but the scope of the effect is smaller, and it is almost concentrated on the ship, or even one ship. Although the effect seems to be stronger than emergency repair, it can analyze the most reasonable control plan for all damage in an instant during wartime. However, Chen-Ming's ability can only be said to make this battle damage control completely lose any meaning of existence. So Chen-Ming continued to look at the next one. Seal process. It can improve the computing power when planning work contents such as spacecraft maintenance process, industrial equipment maintenance process, and colony infrastructure maintenance process. The effect may be to optimize the maintenance process of these facilities, reduce the scale of industrial facilities, and reduce losses. This is a valuable ability. Next comes the salvage operation. It can improve the computing power when salvaging scrap ships, cleaning battlefields, and confirming damage to damaged spaceships. It seems useless. In Chen-Ming's opinion, optimizing specifically for cleaning the battlefield is unnecessary. If you win, you can clean up slowly. If you lose, there is no need to clean up. The only place where it can be applied seems to be when Yu Hui wants to quickly take out the core from a sunk ship on the battlefield. But this effect can only be said to be very average. And then finally, industrial planning. This industrial planning ability is the same as the Chen-Ming psychic blessing obtained by brilliance itself due to the advantageous logic block, which is the star system planning. It's just that the scope of the effect is more refined. Not all the work inside the galaxy, but only limited to the specific planning of industrial equipment. However, this ability does not limit the scale of the planned industrial facilities. As small as a factory, as large as an industrial colony, or even an industrial galaxy, they are all under planning. And it plans the entire industry, from input to production to output. The entire process can be optimized as a result. It can be said that it has top-notch capabilities in terms of logistics, industrial planning, efficient logistics, and closed process are all options that Chen-Ming likes. But specifically whether a decision should be made so soon, Chen-Ming still planned to think about it first. So he contacted Hui Wang again. Mr. Chen-Ming? In brilliant confusion, Chen-Ming said directly, I want to ask you a question. You ask, do you know how to manage the colony's logistics system? Yes. This is very important for the 4 colonies I managed in the galaxy before. What about salvage operations on the scrap ship? Yes. This is what I have been working on before I was promoted to alpha level. Chen-Ming probably understood it at this point. However, in order to make sure he was right, he still asked Hui Hui about all the choices that appeared on the remaining panels. And Hui Wang's answer is very simple. These are the abilities that I have mastered to the highest level and spent the most time learning. Then Chen-Ming can be sure. The 6 options that appeared on his panel were not given randomly, but based on the highly mastered abilities of the alpha level afterglow that could receive bonuses. He could solidify whatever abilities he could. And it seems that only one of these 6 abilities can be solidified. So he must make a careful choice. And Chen-Ming still felt that way. The more refined these 6 abilities are and the smaller their coverage is, the more bonuses they will receive. For example, Brilliance's current galaxy system preparation is almost equivalent to directly increasing Glory's computing power by 20%. Then other abilities can only act on a smaller range. and it is possible to increase them by 100% or even 200%. But Chen Ning still needs to consider the specific choice. Or go back and ask for brilliant ideas. But not now. He still has things to do. But Chen Ning was still a little emotional. An innate advantage logic block paired with an acquired additional alpha level bonus. It is completely possible to have more advantages in terms of advantages. Or to go further in terms of cooperation with advantageous logic blocks. This is the most powerful addition of his spiritual energy to Yue Wei individuals. Only when Yue Wei is in his hands will he have the most outstanding performance. These powerful afterglows are the foundation for his future settlement. After Chen Ming confirmed the bonus of his spiritual energy to Yue Wei, he did not directly contact another Yue Wei, who was parked at the 14th Legion. He still planned to wait and deal with it together with the other things he had to deal with at Bai Quan, so as not to have to find one person several times. Huyao is still in the galaxy where he is temporarily stationed. He seems to be having a good time with Gamma A. So Chen Ning is not in a hurry to disturb him. You can wait until he leaves the pirate space station and really sets off before confirming Huayu's situation. He was not in a hurry for the core Chen Ming had on hand. He would have time anyway. None of these alpha-level afterglows can escape. Now he still has to go find the factory director first. Chen Ming quickly arrived at the space station administration building. During Chen Ming's absence, the entire building seemed to have been renovated, and a lot of security measures were installed. So much so that when he wanted to go in, he was stopped by the guard at the door. After all, he was wearing a suit of power armor, and although it was for civilian use, it definitely had to be stopped. His identity card was also handed over to Lao Wu before, and he has not gotten it back yet. Chen Ming originally wanted to contact the factory director directly and ask him to let him know. However, he looked carefully and finally decided to call Lao Wu. Lao Wu immediately calmed down and said on the phone, "Hello? Hey Lao Wu. My card is at your place." "Right. Send it over for me. I'm at the entrance of the management office now." "Now?" "Yes. Now." "Okay." Lao Wu agreed quickly. The speed of running away from the repair shop is also very fast. The speed when we arrived at the gate of the management office was even faster. His desire to catch fish made him rush from the maintenance shop to the management office in just 10 minutes. When he saw Chen Ming, who was wearing civilian power armor near the gate, he was stunned for a moment. And then he realized who had such strange habits. Old Wu greeted Chen Ming from a distance. "Hey, Xiao Ming, are you back? I came back before. Haven't you seen the ship yet?" "I saw it. I just said that casually." He came to Chen Ming, greeted the guard, and handed over Chen Ming's ID card. The expressions of several guards, who were still a little wary, changed slightly and became more respectful. Without confirming Chen Ming's identity, he just gave way. "Please come in." It seemed that the factory director or someone else had given instructions in advance to let Chen Ming go. After successfully helping Chen Ming enter the building and confirming that no one was around, Lao Wu habitually put his hand on Chen Ming's shoulder and said with a very touched look, "You didn't ask Lao Lu, but instead asked me to help you deliver the card. It seems that you still care about our friendship." "Of course. So what are you doing here?" Chen Ming opened the visor of his helmet, smiled at Old Wu next to him and said, "I'm looking for the factory director." Lao Wu's hand instantly let go of Chen Ming's shoulder, but Chen Ming held his backhand again. Lao Wu struggled for a few times and found that he couldn't get away. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Uh-huh. I suddenly remembered that I seem to have something else to do. But it is rare for you to come back. Remember to find me when I get off work in the evening, and I will treat you to dinner. That's all." After he finished speaking, he suddenly turned around deftly, took out the arm held by Chen Ming and ran away. Chen Ming waved to him and didn't care. A man walked into the building and found the elevator. However, he did not rush to the factory director's office. Instead, he followed his memory and found the office of the director of the administration. Chen Ming did not barge in directly, but knocked on the door in a very civilized manner. A greasy-sounding voice came from inside. "Come in." Chen Ming pushed the door open and saw a plump middle-aged man, about 40 or 50 years old, sitting behind the only desk in the room. There was no one else in the office at this time. The plump middle-aged man raised his head and saw Chen Ming, who was wearing power armor. He immediately reached into the drawer next to him and asked very warily, "Who are you? Who are you looking for?" Chen Ming did not answer the first question, but said, "I'm looking for the director." The plump middle-aged man frowned and replied, "I am." Chen Ming pretended to look into the office and confirmed the environment of the office. "What about the previous director?" The new director's face darkened. He pointed to the side and said, "Go next door. He has been demoted to deputy director." Chen Ming nodded, turned around and left. The voice of the new director came again from behind. "The eyes are on the head for use." Chen Ming didn't refute him, nor was he angry, and just left the director's office. But he conveniently left a small mechanical device in his office. This stuff will come in handy later. There was no need for him to be angry with a dead man. Chen Ming did not go to the deputy director's office next. After all, he was not very familiar with the current deputy director. So Chen Ming didn't hang around and went directly to the factory director. After pushing open the office door, the factory director reached out and waved Chen Ming over. Chen Ming dismantled the power armor on his body on the way over, and then sat in front of the factory director. The factory director pushed 2 cards and several paper newspapers on the table in front of Chen Ming. "What's this?" Chen Ming took it and found that it was an academic newspaper. There is a line of large characters written on its front page. "Good news! Cinda Rockwell Company has made great achievements in antimatter technology research." Chapter 158, Numerous Affairs. What the director pushed to Chen Ming was news about the progress of Cinda Company's antimatter technology research. So Chen Ming immediately thought of the finished miniature antimatter reactor he had seen before from the Special Operations Team of the 14th Legion. Sure enough, just as he thought before, the source was Cinda Company. But what he didn't expect was that the company could produce results in such a short period of time. Chen Ming remembered that it had only been less than 2 months since he got the antimatter technology and gave it to the company. And then to today. Right? This newspaper is only from a week ago. Combined with the fact that the 14th Legion obtained the antimatter reactor in advance, the real result will only be earlier. If it was really developed based on the antimatter shock wave given by Chen Ming, then this scientific research technology is a bit exaggerated. Therefore, Chen Ming felt that it was not the case. Cinda Company should have been conducting research on antimatter for a long time. Then after obtaining the antimatter shock wave, a weapon that already had a certain practical value, these antimatter technology researchers were inspired. Then the results were obtained in a seemingly short period of time. The news contents in several other academic newspapers are basically the same, and they are all about antimatter research. It seems that Cinda Company did not hide it, but made the technology public. It may be that other companies have given them some benefits, or it may be that the government or other departments require Cinda Company to do this. In short, it is impossible for Cinda Company to take the initiative to give away the things. Chen Ming put down a few newspapers, pointed his fingers on the 2 cards, and looked at the factory director, knowing Chen Ming's doubts. The factory director explained, "One of these 2 cards is a savings card, and the other is a storage card. There should be 3 billion in the savings card. What is in the memory card seems to be the result of some antimatter research. A design blueprint for a microreactor. In addition, the semi-finished antimatter shock wave you brought back before has been modified and can be actually put into combat. A new model of antimatter shock wave. It's all the result of research using that thing of yours." The director then looked at the newspapers and periodicals that Chen Ming had put down and said, "Then the company added your name to several antimatter papers that were said to be important and published them. Look carefully at these newspapers. There are papers cited at the bottom. Your name should be on top." Chen Ming just glanced at the title and brief content of the news, without reading the small print carefully. The second time he picked it up, he found that his name was actually on it, among the names of the researchers, neither at the beginning nor at the end. And Chen Ming remembers that these newspapers and periodicals are relatively valuable in the academic world, and what can be published in them is naturally very important research content. Therefore, if the researcher's name can be written on it, it is indeed a thing worthy of publicity. It's just that Chen Ming's recent social circle is not within the academic circle, so it is not clear that his name appeared in these newspapers. And he didn't quite know. Is this the company's compensation for bringing him the antimatter shock wave? Or is it a reward? But why come now? Moreover, the company had voluntarily given up its relationship with him before. Why did it do this? Chen Ming didn't understand. So he asked, "What does the company want to do with such a generous attitude?" The factory director shrugged and said, "You can just guess. The company wants to get on good terms with you again." Chen Ming sneered and said with a direct tone of ridicule, "What was the reason given by the company before? Are you not afraid of the war zone?" The factory director didn't care at all about Chen Ming's attitude. He knew that Chen Ming was targeting the company, not him. But he still had to explain. "Because the 14th Legion is not afraid. Before, by Quan shot, and killed the second-generation man arranged from the war zone in front of all the soldiers of the entire Legion. And until now, nothing has happened. I can even take 2 battleships on missions. People in the war zone don't even dare to say nonsense. The company went to check the situation. After all, they are all the descendants of those high-level officials in the war zone. It is unjustifiable that Bai Quan, who came from the bottom, killed Bai Quan and still did nothing. Then the company found out that Bai Quan had something special in his hands. So the company decided to hold on to the 14th Legion in this star area during this period. The factory director's words successfully aroused Chen Ming's curiosity, and he couldn't help but ask, "So what is it?" "You can understand it as privilege." Chen Ming didn't react for a while, so he asked again, "What is it?" The factory director was not the Riddler this time, and explained, "Bai Quan has a gun in his hand. It was given to him by a big shot who happened to be on inspection during his promotion ceremony to Major General. Praise him for his great achievements in allowing him, an ordinary person with no background who worked his way up on his own, to be promoted to Major General. Guess which one it is? Isn't it the one at the top?" The factory director did not answer Chen Ming's question, but continued, "A total of 6 bullets were given to him along with this gun. That's the privilege." Chen Ming suddenly understood and said, "As long as it is all matters allowed within the laws of the Empire, he can rely on this gun and those 6 bullets to handle it." "Right." The factory director nodded and said, "The person who took over Bai Quan's job after Bai Quan was injured did not make a small mistake when commanding the battle, but a big problem that really required a military court. If you give him some time, the people behind him will definitely be able to help with the operation. Although they may be demoted, they will definitely not die. Then Bai Quan directly used his privileges to kill him. It's just that Bai Quan's reason for doing this is not sure. After all, detaining and killing that person for a long time also caused trouble in the war zone, causing chaos within the 14th Army for several days. Although people in the war zone dare not touch Bai Quan, they still dare to influence the 14th Legion. So the company doesn't quite understand this matter so far. If he lets the person go directly, then the war zone will definitely not interfere with his normal work in the 14th Army. And that man really didn't deserve this bullet." The factory director and the company didn't know why Bai Quan did this, but Chen Ming knew it very well, because this is what Bai Quan said before, and he wants to give him an explanation. Let the person who did those things give an explanation to Chen Ming. He wanted to exchange this for the opportunity to continue working with Chen Ming. Chen Ming thought that the Major General was so awesome, but if you think about it carefully, it seems that there is no law that stipulates that Major Generals can directly kill people in public. Otherwise, why would a military court be used? So it was because Bai Quan chose to use his privileges to kill that person that he could continue to sit comfortably at the top of the 14th Legion here. Otherwise, he would have been dragged down by the angry war zone senior officials. Since Bai Quan is willing to use such things to gain Chen Ming's trust, then he is indeed someone worthy of Chen Ming's trust. At least after the previous cooperation, Chen Ming felt that his relationship with Bai Quan could be closer. The factory director didn't see anything from Chen Ming's face, and continued, "Anyway, that was his first shot, and he has 5 more chances. So the company decided to take advantage of it. With a previous cooperation relationship, it will definitely be better for the company to cooperate with the 14th Army than with the previous sector army. The sectoral military is corrupt to the point of corruption. Ah, by the way, the relationship between Bai Quan and you should be unusual, right?" Chen Ming was suddenly stunned and asked, "Why do you say that?" "Because the company just sent people to the 14th Army Corps 2 days ago to discuss other cooperation opportunities after the Sky Steel is redeveloped. Then those of us who passed by happened to see an Afterglow cruiser returning with the fleet of the 14th Legion. It was neither coerced nor forcibly controlled. It just followed the fleet of the 14th Legion normally and kept a certain distance. You are the only one who can do this. So, the relationship between the company and you must be rekindled and carefully considered." Chen Ming thought Bai Quan's reason for doing things was guessed, but he didn't expect it to be because of this. "In that case, does the company have such thoughts after knowing that I have a good relationship with Bai Quan? Or did it have plans to be on good terms with me again before?" The factory director said without thinking, "Well, I have already prepared to build a good relationship with you before. I have the most contact with you. So the company has told me before about this matter and let me handle it. You know my situation. I have no choice but to escape. But you also know that I can't use our relationship to do such a thing. Whether your relationship with the company is good or not will not affect our relationship. Then, the company wants to resume a relationship with you mainly because the environment is changing. Bai Quan has the privilege and ability to fight against the war zone. And he has been doing things himself. Although the 14th Legion was in chaos for 2 days, Bai Quan used strong methods to directly suppress it. Then he is preparing the fleet and wants to do things. This can all be seen. Companies are definitely willing to invest in someone like this. Then since Bai Quan has conflicts with War Zone, and you have enmity with War Zone, it is only natural that we should contact you again. Chen Ning thought about it carefully and concluded. So it's still because of Bai Quan? The factory director thought for a while, and did not deny it. You can also say so. Another reason is that the 14th Legion did not rescue you before. So there is a high probability that you will not join the 14th Legion in the future. So the company has another idea. Anyway, you decide for yourself. Don't worry about me. I'm just helping to deliver things and send a message. Chen Ning refused without thinking too much and said, let's forget it. He just wants to maintain a normal relationship with factory boss Wu and others. That's it for the company. Anyway, there is a factory director here. And the factory director is the descendant of the company's chairman. So he may be an illegitimate son. Therefore, Chen Ning would not say that he was completely hostile to the company. But the previous relationship was impossible to get back. Moreover, Xinda Company is a powerful company and interests come first. The company can lose face and come to him to make peace for the sake of profit. But Chen Ning is just a person now. And he can do things according to his own preferences. So he chose to refuse. The factory director was not surprised by this result, but continued to push the 2 cards on the desk and said, then these things still have to be given to you, even if it is the compensation given by the company. Please don't mind the previous matter. Just think of it as the beginning. I mean the relationship that was more than 30 years ago and almost 40 years ago. Chen Ning thought about the time pointed by the factory director and said, that was when I first joined the company. Right. Does it mean starting from scratch? Roughly the same. Then you have said so. The files in the company will be transferred out for you. Are you talking about transferring them to our talent pool of the Gallo 2 district government? Or are you talking about directly transferring you to Lao Wu? Lao Wu has a colony in this star region. The official certification can be transferred there. I asked Lao Wu, and he had no objection. Chen Ning suddenly interrupted. Wait a minute. Can you transfer it? I remember that the military in the sector issued a wanted order for me before. Right. When I read it before, it said that the army was taken over by the 14th Legion. But it seems that the wanted list has never been removed? The factory director waved his hand and said, that's not the case. The 14th Legion has already placed you on wanted notice. You are still in your original situation, an employee of the company. So the company is afraid that you will find it troublesome. So it has offered to help you get rid of this status. When Chen Ning heard this, he couldn't help but said, why haven't I seen them so active in helping me before? As for the company, I'm not surprised by anything it does. I'll take advantage of it wherever it's beneficial. The company got the Sky Steel before, and it already caused trouble in the war zone. And if you, the company, can't get it, then they will definitely not play with you. It's different now. You are alive and well, and you still have the 14th Legion to support you. And your psychic powers have begun to show actual manifestations, especially the Afterglow cruiser. This ship has caused the board of directors to hold countless meetings in the past 2 days. The chairman originally wanted to support you, but the board of directors refuted it. The last few meetings have basically been about the chairman unilaterally scolding other people, and also discussing how to rebuild a good relationship with you. Chen Ning shook his head when he heard this. Although the company's attitude had indeed done enough, he still had no intention of re-establishing a good relationship with the company. Pure profit relationships will never last long. When his value cannot be compared to other existences again, the company may do something wrong again. Although his ability makes him confident that nothing can compare to his worth. But Chen Ning didn't want to put in the effort to maintain this relationship. So he let it go. Chen Ning did not respond to the factory director's words. The factory director also understood what Chen Ning meant, and continued to wait for Chen Ming's response to the question he just asked. Chen Ning took out the terminal and looked at his identity resume. There were some changes from when he saw it before. Previously, the end of my resume stayed on the mining space station for 30 years. Only recently have a few new paragraphs been added. The general meaning is that Chen Ming was frozen and dormant for 30 years, and then was picked up again by the company. Joined a research institute within the company, and completed important research on antimatter technology. Chen Ming's actual experience during this period was omitted from his official resume. If Chen Ming chooses to move the file, 2 more lines should be added to the file later. Terminate the contract with the company and then join other organizations. Chen Ming glanced at it twice before closing the resume and asked the factory director, "It doesn't matter whether this thing is adjusted or not, right? It really doesn't have any impact." But that's what the company's bosses want. They'll wipe your butt clean and treat your relationship with the company from scratch. After listening to the factory director's words, Chen Ming finally made a decision. Then keep it for me first. Maybe I will have to enter and exit the space station in the future. It will be more convenient with this status. If possible, move my resume to the company on this space station. Of course, besides the reasons he mentioned, Chen Ming actually had another reason for doing this. The pirate space station was Chen Ming's first stop after returning to the human world, and it was also the place where he stayed the longest. Leaving a file resume here can also be regarded as leaving him a thought that he is willing to come back in the future. The factory director had no objection to this. That's fine. You can make your own decision. But the company's bosses should be very happy. Then you'd better tell them not to be happy too early. I'll be leaving soon. The factory director spread his hands and said nothing. He just took out some documents from the drawer and handed them to Chen Ming. What is this? See for yourself. Chen Ming picked up the documents and flipped through them, and found that the documents that required his signature were all used to fill in some previously missing procedures. In addition to confirming Chen Ming's resume and transferring files, his contribution to antimatter research can also be determined. Because research related to antimatter technology involves government rewards for researchers who have made major scientific research achievements. Now Chen Ming can be sure that this is the reason why Xinda Company made the antimatter technology public, so that the 14th Legion also obtained the products of this technology early. It was the government that required Xinda Company to make it public and gave the company adequate rewards and compensation. Basically, it's about honor, status, and the most essential thing, money. Of course, for research institutes and companies, there are also things like government investment. As someone who also signed his name in antimatter research, Chen Ming can naturally get the rewards. But Chen Ming actually only needs money now. The word of honor was confirmed when his name was written on it. As for status, this includes social status and actual status. Social status is relatively unimportant. After all, even if most ordinary people know that a person has status, at most they only know that this person is a researcher who has researched good things. The specific research is not important. Although the research on antimatter reactors is of great significance, it can free the Empire's energy supply from the constraints of spacecraft fuel. However, it shouldn't have such a big impact in the short term. So just listen to the social status. But the actual status is different. First of all, the first application of antimatter reactors must be military products, just like the miniature antimatter reactor that the 14th Legion obtained before. Starting from military products, antimatter technology will be gradually utilized. Therefore, within the high-level Empire, researchers and research institutes that have developed antimatter technology must pay considerable attention to them. This will lead to a high improvement in the actual status of these researchers. Although it may not be directly recruited by the government, there is still no problem in giving some idle positions within the system. But the problem is that Chen Ming did not develop within the Empire after that. So status or something is really not as important as some money. And even if it comes to the point where you need to have actual status to do things, there are also a few people he knows who have high enough status, including a second-generation company member, an Imperial Major General, and a top psyker. No matter what, he can have a place in the Empire, so he doesn't need to worry. No matter who these 3 people are, as long as Chen Ming takes the initiative to ask them to do something, they will definitely be willing to help. Therefore, Chen Ming does not need additional rewards. Money is enough, and he did use the money. In addition, as long as Chen Ming signs a few more documents, the company will continue to give Chen Ming a batch of money, which is regarded as Chen Ming giving up some of his rights. Chen Ming confirmed that there were no problems with these documents, and if there were any problems, he directly asked the factory director for clarification. Signed all these documents. After the factory director called someone to take away these documents, the troublesome business was finally settled. Chen Ming appeared more relaxed, leaned back on the chair casually and said, "I just went to the director's office." "Oh." The director reached out and pressed a button on the desk in front of him. The office door was locked, and the surveillance cameras in the room were turned off. the factory director said with some surprise. I thought you forgot. That's impossible. I can't forget you even if I forget to eat. Qinming leaned back on his desk and said, I met that fat pig director just now, and he left something in his office. You can do it at any time, but it's best to wait until I'm gone. It should be in the next few days. The factory director couldn't help but feel a little joy on his face. The person who disgusted him finally had a few more days to live. It's not easy for him to attack people inside. But Qinming is completely different. Sorry to bother you. I don't care if this is any trouble or not. Qinming suddenly stopped mid-sentence. In the confusion of the factory director, Qinming said, I saw the director leaving his office. There is no one in his office now. You're thinking, where's the terminal I gave you before? This. The factory director took out a terminal from the drawer and handed it to Qinming. Qinming stretched out his hand and pressed it, and the metallic liquid flowed out from his palm, covering the terminal. He slightly modified the terminal so that it could use more secure and private technology to remotely control signals. Then, Qinming connected the signal of the gadget he left in the director's office to the terminal, and directly transformed this gadget into a micro-robot remotely. The video returned by the micro-robot's camera is clearly displayed on the terminal. Chapter 159: The Disappearing Bug. While Qinming transformed the gadgets he left in the director's office into micro-robots, the agency's surveillance feeds were also hacked through their internal network. Although the administration has strengthened its internal security after the incident some time ago, the security of the internal network has naturally also been improved. But these security technologies are nothing to Qinming now. Although Qinming studied engineering before, he still knows how to program and build a spaceship. He will definitely not be able to escape these aspects. He had been learning when he was on Yu Wei's territory some time ago, and he had just learned some very useful techniques from the member of the Special Operations Team of the 14th Legion. Of course, Qinming didn't learn from him directly, but after the electronic technology teammate hacked into Yu Wei's factory, Qinming used the Afterglow individual they installed to restore the hacking method of the team member, which was a technique he had learned secretly. Although I learned it secretly, I may not have learned everything. But Qinming is now inside the management authority, and he also has the help from the insider, who is the factory director. The security system of the pirate space station is almost the same as undefended in front of him, so Qinming easily forced a small program into the management system. However, Qinming's goal was to become a director, and his relationship with the factory director was also there, so he didn't go too far. He even took the initiative to package and record several vulnerabilities, and threw them to the network security department. The file package will be automatically unpacked after he leaves. Of course, this was not the loophole Qinming used to hack into the administration, but other loopholes he found, which he used as an excuse. He still left a backdoor in the management office, which might be useful in the future. After Qinming inserted the program into the authority's network and ran it, he successfully took over the authority of the entire floor of the office of the director of the administration, including the surveillance authority of the office. The images of the surveillance equipment in the office began to loop, and only time passed normally. Doing this allowed his little robot to climb onto the desk and connect to the director's computer. At this time, Qinming said to the factory director, Before, you said that if the new director does all kinds of disgusting things, there will always be something left on the computer. Right. It's very possible. But I think it's more likely that it's in the terminal he carries with him. It's okay. Let's check it first. If we can't find it out, we'll talk about it later. Qinming searched in front of the factory director. In the end, he really found a hidden encrypted file in his computer. Then there is nothing more to say. Arrange for one's own people to be paid empty wages. Choose junk supply companies and get kickbacks. Privately, they are still forming cliques and suppressing dissidents. All kinds of corruption and bribery. He even used various means to obtain a valuable escort-class cruise ship. This is a civilian ship specially used by wealthy people. It is often equipped with a large number of leisure and entertainment facilities that are not available in combat or operational spaceships. Under normal circumstances, it is only used in or near bustling star fields to allow some wealthy people to experience the space environment. In the Edge star field, this kind of ship clearly represents two words: fat. But the director is still somewhat smart. At least the files on his computer show that he has never driven out casually. It seems that I only occasionally go up there for a day or two to experience the entertainment facilities above. After all, they are luxury goods sold exclusively to rich people, and they are better than those in pirate space station cities. In short, The total of the above things is definitely not something that a director can get in a serious situation. There is no way to explain it clearly with just a cruise ship. Although it is said that this is a pirate space station. The pirate space station is just a name for the company to wander in the gray area to gain profits. If you really do this kind of corruption, someone from the company will take the initiative to deal with it. Moreover, the fact that the new director has been involved in corruption and bribery is here. Under normal circumstances, it would definitely be much easier than killing him directly. However, although Chen Ming saw the evidence that was enough to bring him down, he still confirmed to the factory director. "What do you think of this man?" The factory director thought about it and said, "It would be better to kill him. He was arranged to come here because of the exchange of interests within the company. Even with this evidence, he may not be able to be killed. And it's still the same relationship as before. Even if the current director leaves, there will be someone new to replace him. It might be more troublesome to replace him. It's best to kill them directly. It can deter others who come after you. And I dislike him very much." "Good." Chen Ming nodded, completely giving the current director a death sentence in his heart. Since he had promised the factory director before, he had to do everything well. At this time, Chen Ming noticed through the surveillance outside the office that the director who had just left was back and approaching the office. He quickly restored the director's computer, and then let the micro-robot hide in a hidden corner. The director looked a little sweaty, and led someone into the office half a minute later. This man is the captain of the guard. Chen Ming had seen this person when the military in the previous sector infiltrated the space station to cause trouble. He was just behind the former director, and he had some impressions. Although the guard captain looked normal to the director, he couldn't hide the disgust in his eyes. Of course, it might be that he didn't want to hide it at all. The director also knows that most people in the administration dislike him, but he can rely on his status to suppress people. Otherwise, the guard captain would not follow him here. After closing the door, the director nervously said to the guard captain, "Are you saying that the person who came to my office before was Chen Ming, who has been making a lot of noise during this time?" The guard captain replied seriously, "That's how he was registered at the door. But no one knows who is under his power armor." The director suddenly became a little anxious. His voice rose unconsciously, and he said as if questioning, "Then why can such a person be let in? He came to my office just now. If he is not Chen Ming, he is someone who has a grudge against the company. Do you know what responsibilities you have to bear? He killed you? You?" The captain of the guard choked the director, and then replied normally, "You have already seen the surveillance just now. He came here to find the director. Come and ask you to confirm that the director is not here and then leave. Is there any problem with this?" The director pointed in the direction of the deputy director's office on the same floor and said, "Then what does it mean that I pointed him in the direction and he didn't go back? The deputy director was not in the building today. Maybe Chen Ming called to ask when he saw that the office was changed to yours? It's okay not to go to the office when you know he's not there." "Right. And Chen Ming's entry was actually arranged by the deputy director. As long as he has his ID card, he will be let in directly. Also, Chen Ming has always been an employee of the company. Is there any problem with letting him in?" The director raised his voice again and said with obvious doubts in his tone, "Can this psychic be an employee of the company? Are you doubting psychics? Do you doubt Chen Ming? Or do you doubt the company?" The director knew that he had said something wrong and quickly made up for it. "Who in the Fringe Star territory doesn't know that psychers are real? And I never said that I doubted the company. I mean, is he really Chen Ming?" The guard captain did not answer directly, but turned around and said, "Chen Ming was like this before, wearing protective clothing all day long and never taking it off. It's been a while since I last saw you. It's no problem to switch to power armor. It's not a big deal to run around wearing civilian power armor. If we couldn't afford it at the shipyard, we would have already arranged all the civilian power armor. By the way, he used a pseudonym in the company. Kong Jellyfish. Ah, no, it was Mu Shui Kong. It wasn't until the military attack later that his real name and his deeds spread. You may not know. So you thought Chen Ming was new?" The director's face became even more gloomy when he heard this. "Oh, and also, when he first came over in power armor, he was indeed stopped by the guard at the door. He was not allowed to go until an old company employee from behind helped him bring his ID card. There is no problem with the whole process. If you think there is a problem, you can ask the deputy director. Or ask why the company formulated the rules and regulations in this way." The captain of the guard team kept leading the director into the ditch every word. At this point, He was too lazy to talk nonsense with the director, and finally said, "Well, director, if nothing happens, I will leave. I still have a lot of things to do." "Wait a moment." The director stopped him again and said, "I want you to check if there are any problems with the security system, especially on my level, and send the report back to me." Although the guard captain felt a little irritable, he still said, "I understand." After he left, the director looked around nervously, picked up the terminal, and made a call. "From the Department of Cybersecurity? Where is the director of your department? Ask him to come over." At this point, the director returned to behind his desk. Chen Ning and the factory director who were looking at him could probably tell what the director was going to do next. He didn't continue to stare at him. At this time, Chen Ning still looked casual and said, "He is anxious. Do you think he knows that I have a good relationship with you?" The factory director immediately replied, "I must know. Otherwise your name would not give him such a big stimulus." "Then he doesn't know your name?" "I know. But it's because of my name that he can do things without restraint. And I can't just kill people." "That's right. Then leave him alone." The director can do whatever he wants now, but he can't escape the final outcome anyway. Chen Ning sat upright for a while. His expression calmed down and he said, "I have one more thing to tell you. Something that happened a long time ago." Chen Ning's sudden serious attitude made the factory director become more serious. "You say it. It happened when I climbed out of the cryosleep chamber and was still on the mining space station. When I woke up, I found the body of a doctor in the room, and then got a pistol and a terminal from the body. It was with these two gadgets that I was able to land from the space station to the planet Ramu below, and survive until today. So I said before that if I can come back alive and have the ability, I will go back to the doctor to collect a body and let him rest in peace. Let me think about the doctor's name. Ding He. That's it." The factory director showed a look of understanding on his face and said, "Then you don't have to worry too much about this. The 14th Legion has returned the Sky Steel to the company, and the galaxy has been reopened. The company on the space station took over some time ago and is already handling it. Every employee who dies will receive a pension, although more than 30 years is a bit late. It is better than nothing. And generally speaking, their family members have probably not died in the past 30 years, and the money will always be in their hands. The same goes for the doctor you mentioned. Although the company has suffered a bit, it will definitely get it all sorted out." Chen Ning nodded and said, "Okay. Then help me add some more money. 200,000 should be about the same. Just think of it as what I gave to his family." "No problem. If you find your family, I'll give it to you. If you don't, forget it." Finally completing something he had remembered for a long time, Chen Ning couldn't help but lean back in his chair and relax a little. The things that happened to him on the mining space station flashed through his mind. At this moment, he suddenly thought of something, and the factory director asked with some curiosity, "Are those bugs difficult to deal with?" "What bug?" "There are a large number of Zerg on the mining space station. I remember the name is Thorn Zerg. They have strong adaptability and evolutionary capabilities, and can survive in a vacuum. They are very abnormal. I didn't dare to provoke them before." The director recalled for a moment and said, "No. When the company took over the space station, I also learned about it because of your relationship. There is absolutely nothing moving in the entire mining space station. There's just some worthless organic growth left. But those things are also dead. There are indeed bugs, but they are all corpses." "If you are sure that there are bugs still alive, it is possible that the original sector military has discovered your whereabouts before. Then when they went back to the space station to find your records, they cleaned up the bugs on it? Are there any signs of intense fighting on the space station?" The factory director recalled this time, but couldn't recall any results. So he directly took out a terminal and said, "Let me check. I happen to have the record on hand." The factory director opened the terminal and called up the investigation record file he had specially requested before. Found the space station damage assessment part. After looking at it for a while, he said, "Yes, there are. But they are all damaged 30 years ago. Many are obviously man-made attacks that damage the structure of the space station. And the self-defense weapons of the space station are basically destroyed by man-made external forces. This also proves that the destruction of the space station is not just a problem of bugs. It should be that the military people destroyed the space station's ability to resist and then left the space station there. They were only responsible for sealing off the outside and not giving the spacecraft inside a chance to escape. Then let the bugs develop on their own inside. And it's best to completely cover up their movements. However, we did not find any traces of large-scale damage in the recent period. There are small-scale damages, both in the dock and in the living area. They are all traces left by live ammunition that penetrated deeply. Qin suddenly coughed dryly and said, "I did this." "Oh." The factory director silently recorded the incident, intending to pass the news on so that the on-site investigators would not waste energy on it and avoid making mistakes later. Qin continued the previous topic and said, "However, there are no large-scale injuries, and there are stability issues. I feel that something is wrong, because according to my estimation, the entire power generation capacity of the entire mining space station must be densely packed with insects. It is impossible for the military to deal with them without leaving any traces." "But what about bugs? Can they still grow wings and fly? No matter how powerful they are and evolving, growing wings in space is useless unless they can grow engines on their butts. Maybe?" The factory director made a casual remark as if joking, and then also recorded what Qin said. "I'll help you pass this information on to the people handling matters over there. They're still dealing with matters at the space station recently. The space station is hopeless, but the equipment on it can still be salvaged. The people over there should be able to help you confirm whether there are any traces of bugs and see what they say. But I think it's better not to get our hopes up. I feel that the real situation may have already rotted in the belly of the sector military. Or you can ask the 14th Legion. You have a good relationship with them now. Maybe there are records and archives that I can show you." "Yeah. Indeed." Qin immediately thought of Bai Quan. And it happened that he would need to find Bai Quan to deal with things later, so he could ask him by the way. Qin then had no issues that needed to be dealt with by the factory director. So he stood up and left after chatting for a few words. "Then I have to leave. I have a lot of things to deal with in the past 2 days." "Okay." The factory director opened the office blockade and sent Qin out of the office. Qin is not in a hurry to find Bai Quan now. He still has some matters of his own to deal with. For example, he needs to use the money he has. Qin already has a lot of money on hand now. Bai Quan gave 2 billion before, and the company gave 3 billion this time. There is also a sum of money that he can get after signing those documents just now. The factory director estimates that it should be 5 billion. Normally not that much, but mainly that Qin gave up some research patent ownership incidentally. These patents are the big deal. Qin also thought about relying on patents to make a long-term success. But he won't be in the empire for a long time. So it's not easy to do this kind of thing all the time, unless someone is watching for help. So Qin just asked the factory director. But the factory director didn't agree directly. He felt that this was money that was difficult to get, because there are too many people involved in the institute. Although Qin provided the antimatter shock wave, which made the institute's technology a breakthrough, Qin was not directly involved in many studies. So it would be very troublesome for Qin to get money out of it. It is better to sell it in one go and sell it to other people, and still make more money. Therefore, Qin just signed a patent ownership transfer letter, and he also gave up most of the other benefits within the empire. If you add up all these things, the value is around 5 billion. Of course, there is only one key patent that Qin has not sold. The antimatter reactor patent. The value of this thing is very clear. No matter how deep the water was, and how many troubles there were, Qin would never give up on this thing. The factory director also expressed his understanding. Anyway, Qin name has been written on various papers before, and has been published in various top scientific research newspapers. And the government has also taken note of it. This patent cannot be lost. It's just that the other patents and the 5 billion that Qin gave up and sold didn't come to Qin so quickly. It will take time for the company to adjust the money later, and the 5 billion will still need to wait for a few days. However, Qin now looked at the 2 billion that Bai Quan promised to give him for the second time and found that it had already arrived in his account. He now has a total of 7 billion in cash on hand. If you include the subsequent 5 billion, that's 12 billion. Qin had already decided on the use of the money before. He wanted to use the money to buy industrial equipment. When Qin moved their home from Yue before, he took the initiative to discard a lot of large, difficult to carry, or low-value, common equipment for the sake of efficiency. Although they are lost, they must be used in the early stages of colony building. In other words, Qin has to find a way to make up for what he lost before. The only way to make up for it is to spend your own money to buy it. Although the value of the equipment Qin threw away was lower than the value of the equipment he let Hui Yao take away, that was only relative. Industrial equipment to build a colony was never cheap for an individual. The 1.2 billion he has on hand seems to be quite a lot, But if he wants to buy the equipment for building a colony, it's not necessarily enough. But when the time comes, it won't be enough. In short, Qinming should go to Lao Wu first. Lao Wu's path is still relatively open, and Qinming also knew where to find him. That must be the bar that old Wu took him to last time. Qinming changed into a new protective suit on the road and soon arrived at the bar. Although there are basically no people around during the day, the bar is still open. When Qinming leaned against the bar and asked for a glass of orange juice, the bartender suddenly said, "I recognize you. You were brought here by Lao Wu some time ago." "Oh, how did you tell?" "Voice and protective clothing. Are you here to drink or do errands?" Qinming silently took note of the fact that his voice was also identifiable, and it seemed that he would have to pay more attention to it in the future. Then his eyes glanced at old Wu, who was drinking in the corner of the bar, and ignored him for the time being. He can actually buy some information. So he replied, "Doing business. Then go this way." Qinming bypassed the bartender and followed the direction he pointed and entered the room he had been to last time. The same glasses as last time were sitting in the room. He raised his head and looked at Qinming, as if he was reminiscing. Soon, he also remembered that Qinming was the person brought here by Zhen Lao Wu. "Long time no see. What information do you want to buy?" "Well, I need to present information about this person." Chapter 160, Mission Arrangement. Sudden Assassination. Qinming just said casually that he wanted to buy his own information. However, there seemed to be no doubt about the glasses. Instead, he said, like a normal transaction information, "This person is quite popular recently. So what's the number?" Seeing the glasses holding out 2 fingers, Qinming didn't say much and asked like he was buying information normally. 20,000? Right. Okay. Qinming paid the money, and the glasses directly sent him the information face to face. Qinming stood up and leaned against the wall to take a look, and found that all the information on the intelligence was basically information that could be obtained through normal public channels. Basically, it is an introduction to Qinming's life. At most, it contains more information about the pirate space station than Qinming's own resume. But it is also very rough. Starting from the local corrupt sector military targeting Sindar Corporation's mining space station, and then relying on psychic powers that can control the spacecraft all the way to the pirate space station. When he wanted to expose the corruption and greed of the sector military and obtained enough evidence, in the end, he was forced to use spiritual energy to attract Yue because of the pursuit by the military in the sector, and saved his life. However, the evidence has been handed over by him, and the sector military has been destroyed as a result. Subsequently, the 14th Legion carried out 2 rescues to him in the hinterland of Afterglow and successfully brought him out. He also asked him to rely on his psychic powers to inflict heavy damage to Afterglow, taking away several of Afterglow's cruisers and several Alpha-class individuals. The content can be said to be quite vague, and there are some errors and omissions. There is no information that can be considered even remotely confidential. The only thing that most people don't know is that the evidence of corruption within the sector's military was indeed obtained by Qinming. Qinming remembered that he had given the information to both the company and his boss before, but he didn't know where it was leaked. But overall, this information cannot be said to be useless. It can only be said to be worthless. So Qinming looked up at the glasses again and asked, "Are there more?" The bespectacled hand clicked on the terminal next to him a few times, and asked casually, "Do you want it to be so detailed? Just tell me whether you want to sell it or not." "Sell? Of course. But it's not such a cheap thing." "How many?" While Qinming was waiting for his glasses to be counted, the boss's voice suddenly sounded from the terminal in front of him. "Okay. Xiaoming, stop playing. I've basically blocked all your information. No one knows about it. It's just the ones you just saw over there at the bar, and nothing else. If you want to know what kind of news about you is circulating outside, just come and ask me directly, and I will take the initiative to release the news that reflects your abilities." This feels right. Qinming asked why the intelligence dealer selling information in the bar funded by his boss would sell his information, and he didn't even know him. Moreover, the bartender outside obviously knew him, and knew that he usually wore protective clothing, and did not connect him with Qinming and the intelligence. It seemed that the boss had made arrangements in advance, and a lot of information was blocked tightly, not even to his subordinates. Even his habit of wearing protective clothing was not leaked. Of course, the Space Station Management Bureau may not be able to control someone like Qinming who has been there for a while. So there are still people who know Qinming's habits. such as the guard captain who Chen Ming just saw. But there were factory directors there, and the company actively wanted to renew their relationship with Chen Ming. So it was basically impossible to leak it out on their own initiative. In addition, not many people know about Chen Ming's habits, so they should take the initiative to protect him. There are a few people in the administration who know about Chen Ming's habits and have the motive to leak them, such as the director. It's hard to protect yourself now, and I'm afraid I don't have the time to think about Chen Ming's daily habits. Therefore, Chen Ming's situation will basically not be noticed by anyone. Even if he is walking on the street openly now, he will not be recognized. But he thought it was better to be careful. From now on, don't wear protective clothing or anything like that. Just wear power armor and that's it. After thinking about the current situation, Chen Ming said to his boss, "Okay, but actually I'm here to see Lao Wu, and I'm here to see if I have any information to sell. Well, you can take care of the rest by yourself. I still have something to do. So come to me if you need anything." The boss hung up the communication. The glasses next to him sat on the chair feeling a little embarrassed for a while. He remembered that the boss happened to be here last time when Chen Ming came. And Chen Ming also chatted with the boss a few more words and helped the boss handle something. But he didn't expect that they hadn't seen each other for a while. The relationship between Chen Ming and his boss seemed to be a bit good. Did he just provoke Chen Ming a little bit? Of course Glasses thought so. And Chen Ming obviously had no intention of pursuing his secret contact with the boss. After all, although Glasses was only obeying his boss's orders, he was also protecting him. So Chen Ming sat across from the Glasses again, with no intention of mentioning what happened just now. The Glasses relaxed slightly, and a little nervousness and curiosity flashed through the eyes under the lenses. He suddenly asked proactively, "Are you that Chen Ming?" Chen Ming did not deny it. "Yes. Then I'll give you back the 20,000 yuan I just gave you." "I don't dare accept the money for Glasses now." "It's not necessary. It's too much trouble. Just think of it as the money I paid for Lao Wu's wine in advance. When he asks, just say it. It doesn't matter. Okay." After a few words, his Glasses relaxed a little, and he looked at Chen Ming, waiting for Chen Ming's next move. "Do you want to buy or sell information or something else?" Chen Ming was thinking about what information was worth buying, but seeing the look of the Glasses, he suddenly thought of a question. So he asked, "You just said you wanted to sell me more detailed information. Right. What if it's someone else?" The Glasses immediately replied, "I would also say it can be sold. That's what the boss asked for. He said that as long as someone buys your information, they will only give you the information they gave you at the beginning. If you want more information, just inform him directly. Then if you pay, I will tell you that the information is very important. You have to contact the boss and ask him to give it to you personally. I really don't have as much information as I have." Chen Ming thought about what the Glasses said for a moment and said, "That's it. Anyone who wants to have access to Chen Ming's information will be personally questioned by the boss. And then, he will decide whether to proactively leak part of the information." At this point, Chen Ming did not continue to worry about his information. It was okay, knowing that his information was well protected. He said to the Glasses, "Then help me check if there are any traces of pirates with a bounty of over 50 million recently." "You sure?" "Sure." The fundamental reason why Chen Ming suddenly wanted this information was that he had always had the idea of forming his own fleet, and was currently implementing it. At this time, Chen Ming used his spiritual energy to look at the dock of the space station. His ships were basically parked here. That's why he was targeted by the new director before. And it was also one of the reasons why Chen Ming promised the factory director to kill the director. The director knew the reason why Chen Ming was sweating profusely after he came back. Except that Chen Ming had a good relationship with the factory director. Another reason is that the director had previously set his sights on Chen Ming's things, and really wanted to reach out. Even if he was blocked by the factory director, he had no intention of giving up. That's why he was afraid, and went to the security department and network security department immediately after Chen Ming visited him. Of course, this matter has nothing to do with Chen Ming's current search for pirates. The reason why Chen Ming wants to find pirates now is just to make some pocket money. Test his fleet, by the way. Chen Ming used his spiritual power to personally control every ship parked in the dock. A total of 11 ships. Diguang, Fighter Kai, Heavy Rain, and 2 military Centurion-class heavy frigates, which Chen Ming had specially bought for Lao Wu after making some money. Also, some time ago, as compensation for the severance of diplomatic relations, the company received 1 armor-piercing vessel and 5 hammerheads, 7 destroyers and 2 escorts. This configuration is a bit strange. Generally speaking, for a normal fleet, as long as it is not the main fleet, the number of ships is best to be 1 to 2 or 1 to 3. For example, 10 destroyers are matched with 20 or 30 escort ships. Therefore, Qin has to continue to find ways to make up for this quantity. It's just that the 7 billion he has on hand needs to be used to buy industrial equipment first and cannot be used casually. Therefore, Qianming of the new ship, planned to work in his old business for the time being and find ways to make some money to supplement his income. If you have any money left after buying the equipment, you can use it to buy a boat. So if the strength of the fleet can be tested at the same time in the process of making money, it is obviously a more suitable approach for Qinming's current situation than purely making money. Of course, this is what Qinming has always thought. Although he already had a large number of Afterglow and Afterglow ships, forming a fleet seemed unnecessary. But he didn't want to give up halfway. In Qinming's mind, the colonies belong to the colonies, and what belongs to him belongs to himself. Although they were all his, he felt it was best to distinguish them clearly. In fact, he had previously thought about calling in a few ships from the Afterglow fleet in his hand, and then returning them when he had enough ships. But another reason why he didn't do this was that the main function of the ships in these fleets was to transport cargo. Therefore, most of the ships in the fleet are cargo ships for transportation, and only a small part are combat ships. Qinming's originally planned battle fleet was caught by Yu Hui's battleship when he finally evacuated, and the entire army was annihilated. The colonies in the border system were basically in chaos before, so he had no choice. The lack of combat power was not something he could make up for now. It is best for the remaining fleet stationed there to stay put and try to ensure their combat effectiveness. What if the combat effectiveness of the warships taken away by Qinming caused something to go wrong? Qinming will really regret it for the rest of his life. These afterglows are his real wealth now. Moreover, Qinming's own fleet only had to face pirates, and it really didn't lack a few Yue ships. If the pirate fleet is weaker, and he can use his hands and psionic powers, he can drive a heavy rain and overwhelm the entire pirate fleet. Of course, if Qinming did this, there would be no testing value at all. That's why he needs information about pirates with a bounty of more than 50 million. And he plans to only be responsible for commanding in the future, and will not take action himself, unless you can't beat it. However, after eliminating the previous problems, there is still another problem waiting to be addressed. Many of these pirates have people behind them to fund them. Very few people develop themselves from the grassroots and are still pirates. That's why Glasses just asked Qinming if he was sure he was looking for these pirates, just to confirm whether Qinming knew about it. Of course Qinming knew it, but he doesn't care about other forces. Anyway, it will basically be out of reach in the future, so there is no need to consider it at all. And it is because of the funding of these people that these pirates have enough value. If he can successfully capture these pirates alive, he can earn a bounty and exchange money with the people behind them. As long as the people behind them can be told in advance about the capture of these pirates, those people will definitely be willing to pay. Get him out of prison quickly and change his identity as a pirate. When he comes out, he will be a Ko who can make the pirates respect themselves. So Qinming finally decided to use this method. Moreover, he has always been doing robbing pirates, but he stopped for a while because Yu Hui's affairs were too important. Now it's time to start again. The Glasses quickly found out all the information about pirates that had recently appeared in and around the star area and met Qinming's requirements. There are not many. 3 in total. Their total bounty is less than 200 million, which is really just some pocket money to buy a spaceship. If Qinming really wants to make money, he still has to rely on his psychic powers or colonies. The former requires others to completely trust him, and the latter requires long-term investment. Qinming left the Glasses after getting the information. As soon as he went out, he saw Lao Wu still drinking in the corner of the bar. There was no one in the bar for most of the day, but Old Wu still didn't know where he found the girl he had his eye on. She looked like she might run to a hotel at any time with her flirtatious look. Qinming originally didn't want to disturb him, but Old Wu didn't look like he could solve it quickly. So Qinming went over anyway and greeted him in advance. Old Wu. Hey, Xiao Mu. Are you done looking for Lao Lu? Old Wu was very enthusiastic and pulled Qinming to sit on the sofa next to him. He didn't look the same as when Qinming said he wanted to find the factory director just now. It was Qinming who almost didn't react when he heard the Xiao Mu. And then he remembered that this was the pseudonym of Mu Shuikong he had used before. Lao Wu was quite wary when he was outside. After reacting, Qinming nodded directly and said, "The search is over. So you came here to drink?" Do you want me to help you find a good-looking one? No. I have something to do with you. I have to start over what I have been doing some time ago. You may have to go out for a couple more trips. Qin is not safe now. Running around might cause problems. So he still plans to ask Old Wu to go out and help collect the bounty as before. Of course, Qin would definitely give Lao Wu less for the errand fees. Are you going to do it yourself for this matter? Not only that, but there's one more thing. Help me buy something. Qin sent the list compiled by Hui Hui to Lao Wu in person. Upon seeing this, Old Wu pushed the girl, who was leaning on him, away and changed his attitude to a normal one. Just like what he just said. If Qin has a simple matter to contact him, he can just use the terminal to contact him. I'm afraid it's not important to come here now. Old Wu looked at the things on the terminal, opened his mouth slightly, and looked a little surprised and said, "These things. What's wrong? Is it easy to fix? If not, I can go find the boss." No. Don't you go shopping with Lao Wu because you have nothing to do? I know. That's why I came to you first. Tisk. Old Wu, who was still trying to persuade Qin, rolled his eyes and looked at him. But Qin ignored it and just asked, "Can you just say you can buy it?" Old Wu shook his head slightly, nodded and said, "Some things are strange, but if you can accept the replacement, it will be easier to handle. They are all very basic things." The list that Qin gave to Lao Wu was made with Hui Wang's help, because Hui Wang knew what was needed for the initial construction of a colony. Only some of the infrastructure is Yu Hui's own internal model. Humans cannot buy it here, and it is not easy to replace it with human equipment. It is necessary to directly purchase raw materials and equipment that can produce these equipment, and let Hui Wang manufacture them, or Qin manufactures them. Under normal circumstances, Lao Wu only needs to order according to the list given by Hui Wang. But apparently there was one thing that Hui Wang missed when he wrote this list. Many things are only rich in the afterglow, but not necessarily on the human side. Of course, this may also be because this list has been written before, and was only shown to Old Wu by Qin today. Brilliant. It has been connected to the human network, and it should also know which things are relatively rare on the human side. Just because Qin didn't specify when this list would be used, Hui Wang didn't ask Qin to modify it. Then the time is now, Qin asked. Tell me what needs to be replaced. Lao Wu casually clicked on the terminal a few times, sent a revised list back to Qin and said, "That's it." Qin forwarded the list to Hui Wang smoothly, and after getting an answer that Hui Wang could replace, he said, "No problem." Lao Wu clicked on the terminal again and said, "Well, I should be able to help you get it done in 2 days. But there are too many things. It may take several days to deliver them, and it will definitely cost a lot of money. You need the amount." Qin raised his hand to stop Old Wu from continuing. "You know what I want to do, and money is not an issue. I have made a lot of money recently. If I can buy it all and keep 10% as a reserve, I can use the extra money to smoothen relationships and speed up efficiency. It's best to do this quickly. I've been here for too long. If I continue, there might be something wrong." Old Wu put the terminal in his pocket and said, "Don't be so talkative. This is not a crow's mouth, but an analysis. 2 days ago, the factory director said that someone was trying to trouble you." Old Wu shrugged, stretched out his arms, and hugged the girl he had just thrown away. "Okay, that's it. I'll let you know when there's news." Okay. Qin did not continue to disturb Lao Wu and continued to have fun. It can also be seen from Lao Wu's performance just now that although he is lustful and drunk, he is basically not ambiguous when doing business. Qin turned around and prepared to leave. The moment he turned around, he suddenly felt a stinging sense of danger on his forehead. Qin reacted very quickly and condensed a combat-type power armor on his body in the first place. The streamlined and solid armor completely protected Qin. This was something Qin mentioned intentionally or unintentionally when chatting with Bai Quan before. Then Bai Quan heard what Qin meant, and he was very interested in giving Qin the blueprint of a type of combat power armor called Migratory Locust when he sent him anti-electromagnetic pulse technology. So Qin can create it directly now. The moment Qin created this power armor, a gunshot rang out in the bar. What followed was a scream that instantly caused chaos around the bar, and Qin's forehead, which was protected by the power armor, also had sparks on it at the moment the gunfire rang out. Someone fired a shot and hit Qin in the head, but it's obviously of no use. Anan Ren, who shot the gun, has also been targeted by Qin, but he didn't move because Old Wu, who had no protective measures on his body, was still behind him. Chen Ning took a step back slightly and reached out to grab the arm of Lao Wu, who had turned over behind the sofa. At this time, Lao Wu was holding his head and holding a gun, shouting at Chen Ning, "I know you are a crow. Someone is really causing trouble for you." When Lao Wu was beeping, another set of power armor was constructed on his body. Chen Ning retorted smoothly, "Stop talking nonsense. You knew this before. Protect yourself." He left these words and then took steps. The man who fired the gun before jumped out of the window of the bar before anyone could react and disappeared into the chaotic flow of people outside. However, Chen Ning had just hacked into the surrounding surveillance network and locked his location. He can't escape. The Locust power armor itself was designed with a jetpack in mind, while still maintaining very strong maneuverability. It can be regarded as a special type of power armor that Bai Quan gave Chen Ming after considering that it was basically impossible for Chen Ming to actually use the power armor to fight head-on, and was mainly used to save his life. Chen Ming jumped out of the window where the previous assassin had smashed the glass. He activated his jetpack and flew high into the sky in an instant. However, he immediately received the air control signal from the space station. But at this time, he obviously would not care about it. He quickly notified the boss and factory director. And then he followed the surveillance and found the assassin who had shot before. You can see that he was running desperately in the direction of the dock just now. And it seemed that he wanted to leave directly. The dock of the space station is the most difficult place to be blocked in the entire space station. If it is blocked for 1 minute, the space station will lose a lot of money. So it is a very reasonable idea for this assassin to do this. But Chen Ning would not give him a chance to escape. After getting close enough, Chen Ning controlled the jetpack to make him hover in the air. A lot of pure white metallic liquid flowed through his hands. A weapon most suitable for current use was condensed. The electromagnetic javelin of the mechanical family. It didn't look bulky in the hands of the power armor Chen Ning was wearing, but seemed quite suitable. Chen Ning raised the electromagnetic javelin. The power armor visual sensor and the electromagnetic javelin sight were modified and connected together by him. He almost instantly locked onto the assassin, who was desperately escaping.